Good morning and welcome back to this episode of Shtick with Koolfrogg Live. There's things that are currently going on and we're missing them. We're going to go ahead and we're going to hit this button on this right away to catch up with Dr. Oz and what it is that he's got going on for the day.
Good
We're
afternoon,
going to work
everybody.
ourselves into Todd Blanche
Like I'm talking to a classroom.
and
I've
a
got
few
a
other
couple announcements
things.
and love to take some questions for you. When the president came in for this term, he commented on how challenging it had been to deal with the affordability crisis in pharmaceutical medications. Often commenting on the fact that he'd been able to reduce the price by 1/8 of 1% at one point in the first administration, and he thought that was a massive achievement because it's usually just skyrocketing. And it's an important issue for a lot of folks in America because almost 1 in 3 Americans, when they go to a pharmacy to pick up a medication that their doctors prescribe for them, leaves empty-handed because they can't afford the medication, especially for branded products. And part of the reason for this, it's unknown to a lot of Americans, but is well recognized by the president and this administration, is that our drug prices are about 3 times higher on average than the same drugs made in the same facilities in the same American factories oftentimes than they are charging patients overseas in Europe, Asia, and other parts of the world. It's global freeloading. It's wrong. The president demanded that we change it, and as most of you know, we spent much of last year negotiating with the 17 largest pharmaceutical companies that drive over 80% of the entire business in branded pharmaceuticals, and every single one of them agreed to a most favored nation drug pricing strategy, which simply stated means that these medications, especially going into the future, will be priced at the same amount as the rest of the world. It doesn't mean price fixing. We're not telling pharmaceutical companies what to charge. We're saying to them, whatever you charge us, you got to charge the other folks, which means we might be able to help you overseas to get better pricing so that you can make up some of the losses that you'll experience here. And the Council of Economic Advisors estimated that the benefit of the president's negotiated program is about $600 billion over the next 10 years, $600 billion of savings. The question then becomes, how do you actually get that savings to the American people? And we work together with some wonderful folks, Joe Gebbia at course,
Yeah.
who have been building the
Okay.
TrumpRx.gov site. And I've got an announcement that today we are adding.
We continue to do the same thing that we always do. Is we create little things, Trump RX, Trump RX, whatever it is, intended to, help people, with their prescriptions and this, that, and the other. Um, Sadly, kind of in my mind, reminds me of, when you name things after the president is Obamacare. I really don't care about your medical care that you want to give us for pay for my medical bills. Otherwise, just pay for it flat across the board. Socialized medicine be a thing, and then otherwise stop it. Stop trying to tell me what I need to do. Use this, that, and the other to get to Western grossest medicine.
160 more drugs to this site. Now, the site already has 700 or so, or 600 or so drugs, so it's going to take it over 750 total. But that is an important number for other reasons. It means that 4 out of 5 medications that are picked up by Americans going into that same drugstore that I mentioned earlier now have the opportunity to double check that the price they're getting in that drugstore, wherever they're buying it from, is the best price out there. So it's a transparency site. It gives everybody the ability to make important decisions about medications they're purchasing with full knowledge of what the cost of those medications are. And that's important because transparency drives cost-effective changes in how we procure and consume products. You would never buy a car without knowing the cost of the car. Some of these medications cost what a car costs. And so these are important assets for the American people to have. I'll put some numbers on this. In the 2 weeks since we did the last event with the president on this topic, we're now up to about 12 million unique visitors to the site. Estimated savings are about $500 million, and again, climbing rapidly as more Americans learn about the program. And it is our great hope and belief that the average American, before they make a purchasing decision for a pharmaceutical product, will start using TrumpRx.gov as a standard, as a baseline, to take advantage of something that's been given to you. Again, there's no money made from this site. The government does not charge money to people using this site. It's an opportunity for you to be empowered. That stated, I want to add to that one additional insight that some of you would like to hear, which is that starting on July 1st, The patients on beneficiaries on Medicare who are eligible for GLP products, the weight loss products that the president speaks of frequently, will be allowed to obtain those products for $50 a month. Now, the list price, as you know, for a lot of these drugs is well over $1,000 a month. We've been working hard to push down on these prices to make sure that these medications, which can be life-changing and even life savings because of their impact on weight loss and downstream complications like diabetes and hypertension and all the things that they cause, like kidney failure and heart disease and strokes and dementia, even cancers, all those risk factors are going to be mitigated, we believe, if these medications are used correctly. And so when doctors prescribe them, Medicare beneficiaries will be able to obtain them for $50 a month. And we are hopeful that over the next few years, we will show an actual savings to the American taxpayer if these medications are used correctly and appropriately and consistently, so folks get the weight loss they desire with the downstream benefits that I mentioned earlier. I also want to touch briefly on the crushing of fraud, waste, and abuse made possible by the Vice President's anti-fraud task force. The White House task force has been aggressively going after an all-of-government approach. I'll speak personally as the person charged with the Medicare and Medicaid services. When we identify, by looking at the data, which we have plenty of, that there's an aberrancy in how these bills are coming into us, so there might be fraud there, it's incredibly empowering for us to quickly call the Office of Inspector General or the FBI, the Department of Justice, and to have Todd Blanche call back and say, here's what we're going to do about what you just observed, or call Scott Bessent at Treasury and say, we need forensic accounting, something is going on here, where are they hiding the money? And I want to emphasize that this is sophisticated work because our opponents are extraordinarily sophisticated in their attacks on our system. They just need to have a Medicare beneficiary number or some other ID, which is basically a credit card, and they can begin charging against the federal tax dollars that go into Medicare and Medicaid. That's one of the reasons we're seeing such high amounts of fraud in different parts of the country, and we believe there are organized criminal groups behind some of these endeavors. So I wanted to walk you through a couple of these examples because our goal is to stop the money from ever leaving the building. That is the best way to protect the American taxpayer. As you know, we were in Minnesota last week where the largest autism takedown occurred. A mother and a daughter, adult daughter, were accused of tens of millions of dollars of theft. Just to put this in perspective, the reason these are so important is if you defraud the system, you don't just take money out of the system. People steal your money. The money from our most vulnerable Americans are going to steal their health. They'll steal their life. And that's what we have been seeing in some of these takedowns. Unfortunately, when these events don't happen in a timely fashion, you lose the whole program. So in Minnesota, the state itself stopped non-emergency medical transportation, which is when you need someone to take you to the doctor's appointment. They cut the whole program. It's gone. It's finished. Because they could not deal with the fraud. It went from an estimated $1 million a year, how much can it cost to take a card to a doctor's office, to over $100 million a year, so they killed the program. And that, of course, we believe, because it doesn't provide the kind of care we desire for our fellow Americans, can be problematic. We don't want that to happen in other endeavors as well. So we've been working with the state of Minnesota. We're not happy with some of the things we've been encountering as we look at their receipts on the services they provided, which is why we deferred $350 million to the state of Minnesota, and we're waiting to hear feedback from them. Other states have also been problematic. California comes to mind, where we've made several trips of late. 1/3 of all of the hospice in the entire country. And hospice is a precious, beautiful program built in the 80s to take care of people with dignity in the last months of their life. Classically, someone has metastatic cancer, they're going to die. It's going to happen in a few months. You give up your Medicare, because why would you want Medicare? You don't need all those things. Take hospice instead. But that trade has risks with it if you don't actually have a lethal problem. And when 1/3 of all the hospices in the entire country are in Los Angeles, not even California, and Los Angeles, that creates issues. First of all, it's not plausible, but it also means someone's been ignoring the problem. And in fact, there was a call 4 years ago by the state auditor in California to address these problems. It was not managed. So our agency has now suspended payments to 850, almost half of all the hospices in California now have been suspended, but they're no longer being paid. And we're going to keep aggressively going at this problem, because when we go after hospice in California, guess what happens? Hospice in Nevada went up 7-fold. Hospice in Arizona, hospice in Texas, they've all gone up. These scoundrels run to other areas. I just learned this morning, now they're infiltrating the home healthcare space in California, which is equally a problem, because now they're taking advantage of a different sector of the population, this time Medicaid, but using nefarious techniques and technologies to do that as well. And again, these are organized criminal syndicates, we believe, in many instances. And that's why being a personal care service attendant which is, again, doing something that your family would normally do for you, carrying groceries upstairs, driving you somewhere. That job is now by twofold the most common job in California, and it's the most common job in New York. Again, this defies belief that you can get that much growth in single sectors, but these are well-paid jobs that have become now ubiquitously available. There's not been strong guardrails. The last administration did not think that this was an important endpoint. The endpoint was enrolling people and getting people onto these different programs, and that has led to a tremendous opportunity for corrupting the system, and that's what we're witnessing. With that in mind, there's lots we can do to fix these problems. We've been aggressively going after states, red and blue. We wrote a letter to Florida. The difference, by the way, was Florida responded by saying, we know we have a problem. We're going to double down. We want a moratorium on all of our durable medical equipment suppliers. And why? Because there are twice as many durable medical equipment suppliers in South Florida than McDonald's. Again, not really possible unless you're looking the other way. We're not looking the other way. We're aggressively taking on these challenges. And I'm going to reemphasize something that I'm hoping everyone appreciates. But if you're defrauding our most vulnerable citizens in America, do not walk away from this threat. Run away from us, because we're coming after you. All right. I've got. Give me 1 second. I was actually given a cheat sheet, which you all know I got. Shelby, the new media. Take it away.
Thanks. I actually wanted to ask about that nationwide moratorium. Industry groups are really concerned about growth and employment getting hurt if that moratorium expands beyond 6 months. Would you rule
What's up,
out
sir?
an extension of that moratorium, or do you expect that it's going to be expanded?
I'm not going to rule out an extension. We have been talking to industry groups about these moratoriums. In fact, just as for everybody,
I mean, just for the last few days, I'm like, all right, apparently they eased up some restrictions. And I'm like, all right, well, we'll try. We'll see what we can do.
watching, all of you as well, we benefit from whistleblowers. Our most important whistleblowers have been members of industry who know the game, know how you can cheat it if you're unethical, and they point out to us when these problems occur. So we do not want to hurt the folks who are earnestly involved in hospice, in durable medical equipment suppliers, personal care services. They're good people in these businesses, but we're going to slow down the growth of these sectors till we can get our arms around the problem, because it is of massive magnitude to us. Let me go to, let's go over here. Go ahead.
Dr. Oz, thank you so much. Kara Castronova from Lindell TV with two important questions that the American people voted for and care deeply about. Many Americans fear our future administration could reinstate COVID-era vaccine mandates through Medicare and Medicaid funding. Would you support...
Yeah, you can talk about things like COVID and stuff now, apparently.
...and create reforms to prevent that from happening again? What can you do during your remaining time at CMS to ensure Americans are never forced to choose between their jobs and a forced vaccination?
Well, the president talked about this a bit on Friday with an executive order that desires to provide states with better science to be able to make educated decisions. It is an embarrassment that during COVID we allowed ideology and fear to dictate healthcare policy. Many clinicians at the time couldn't understand where these ideas were coming from. It certainly soured the American people on the trust that their government had historically had in recommending public policy efforts. The president argues, and he's right, and Secretary Kennedy strongly believes we need gold standard science. We need that science to be able to help families make better decisions for themselves, and state governments, because these are state-driven issues usually, especially mandates, to make those decisions more wisely. If we can do this in the right way, it will be very empowering, because who loves children the most? Their parents. No matter what we might say, they're the ones who need to have the information. They should have the ability to make the wisest choices for their kids, not based in fear, but based in science. Stephen.
One more nursing home stuff, Dr. Oz, if you don't mind.
Let me go one at a time.
Correct.
If you
Correct.
ask
It's fake.
multiple questions, I'm only going to answer one anyway, so we'll come back. I promise. I talk quickly. Go ahead.
Dr. Oz, thank you. And I actually have two, but we'll see what you like.
I'll answer one. Pick one.
Well, the first is on most favored nations, the policy. I was hoping that you could explain why the administration thinks it's important to pass legislation codifying these deals. Is the fear that a future president might walk away? And what do you make of the congressional pushback? And also on my tragedy derived from Kratom, President Trump has expressed interest. Can you describe the debate within the administration on that?
Let me answer the first one, because there's not a big debate on the second one. The reality around the most favored nation drug pricing is the president has dealt with the entire problem for this administration. But these contracts expire after this administration is done. So like so many things the president's trying to do, he's trying to set it up for the next administration so that they don't have to fight the same battle. Now, it's going to be difficult for pharmaceutical companies to pull back. But we still believe it makes sense for Congress to codify what we've been able to achieve because it's been so helpful. Think about the $600 billion of savings to the average American over the next 10 years.
Not so sure about the moon landing being real, dude.
Sort of gave back because the president went after them and said, you got to deal with this problem. And by the way, when we knocked on the door of these pharmaceutical company leaders, you know what they said? We knew one day you'd come for us. You know, they weren't surprised. They knew that this couldn't continue. So the president wants Congress, which I know has a lot on its plate, but there are ongoing discussions around the great healthcare plan. Just last week, the Workforce Committee pushed something out that is going to be on PBM reform, pharmacy benefits management companies, so the middlemen that often are involved between the insurance companies and the pharmaceutical companies. So there's other parts of the legislation moving forward. But just to remind you, the great healthcare plan is codifying most favored nation drug pricing so it lasts for decades into the future. We believe it should. This is all forward-looking. Doesn't hurt these companies today. Just make sure America's protected in the future. We want plain English insurance policies so you can actually understand the document that you're being given. We want transparency so you go to a hospital, to a doctor's office, that you actually know what you're getting. Guys, as a doctor, when I prescribe something for you, I often don't know what it's going to cost you to pick up what I just told you to get. These are things that are fixable, and the pharmacy benefits is another part of this. Let's go to, I'll go back. Daily Wire, Mary.
Thank you, Dr. Oz. Right over here. Thank you. My colleague Luke Rosiak just reported, and he's done a lot on this. His investigations into Medicaid fraud and home health have repeatedly brought into foreign-born healthcare operators. Is CMS tracking what percentage of home health recipients are refugees or foreign-born, and why are foreigners using these programs at such higher rates than for Americans?
Well, we are tracking illegal immigrants taking advantage of all health care plans. We've already recouped, we've actually told California they owe us $2 billion. We've got half of it back already. I'm confident we'll get the rest. Because
you agree with yourself, sir?
Programs that we don't have a lot of visibility into, but because of the Working Families Tax Cut legislation and other rulemaking, we are no longer allowing foreign folks who are here illegally to benefit from these programs. Just to put it in context, in California, if you're on Medi-Cal, the Medicaid program in California, until this administration, you got full dental and full vision benefits. Now, I'm for those benefits. I like them, but we don't give that to Medicare patients. And so we should at least be equitable, and all of us together should decide what we are going to do as a nation. So if we as a country decide we're going to go in one direction, you can't have states splintering off if they're going to spend the other people's money. The fraud, for example, that I'm talking about, and the use of money for illegal immigrants, the people who pay that bill when, for example, the largesse of California allows folks to get benefits that the rest of the country doesn't think is appropriate for illegal immigrants or home health care providers, that money's paid by folks who are taxpayers in New Mexico, which is a blue state, and Mississippi, a red state. So this is not partisan. Everybody is taxed extra and has to put more into the kitty because some states are doing things that we don't think as a country, well, we would like to have happen. That's why this administration has been so dogged in this issue and why the president has been so aggressive. Go ahead, Mary.
On Ebola, if Kenya does end up blocking the U.S. quarantine facility there, and it seems like they might since the Kenyan courts are delaying it, where will Americans who have been exposed end up going?
Dentist is just another form of a quack.
I mean, I think you would probably agree that the U.S. has pretty good...
How many doctors do we need?
So where will they go, and why not to the U.S.?
Oh, I
the main issue with
specialize,
having
he
a facility
says.
close to the Democratic Republic of the Congo is if a patient is sick. Again, I'll speak as a heart doctor. I want to take the patient to the OR that's right next door to the room they're sick in, not to the building next to them, or to 3 buildings 2 blocks away, because that time is precious to us. You have a golden hour in many of these instances around trauma, but for illnesses, it's also relatively short. So we are confident, and the State Department's working on this diligently, that they're going to be able to work out something with Kenya. There's
A golden shower.
Amount of communication.
A golden
around this
hour.
issue. We have and that's by the way, there's a UK base there. We have other people who might be willing to welcome us, and we have our German colleagues as well. So there's many places we can send folks, but sending them across the world, especially when we're not sure what's going on with them, is probably not the wisest move. In red, take it away.
Thank you so much, Alina Shirazi from the Daily Mail. This is the 4th checkup that the president has had. He's supposed to have 1 a year. He's had several CT heart scans. What are the doctors looking for? And second question, I think you might like this one better. Who has been your favorite cabinet secretary so far to do the briefings at the podium?
He
That may not be
himself
my
and
favorite
I.
question.
I mean,
they're all obviously different. I think Scott Besant's dry humor is fabulous. Marco is just an earnestly funny person. We can tell all kinds of stories about Marco's entertaining commentary. I think JD was spectacular. You know, he's just very on his game, understands the issues, and he understands the American people, which is I appreciated.
I pick them all, he
so
says.
and I did watch them all, by the way, just to prepare. I'm a doctor. I try to do my homework. I prep for the case. The first issue was about Ebola. No, about
Scans,
examinations.
checks. He's had 4 already. The president's supposed to have 1 a year.
Yeah, so I actually have talked to the president about what he's sent to all of you, and I think it's just a routine, regular exam. You remember I had the president on my show 10 years ago, and he also presented records, and at the time I was stunned at how well he was doing, because so many of these numbers naturally over time will start going in the wrong direction. But if you look at these records, they're spectacular. You know, his cholesterol, his blood pressure, all the numbers are in excellent parameters, his ability, and listen, I work with him frequently. Many of you get to see him almost every day. That amount of energy and that amount of mental acuity does not exist in a vacuum. You have to have a vessel to carry it, and the president has unique ability to just keep going at all hours of the day with remarkable strength. Let's go. Right behind you. Yeah.
So the administration has been stressing reshoring manufacturing, pharmaceutical manufacturing as part of that. From those announcements of those 17 pharmaceutical companies, what's the timeline that we could see those projects come to fruition? Is it summer? Is it end of this year?
Well, these companies are already making investments in America. Some are ongoing, some have announced. I went to a ribbon cutting in one in Charlottesville recently. And so there's a lot of investment coming to America. But think about what you would do if you're a pharma executive. If you're a pharma executive and America's open for business and we're trying to support innovation, saving people from, cancer, autoimmune problems, dementia, all these different, you want to be where the action is. So these companies are coming here. It's actually a brain drain from Europe in particular, but other parts of the world as well, of companies who want to come here. So it's not just that we're already going, it's going to get bigger and bigger and louder. No, the jobs are starting when the first time you hire someone to build a plan for you, we have a job. If you're asking for people with picks and helmets, that's also coming quickly. But again, I've been to facilities that are already under construction, so they're starting, and it will get. And the president and I visited a facility in Cincinnati a few months ago. That again, they already have the facility. They're already running the facility. They're making additional investments to upgrade their program. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I know this isn't your wheelhouse, but you are speaking on behalf of the White House today. Can you respond to any of the criticism from Republicans on President Trump's decision to tap Bill Pulte, who has no known intelligence experience, as acting DNI?
Well, I think Bill is a great guy. I know him socially. I've not worked with him in his current job, but I do trust the president's judgment. He is a very sharp, quick study of people, their emotional abilities, and their ability to persevere in the face of hardship. So I have confidence in his decision. Yes, ma'am.
Back on Ebola, given the World Cup coming up and millions of visitors coming to the United States, on the U.S. preparation for this, who is in charge of proactive surveillance measures, and what type of surveillance will the United States be doing for visitors coming in? Will that be expanded beyond the DRC, Uganda, and Sudan? Can you describe what is in place, knowing this influx of people coming soon?
So Jay Bhattacharya, who I spoke to this morning, who is our brilliant leader of the NIH, but also CDC now, is running this program. He's got a lot of help from Dr. Heidi Overton and many others at the White House. So it's a well-constructed game plan. They aggressively got into, and they're funding now, a lot of the treatments that are being offered in the DRC and the Kenya facilities, just an extra way for us to take folks who are Americans who need help. But we have very purposefully put up testing tools and mechanisms at the major airports that people will be traveling through. I have great confidence in Jay's ability. He's a brilliant scientist and knows a lot about viruses. He wrote one of the most important papers really describing the true reality of what was happening during COVID early in the pandemic. It got him in the hot water because it was not convenient to hear it, but he's a brave man who will make the right decisions and be transparent about it. In pink.
Just back to the question about Bill Pulte. Congressional statute says any appointee for the position of the Director of National Intelligence shall have extensive national security expertise. What extensive national security expertise does he have?
Ma'am, you're asking me a question that's not timely. I'm so focused on making sure Americans are healthy that I have not been looking at what other agencies are.
Still saying like 10 minutes behind.
MAH, go ahead. Yellow tie, go.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yellow tie.
Okay, that was fun.
Yeah.
Dr. Oz, just now you said that it should be surprising to people that personal care service attendant is now by twofold the most common job in California and the most common job in New York. The U.S. healthcare industry has been growing rapidly, 7 to 8% annually. It's an estimated $5.3 trillion in growth. Healthcare accounts for
That was a lot of
2%
noise.
GDP. Why should people be surprised that in two of the most populous states in the
Y'all
country,
confused on where you want to
a
be?
healthcare-related job like that,
You make sure you hit a repost.
a common job when it is, again, one of the fastest growing and continuously growing industries in the U.S. I mean, what's going on here? Like,
The
why should
primary difference between paying for a hernia operation and paying someone to be a personal care
up,
service
Dom?
is the reason it's concerning to us. If you're having a hernia
What's
operation,
this?
you
It's a
have
trap?
So
I
know
mean,
you got
could
something,
be.
and you have a doctor who's licensed, and you had it done in a facility that's also credentialed and has been inspected.
We're gonna watch
When
a
you get
couple
personal care
things like
services, it's an unlicensed person
live.
in an unmonitored setting promising they did something. That's
he's
a lot of
within 10
handshakes and,
minutes.
finger crossing and hoping that it worked out okay. This is a problem that has been growing for years. It's just gotten now to a crisis mode. It is just difficult to imagine that it's twice as many jobs as anything else. It's not that healthcare jobs aren't important, of course they are. But if we put guardrails around these programs, we'll allow them to thrive. I'm here because I love Medicaid. The president has already said he loves and cherishes Medicaid and Medicare. These are, Medicaid in particular, is
Floor's
the
open.
ultimate payer of
People
last
know.
resort. We cannot allow these programs to be defrauded into a turmoil that they cannot pull up from. And so if we love these programs, we'll make the difficult decisions. Let me pivot from that just to describe what came out yesterday, which is the work requirement rule that our agency, and Dan Brillman and Capri Snap did a fantastic job writing this, dealt with a lot of states, but as you know, in the Working Families Tax Cut legislation, which I believe saved Medicaid. And the
They
reason I say
always
that
lie
is
to us.
Our actuarials told us we would be spending $5.4 trillion more
All of
dollars
them.
for this program over the next decade. If we
Every
didn't
single
deal with
last
some
one
the
of them.
legalized
It's
money
not like
laundering
one
that was
person's
siphoning
lying
right out
and
of
the other one's
program.
not.
Part of the reason that this is so attractive to states is they could take money in ways that it was not designed to be used, paying people along the way, so they didn't
But
have to
they
pay
do.
for it themselves. I get it. I understand why the governors did it, but it didn't align the president with the governors. With that law, we also had a work requirement rule. Now, what was that? The work requirement was based on concepts that date back from when Bill Clinton was president with the temporary assistance for needy families. When the Democratic administration said the fraud is getting so bad, the abuse so big in these programs, we need to clean them up. We need to get people to try to work. It's a path to prosperity. I hope you share this belief, that we're put on this earth with agency to change our future, change the country's future, to make the planet a better place. We're put here to make a difference. But if you're sitting at home, which is true for the millions of people who are able-bodied on Medicaid, on average, you're spending 6.1 hours watching television or just hanging around. That's not why you're here. So as a path to prosperity, Congress very wisely said, let's get you back into the workforce. Let's require you to get free health care coverage, to be able to work for 20 hours a week, or volunteer to make up the difference if you haven't worked 20 hours, or get an education. Just participate. And so that rule came out. It's a, I think, beautifully written effort to try to define for our nation what your part of the puzzle is. Because if you are going to get something that of value from the American people, there should be some obligation, if you're able to. If you're not able to, if you're disabled, if you're in one of the categories that are well defined in general, not able to work, it's different. But if you can work, you should get up and work again, because that's historically how it always was. In 1965, when Medicaid was created, that was the deal. There were 11 million people in the program. We perverted that. Yes, sir.
Doctor, thank you. Since you're here speaking on behalf of the administration, part of the reason we're asking about the president's decision to appoint Bill Pulte to be the head of National Intelligence is it's been 4 hours and we've been asking the White House why he's qualified to do so. You're a heart surgeon or a heart doctor?
Yep.
Would you recommend a patient go see someone who isn't?
You're asking the question with the premise that Bill Pulte is not qualified. I don't know anything about his situation, and I appreciate you want an answer. I'm not going to be the one giving it to you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. What are you doing, first of all, to
You ain't getting it from me.
who are still receiving Medicaid from the program? You mentioned earlier that's something you've been working on. And then secondly, Medicaid reimbursement for Planned Parenthood will resume July 4th unless Congress acts to extend the One Big Beautiful bill. As CMS administrator, what's your message to Congress on that?
On the illegal immigrant side, I'll take one question at a time, if you don't mind. Just a lot of folks. We have, because we now can do it, a very straightforward way for the 44 states that don't have state-based Medicaid plans for us to be able to audit if the people that we're paying for are citizens or not. In the state-based plans, like I mentioned in California, and there's a few other states, Colorado, Washington, et cetera, Illinois, they have their own plans. So we have to now audit their plans. This is a challenge.
Doctor, I was
That's why,
smart. He
before I
only
came here,
takes
I met
one
with
question at a
Medicaid
time.
directors from many states, red and blue.
I want
and
your
they
double
want us
question.
to help
No.
rebuild the tech infrastructure of Medicaid in this country. Imagine 50 balkanized programs. You spend $20 billion a year, $20 billion for tech infrastructure, and we're not getting our money's worth. So we're putting $200 million more because of the Working Families Tax Cut legislation. We negotiated, Dan Brillman did $600 million of in-kind contributions from the vendors to be able to get the work requirement done in an effective way. But I think it's the first step of a much larger national opportunity to fix how data flows. And one bit more bit on this, Medicare's billing system, which many of your relatives are using, was a 1979 era COBOL-based system. I don't even have engineers who know how to use that system. And so if you're going to really use cloud-based tools, if you want to use technology to help Americans connect better with the healthcare system, you have to update them. The president has been supportive of this, so we are upgrading the system. And my hope is that we can use the tech transformation tools of this government to bring people to work with us from the private sector. And every major tech company is a partner of ours. And we're pledging 700. Yes, go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to follow up on her question behind me. If the president's in such perfect health, why does he keep coming back in for checkups?
I think he likes the results. He does really well. He aces the test every single day.
He likes the
And
results.
I
He knows that
do
he
actually
can pass
believe
it.
That he's curious to make sure everything's going in the right direction. He's a very meticulous person in so many ways that are often underappreciated. But for him to want to know all the numbers and keep on top of them, it's the same reason he calls people at odd hours, because something's on his mind. He wants to deal with it. Yes, in purple.
I wanted to ask about the UFC fight here at the White House next week. The president recently invested in the parent company of UFC. Is it a conflict of interest for him to be promoting?
Go get his regimen.
I don't think the president sits in the Oval Office and makes individual investment decisions, but I don't know about that issue. But knowing him, I suspect someone else is making those decisions for him. But wait, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Oz. The Obamacare subsidies expired earlier
Things
this
that
year.
keep him
What
young.
negative consequences have you seen?
The
Do you
vials,
see any policy adjustments that need to be made?
Let's talk about Obamacare. Let's take a
I didn't
step
say
back.
that.
2015, 16, 17, 18, 2020. There were 9 million people on Obamacare. 9 million. Today, it's
9
more than 20
million.
million. Like, what happened? What happened was we completely took the guardrails off. And I know this because I'm working in the agency that actually was told to take the guardrails off. And because there wasn't an earnest desire to keep track of whether you're appropriately on it or not, but more importantly, just get the number to where we all feel good about ourselves, we had massive increases of people joining the program. We believe that 35%, roughly, of the people that are using the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare exchanges, because they've never used the program once, they've never filed a claim, may not be legit. And that actual number may translate to, I don't know, 5-6 million people we could be paying premiums for because they don't have to contribute anything. So they don't even know they're getting it. These are people who have Medicaid, and someone, often a broker, is dishonestly enrolling them on in Affordable Care Act, or they're in 2 states at once getting full insurance paid for by us.
Our chaplain, 1973. Yeah, it's semi live. Trying to get it's like 7 minutes off at the moment. Thank you for the repost, DT. Appreciate that, brother. Thank you. Thank you.
In multiple states at once. So we have evaluated these numbers. They're extremely concerning. There's a very strong effort by us. We actually made a rule 2 weeks ago that starts the process. We had tried to do this when we first came into office. A court enjoined us. They did not feel we'd followed appropriate APA guidelines, government guidelines. And so we redid it and now went back out again. But if you care about the ACA, then you'll want us to take the fraud out. And let me just take a step back. If we want you to go back to work on Medicaid, what's going to happen? You're going to start making money. As you make money, you're going to make enough money, you get above the poverty level, you're going to want to buy an Affordable Care Act product. Or private industry, commercial insurers are going to start using it. That's a good thing. We're getting America back up. They're getting into work, getting them into the stratosphere, building prosperity. So we want these programs to work together. But if you've got millions of people, literally, who are getting insurance that they don't want, they don't even know they have it, and we're all paying for it, that's tens of billions of dollars we're throwing away. That increases premiums for everybody. It drives affordability down. We're not going to tolerate it anymore. Sir in the back, in the beard. Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rose. We are happy to see you. I'm sorry, I will ask you a question because I'm Turkish
No,
American.
only one question. It doesn't matter. One question.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you, the Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan and American President has a good relations. And there's a report they are going to meet in Turkey and United States game in Los Angeles. Have you heard about it? And also there's a NATO summit in Turkey in July. So you're Turkish American, I don't know, do you have any idea? Are you going to join? And what you're thinking about Erdogan and Trump relations?
I have no idea about these meetings. I've not been invited to anything. I suspect I won't be invited to anything because I've got a lot of work to do
I would have
here.
been more like, I would have been like, I don't understand what you just tried to ask me. As he was nice about it. He's like, no answer. Next.
Jordan Conrad's Gateway Pundit, back to the illegal aliens on Medicare and Medicaid. Last October, you announced that you had found over $1 billion in federal tax dollars going to illegal aliens. How much has that amount increased as of today? And, it's kind of like fish in a barrel. Are these people being referred to immigration for prosecution and deportation?
The number has doubled from what I said last year. We're about $2 billion. The good news is that many states realize this is a problem, and they themselves have stopped doing this. Listen, it's the same basic story again and again. We as a nation make a decision because we're one people. Individual states have to take that decision and use it to the best of their ability. Some states don't do as good a job as other states. That's why we're looking to individual states for leadership, for better ideas to deal with many of these social problems that unfortunately begin to pile up over time, and they threaten the very foundation of our social net that supports all of us. That's why this matters so much. If you quiz the vice president, he grew up in an environment where he saw people abuse this. I know that's the case of people who are in the task force right now, the Anti-Fraud White House Task Force. So there's a passion about this, and for good reason. I mean, the president calls the vice president Elliot Ness. He wants him, he likes the fact that he's taking this seriously, he's going at it, and he's doing what's best for the American people by making some tough decisions. One last question, take it away.
Thank you, Dr. Oz. Back to Bill Pulte, but with the national security angle. The president has pushed very hard to renew FISA, Section 702. It expires in 10 days, just ahead of the World Cup. And there's this heightened threat environment with the war in the Middle East. We've heard all these intel agencies talk about the threat environment these days and how people can be very concerned about it. On Capitol Hill, you've had lawmakers today raising concern about Bill Pulte, and on the Democrat side, questioning his ability to carry out that role fairly and not weaponize it. What can you say about to allay their concerns, and can you also answer a question that was posed by Susan Collins about whether Pulte has a security clearance himself?
Ma'am, I don't know anything more about Bill Pulte than you do. I did not think that would be one of the questions that would even come up here. I hadn't even heard the news when I walked out. Okay, let me leave you with, we have one last question, but I do want... Okay, go ahead, ask me. I'll come to you. I have a GLP question. What's your question?
Do you have any medical advice for the Americans out there that are suffering from a very serious ailment called Trump derangement syndrome?
I am concerned about folks who have focused their entire life energy on dislike of the president. It's disheartening to see people lost in that way, but it's
Yeah, it's called go outside, get some sun, touch some grass.
It's a real problem, and these folks are off. Now, GLP-1s, I mean, let me just answer because I'm out of time. And
Very quick one. Are Americans getting real deal medication, brand name like Wegovy, Ozempic, or it will be generic on Trump RX at $50 monthly rate?
The Trump RX product is the real deal, the true API, the pharmaceutical product that's made by the two major providers right now.
I wonder why everybody wants this damn stupid
other companies coming into the
fat
space.
pill.
We have
It's
these products
just that.
that are given by these companies as part of this deal.
Stop
We'd like
it.
to use the real product to be able to satisfy.
They're like,
the needs of the
oh,
American
here,
consumer. It's a brand
we're
new-
gonna
it's a brand new-
ease your ails
Last question from
with
the
a
middle.
temporary
Last question,
Band-Aid.
take it away.
Thank you, Dr. Oz. So
Fuck.
Kenya basically has stopped, has asked U.S. not to build the quarantine facility there. And the people, the responders from here who are supposed to go there, do you think the Trump administration's policy of not allowing people who are exposed, Americans who are exposed to the virus, come back to the U.S. will dissuade these responders from going there?
No, I think we're going to work out with Secretary Rubio's leadership a very favorable arrangement with Kenya. I've been to Kenya. It's a beautiful country, very sophisticated people. They're going to do the right thing for everybody, and I think it's a perfect solution. I thank you very much for letting me participate. God bless you all. Take care.
Microplastics.
Microplastics. The guy jumped out there. Microplastics. Get his verbiage out there real quick. So now there's the thing. There's the thing, and this is what I want to. The live event is this. This is 119 minutes away. Households hearing on Oversight Department of Justice. Todd Blanche testifies. Todd Blanche. Now, the interesting is I was like looking around trying to figure out what to do. This thing's like it says it's an hour and 40 minutes, and I'm like, I mean, if we can get through one thing, we can get through another. We speed things up anyway on a regular basis. It looked like Todd Blanche had a little visit with Sean Hannity last night. We're gonna go pay attention to this until that occurs. We're, we're gonna speed it up immediately because we know better. We know better. Let's cut it even further. We'll just cut it. If it seems like we're not keeping up with it and we're not paying attention to it enough, we'll slow it down a little bit.
That law and order, safety, security is a prerequisite for the pursuit of happiness. Am I right?
Yes. I mean, yes, of course. I mean, if you look at going back 250 years, why we ended up where we were, why this country was born, and then how we've evolved, you cannot have a successful country if you don't have a safe community. You look at who President Trump is today, and how and why he's working so hard and why he's doing everything he's doing. It's reflective of what's happened to him since 2015.
Talking about Hillary Clinton, top secret, classified information on servers. I have sources telling me that might be retrievable or has been retrieved. Have you heard that?
Yes.
Has it been retrieved?
There's things that we can't talk about, Sean.
That's not fair.
Even on your podcast, my friend. That's why you're seeing real results in the department. You're seeing the president's priorities that he's talked about a lot and that the American people elected him to put into place. It turns out that they work.
So under the 4 years of President Biden, we had the worst weaponization of justice in the history of this country. But prior to that, it was James Comey. Prior to that, the Russia hoax, FISA abuse, all the corruption, illegal immigration, drugs coming into our country.
Thank you for
we
the
have known
attention to this
terrorists,
matter.
murderers, rapists, child molesters. We have other violent criminals, cartel members, gang members, all in this country. Well,
We
okay,
try.
that comes under the purview of who? Well, our Attorney General of our country, Todd Blanche, Acting AG. Great to see you, sir.
Thank you.
You hanging out with us?
Of course, great to be here.
One of the hardest jobs, I think, in Washington. I really believe that with all my heart.
Yeah, look, I think it is. I mean, I think that you have the Attorney General oversees not only prosecutors, 93 U.S. attorneys' offices around the country, but also the Bureau of Prisons. Okay, so think about that. So we're arresting them, we're housing them. We have to make sure that the public around them is safe. We have to make sure they're safe. DEA, FBI, marshals. It's a lot, but there's a lot of. It's also a great place to work because there's a lot of great men and women who, you look at federal agents, those guys, they're up at dawn, they work 7 days a week. It's people forget how, well, they don't forget, but being a federal law enforcement agent, you can go your whole career and nobody writes a single article about you, and that you've made an entire community safer, you made an industry safer, and they're great. So
even with illegal immigration, I always say that law and order, safety, security is a prerequisite for the pursuit of happiness. Am I right?
Yes. I mean, yes, of course. I mean, if you look at going back 250 years, why we ended up where we were, why this country was born, and then how we've evolved, you cannot have a successful country if you don't have a safe community. And different politicians say different things. All politics is local, or people vote with their. But the reality is, if you can't walk down your street, if you don't walk into a grocery store, if you can't go to dinner and feel like you're in a safe community, you do not live in a nation that is keeping you, that's doing their job.
It is such a pivotal part of what I want to highlight on this podcast. And I've had Dan Bongino, I've had Kash Patel sitting in the very chair you're in. And I want to talk about all the corruption. I have spent years of my life reporting on government corruption, weaponization of our government, all going back to the dirty Russian disinformation dossier used, which, by the way, was unverifiable, never mind unverified. They knew it was unverified.
That's right.
And they used it as a basis for 4 FISA warrants, or Hillary Clinton's emails on a server that she washed with bleach bit. No reasonable prosecutor would prosecute unless, of course, they were prosecuting Donald Trump.
Correct. Yeah, that's the power that the Department of Justice has. Is they can change that narrative. So you can take a document that is, like you said, unverifiable. But what we did know about it, even at the time, was something that was not corroborated and blatantly false. And yet you can have prosecutors inside the department do things far from the public eye, at least at the time, that sets in motion really over 2 years of the president's first term was mired in a
over 3 years.
It ends up being 3 years, a hoax, right? And so not bad politics, not dirtiness. No. This is blatant, the purest form of weaponization, because he was the president. It's not, we can talk about what happened after he left, but he was the leader of the free world, and his people that worked in the executive. Okay, so they work for him, and make no mistake, everybody in the executive works for the president of the United States. We're actively working against him. Like, I think about the job of Deputy Attorney General, which I still have that job. And I think about during the president's first term, Rod Rosenstein was the Deputy Attorney General. He had multiple meetings every week in that same office to discuss the ongoing investigations into the president of the United States, what else they could do, how else they could attack it, whether Mueller needed more funding, whether he needed more people, right? Imagine you run a business, and one of your main guys every week is just meeting about how to take you down.
It's show me the man, I'll show you the crime, or show me, right?
Right, 100%. Yes. And so you look at who President Trump is today, and how and why he's working so hard and why he's doing everything he's doing.
That was ridiculous.
It's reflective of what's happened to him.
You didn't need all those little chimes and bells on there.
Life, but really, what's happened since 2015. So when he says to me, Todd, you got to move fast. He's not saying that because he's impatient. He's saying that because he's seen what happens if you don't. So. Yeah, but the Department of Justice, it's a powerful beast.
So I've known Pam Bondi, your predecessor, for over 30 years. Yeah. And I know that, and I've talked to Kash Patel about this on the record, and they both have talked about investigating a grand conspiracy, which goes back 11 years of whether or not you had powerful, high-ranking government officials conspiring to take down Donald Trump. And I kind of want to go through it a little bit with you.
Yep.
And then I want to talk about what Kash and Dan Bongino told me on this podcast about burn bags in a safe room in the FBI building, which is crazy. But let's go back to the beginning. It's fascinating to me, and I want all of your thoughts on this, that the idea that they used this dirty Russian dossier, bought and paid for by Donald Trump's opponent in 2016, unverifiable, completely debunked now, as the basis of not one but four. You mentioned Rod Rosenstein. He signed the fourth one, which was the third renewal. Yep. All right, James Comey signed 3 of the 4 himself. All of these people then go before a Senate committee years later saying, knowing what you know now, would you sign that FISA warrant? They all say, oh, no, not now. No. What does that tell you?
Yeah. Look, Kash, we spent a lot of time looking at it, and Pam as well. And, you run up, just even mentioning that you're looking at what happened in 2015, 2016, every Democrat in this country, and in Washington, D.C., that's almost everybody, looks at you like you're crazy. And the reason why they do that, in my opinion, is because the alternative is to actually consider the truth. And the alternative is to say, wait a second, let's actually look at what happened. Let's and people say, let's look at it so it doesn't happen again. No, let's look at it to see why it happened. What was their motivation that did it? And what we know, and this isn't even controversial. I mean, if it's controversial, it's because somebody doesn't know how to look at themselves in the mirror or read a book, is that going into the Trump 45, going into the election, people were afraid because people saw what President Trump was doing. They saw that he had a shot at winning. Nobody thought he would win, shot at winning. And they were already actively working on what to do if that happened and how to shut it down. And here's the other thing. I've said this to President Trump. It worked. Like you said, 3 years. It worked in the sense that you have a man who's the first 3 years of his presidency, he has to spend a chunk of his time every day, 7 days a week, dealing with something that is a complete hoax. And by the way, you look at the Mueller report in its finished form, it was nothing.
That was a vindication day for me and John Solomon and Greg Jarrett and Sarah Carter and a whole Catherine Herridge and a bunch of us. We spent years of our life investigating this. You know a question I get asked most often? When is anybody going to be held accountable?
Right. Yeah. And look, that's where you look at, okay, so is this just a deep state actor who is working within the system that we've created for destruction, or is there a crime that's being committed? And so now here we are in 2025, 2026, investigating what happened 10 years ago, But I'll tell you, the theory that people have talked about, I'm not giving away state secrets, is that the conspiracy continued. So it continued throughout his presidency. It continued after he left with everything that NARA did. And when, I mean, if you get into the weeds on how they ultimately investigated leading up to a search warrant at Mar-a-Lago, never happened in this Department of Justice in history, the way they did that. You're talking about going up and telling a defense attorney for the former president of the United States, you can't have another week to respond to a subpoena. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. If there's a dirty criminal and their lawyer says, can I have another week? As a matter of course, DOJ says no problem. And here they said absolutely not. They turned around, wrote a probable cause affidavit, and then searched Mar-a-Lago. So you're talking about a continuation of conduct up until Mar-a-Lago raid, and then even continuing beyond that into the prosecutions, which are, then it gets cloudy, right? Because they were doing it for other reasons then. That wasn't just about Russia. That was about more. That was about trying to put him out forever. And and now we're sitting here saying, okay, so what are we doing? We're investigating. We have a bunch of guys investigating. Anybody, honestly, any prosecutor in this government that raises their hand and says, I want to find out what happened, I want to investigate, we have the tools in place to get them where they need to be to do it. And so, but time is not our friend.
Well, here's what I really want to ask, and I think this audience would like to know, is the statute of limitations on people like Comey and others that may have committed crimes. I think the stuff, 8647, to me, that's the low-hanging fruit with him. I think the grander conspiracy. Cash has said, Pam said, I think you have said, if I'm mistaken, correct me, that there is an ongoing grand conspiracy investigation. If it is a grand conspiracy, correct me if I'm wrong, that means the statute of limitations would not apply.
Right, that's right. It wouldn't have run. I mean, you're looking at conduct that continued up until 2 years ago. And so you have conspiracies that last 20 years, right? What you have to do as a prosecutor is prove that there's something that happened during the relevant period, statute of limitations, whether it's 5 years or 10 years, that happened within that time frame. And then the law allows you to go back as far as you need to go. We charge hundreds, if not thousands, of conspiracies every year where the beginning of the conspiracy is outside the statute of limitations. So that's not what bothers me. What I want to make sure that we do, and what is very difficult to do, is to really understand what happened starting in 2015, 2016, because you're talking about the CIA, you're talking about the intelligence community, some of whom went to work at the FBI, some of them went back to the CIA. So the FBI has a massive intelligence arm as well. It's not just the CIA, it's not just NSA. The FBI does, as we want them to, because we need them to do intelligence work for the right reasons.
Well,
so I'm not complaining about it. But that intelligence, some of the guys in the FBI intelligence community, were part of this. So they were part of it, and we know that. We know who they are. We know that some of them then went to the CIA afterwards and kept on doing what they were doing during President Trump's first term. And so that's what we're investigating, and there's a lot of work being done. The challenge, Sean, that you have, that everybody in this country, is they say, okay, well, what's being done? And Cash says this, I say it, we can't really talk about it, right? We can talk about parts of it, but the whole way the system works is there has to be work that's done in secret. And so you see stories, that we've issued 200 grand jury subpoenas, but your question should be, to who? Well, I can't tell you, Sean. And it's frustrating. And I don't.
That's not fair. This is a podcast.
Say anything.
You say whatever you know. Let me point out a small example, and then this is a minor part in many ways, but it's relevant in terms of how far they would go. According to the FISA law, as I understand it, if you present to a FISA court information, now they destroyed a really good man's life. His name is Carter Page.
Yes.
And I've interviewed him many times. And he's going to come on the podcast, I hope. And they destroyed his life, but that was a backdoor into all things Trump world. That means the Trump campaign, the Trump transition, the Trump presidency with the FISA warrants. That was the full first year of his life, but it extended far beyond that. Here's my question. The FISA application, if you present this to a secret FISA court and you give them evidence, at any point you discover the evidence you presented is false, doesn't the law require that you go back to the court and tell the court that the information was incorrect?
100%. As a matter of fact, you don't even have to know that it's false. Even if you learn that it might be false, or if you learn exculpatory information that suggests that you were not completely forthcoming with the judge, I sign those types of motions all the time. Hey, acting attorney general, we went up on this foreign national and we said that A, B, C, and D. We now think E and F apply as well. We need to tell the court that. Okay, absolutely. So that is, as a matter of course, what we expect every single person working on, well, any wire, but certainly FISA. Yes.
Okay, so this is the sinister part of it. Years later, every one of the people, everyone without exception, go before a Senate committee. I think Lindsey Graham was the one that asked the question. Knowing what you know now, would you sign the warrant?
Nope.
Never.
Right.
Okay. At what point did they have a responsibility to go back to the court and tell the court that the evidence that they presented was false?
Well, they should have done it the moment they even had an inkling that was the case. I think what we saw happen with
but they don't
Carter
normally do
is,
that. They don't normally do that. They don't go off of a gut that they're like, well, maybe we should take care of the issue that's at hand. They don't. There's no thought behind any of that. They're like, well, I better sit back and wait until I'm told what to do. Be all meek and all.
It was overcome by events. They got caught. They didn't. So what normally happens, what should happen, is that no one gets caught. The law enforcement that's working it learn about it and volunteer and say, hey, we need to do the right thing. That's not what happened with that. They got caught. And so then they were caught, and then kind of sheepishly have to go back to the court because now the whole world knows what they did. So what you tell the court something they just read about the paper. So that's not the way it's supposed to work.
Well, again, it gets back to the issue the question I get asked all the time: what about accountability? What about accountability? And my understanding in Carter Page's case is he actually was a patriot. He did travel to foreign countries, would come back to America, sit down with three-letter agencies and answer any question they had, and was working for them.
Right.
So he was a patriot that got portrayed as an enemy.
As an enemy, and not even, and he was a victim in the truest sense of the word, because they weren't really even going after him. They were trying to get to Trump. And so that's even the worst story about that, is that he was really just, he was just standing there. He's the wrong place, wrong time, you know. And you're right, his life, you still can't Google his name without everything coming up.
It's true. It's all right. So that is the beginning, really, of they wanted to get Trump. You mentioned the intelligence community, and I have a lot of questions about this. Dan Bongino put out a now famous tweet: a Republic cannot survive, based on what he had seen one Saturday night when he found the burn bag. Apparently, and then I learned this from Kash Patel, the burn bag was in a safe room that nobody knew existed. Dan Bongino said he believes an honorable agent left the information there on purpose. And it was in writing all of the things that they knew that they were doing is wrong. Have you seen that? Have you seen those documents?
I know of its existence. I've seen some of the material, but I haven't. You know, I haven't.
You're not going to tell me, are you?
I can't tell you. No, but it's true. What Dan talked about, and Kash has talked about it as well, is burn bags are everywhere in the federal government, for better or for worse. And that's the way we get rid of classified materials that we have extra copies of. Or if you go to a meeting and there's 10 copies of a briefing, so it's not the existence of a burn bag that I think is interesting or problematic, depending on which side you're on. This one was in a place where I get the point that an honorable FBI agent might have left it there, because it was not where it would normally be to be destroyed. So it kind of stumbled on it. But it looked almost intentional.
Was it a room that nobody knew existed?
Yeah, apparently. So Hoover's yes, apparently. I've talked to Kash about it a bunch of times. Like, I mean, I don't want to say it was like a secret room, but it wasn't an obvious room that people went in all the time and things like that. I mean, it's we found a room like that at DOJ.
Well, Hannity knows that there's secret rooms everywhere.
It's not fair to say it was a secret room, but it's a room that had a lot of material in it. It was actually from
the CIA. We know better.
Jack Smith investigation, and nobody knew it existed. And so it's not stuff that in the regular course we would have found.
Trying to play it off.
Do you think you found evidence in that room?
Yes. Yeah, we're looking at it.
Damning evidence.
Some of it's already gone. A lot of it's already gone to Chairman Grassley. So some of this materials that Chairman Grassley's released publicly and Senator Johnson's released publicly already have come from those materials.
They have both done a phenomenal job.
Yes.
All right. So staying on this Russia hoax, here's one of the more interesting things to me. So after the 2016 election, remember the whole narrative is that Vladimir Putin and Russia wanted Donald Trump to win, and the evidence was Hillary Clinton's bought and paid for, unverifiable, now debunked, dirty Russian dossier. Okay. And then at the end of the election, Donald Trump wins in 2016, shocks the world. They didn't think he would win.
Right.
Okay, he wins. It was a big win for him. And Donald Trump wins, and then career, professional, senior intel officials do what's called an ICA, Intelligence Community Assessment. And they conclude Russia did not interfere in the 2016 election. You're aware of that?
Yes. Right. By the way, there's healthy debate amongst that, as there should be. So I'm saying, just generally speaking, when there's an ICA, sometimes State Department says no, we think something's different. CIA says something, and that's the way that our intelligence community synthesizes and comes up with a position that they have on whatever the issues they're discussing. And so it's not as if this was a they all have their own agencies, they all have their own reporting structure, the different ways they evaluate evidence, and what we saw along the way was between November and January 20th, when the president during the first term, is this pressure to suggest something that's not true. So and again, like, that happens a lot. Okay, it does. And by the way, we should be okay with that. Healthy debate. I think you're wrong, Sean. You think I'm wrong. Let's. But this was coming from the pressure was coming from leadership in the White House at the time, as opposed to from career agents saying, no, I think you're misreading this memo, or I think you're misreading this phone call that we had.
But the career senior guys, intel officials, they concluded that right after the 2016 election.
Even before, yeah, right up into it. Yes,
as they were. You're right. Before too, as well. They were following it. Put it that way.
Right.
Maybe a better way to put it. Then something interesting happens in December of 2016. Donald Trump is now the president-elect of our country. December 8th, 2016, Obama, Oval Office, White House meeting. Obama, Biden, Clapper, Brennan, I'm not sure who else. They have a meeting. They don't like the career senior intel officials assessment. They order another one that contradicts the real one that they got. Well, that to me is the moment where the Russia hoax was really launched, because that became the narrative that
filing charges, do
influenced the election to help Donald Trump win.
Messing around.
Yeah, and that's also the narrative that then took 2.5+ years to quell and push.
I'm with you on that one. Dom. I mean, stop playing games. I don't really like the games. The games aren't necessary. They're politicians. They're there to do the job and do it correctly. Kind of like this guy.
down, right? So it did again. Like let's be honest about it.
You're like Rubio's vice president.
It worked. They did a good job. I mean, credit due. It was literally made up. And you hear the president talk about it, and he's talked about it publicly. But that the first time people say there's some issue with Russia, he's like, whatever. No, there's not. I'm not worried about it. Oh no, sir, there's some Russia stuff. Nope, it's not true. So I'm not worried about it. And then all of a sudden he realizes, wait a second. What is happening? Russia is literally nothing. So this isn't like I did something, but they're exaggerating what my role with Russia, or yes, I have friends there. No, this is literally made up. It is a hoax, and you see President Trump talk about it publicly, and I get it because it continues to this day. He wants to just make sure folks understand that everything that happened with Comey, then what Comey did to force the DOJ to appoint Mueller, and then Mueller gets full reign. He gets a bunch of prosecutors, most of whom who were hated President Trump, to come in, and 2 years go by. They write this long report, but it could have been written in like 4 words. This was a hoax. We're out of here.
So what about the people that conspired or didn't like the original ICA assessment, and then they meet with Obama in the Oval Office, and they decide to do another one that contradicts the real one? For example, go back to James Comey going to Trump Tower, asking to talk to Trump alone. Talks about the Ritz-Carlton hookers in Moscow. Remember that ridiculous? By the way, if you know Donald Trump, he's a germphobe.
Right.
Okay. Right away.
That's right.
Urinating, not happening in a million years.
It's not even.
It was complete.
Stupid.
It was complete BS.
Yeah.
And all of that took place. They knew what they were doing. It seems to me. I believe.
Yeah.
I interpret. I've been following it for years. And
like, what's the crime though, Sean? So you're right, and I'm not saying there isn't a crime. I'm saying what we have to do now, what we're doing now, is saying, okay, so if not all bad conduct is federal crimes, right? Like you're allowed to be really dirty in politics without committing a federal crime. So at what point do the decisions they made and the things that they do cross over from just being dirty sore losers because Hillary didn't win to we have committed a federal crime, which requires me to be someone to get indicted and go to prison, and that's what we're looking at now. So we know everything you're talking about is true, but then the next step is, okay, we have a set of laws that you cannot violate. Which one did? If one's violated, what was it? And then how can I prove it? So even if it looks really bad, we have to have prosecutors who put evidence in that says, oh yeah, and we know it, and that's what we're working on now. And it's not easy to do that.
So let me follow up though. If I, as a leading, let's say I'm the FBI director, and
that would be great.
That would be. I can't do as good a job as Cash. Cash is doing a great job.
Yes.
But if I'm the FBI director and I'm trying to influence the outcome of an election, and I'm willing to use information I know to be false to influence the election, or if I'm setting up a president with roadblocks that I know will be troublesome beyond anybody's comprehension, which is what they did. They set it up, and the legacy media, and I think if there's any reason for my success at all, it's because they're so bad. And they went with every lie. They went with the dirty dossier. They went with all of it. They never said, I'm sorry. They never retracted their stories. Right. Never.
Yeah.
There's breaking news, Donald Trump, more information.
Din, 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 din. Now stop. Vanilla Ice says that he's going to be okay. He's going to actually do the 250. It's going to be all Vanilla Ice. Donald Trump, Vanilla Ice, Kid Rock. That's all you need.
Information about Russia. And that went on for 3 years. Are you saying that if you do all that?
No, I mean, I think that's what you just talked about. If a leadership in government, whether it's FBI director or somebody at the White House, did it with that intention, that's a crime, and that's what we're looking at, and that's what we have to prove.
How would you describe the DOJ under Obama and under Biden? I would use the term weaponized. Am I wrong?
I mean, weaponized in the worst way. So, but also weaponized, but then also prioritizing things that certainly under President Trump, we do not prioritize. Like when you talk about letting law enforcement go back to do their jobs, we're talking about arresting drug dealers, arresting robbers, arresting like massive fraudsters and scammers. That is not what the priority was during either Obama or Biden. And then the weaponization that happened certainly under Garland and Biden I talk about it till I'm blue in the face. And you talk about it if you're testifying on the Hill, Democrat senators just blow right by you and act like you're not saying anything. But you have a situation where, just think about this for a moment, Sean. Virtually anybody associated with President Trump had to get a criminal defense attorney.
Had to get
a criminal defense attorney. Okay, think about that. He's a president of the United States. Okay, I'm talking about his gardeners at Mar-a-Lago. Talking about his Secret Service detail. Okay, Secret Service detail has to go testify in front of the grand jury. His assistants, his low-level aides, his senior leadership, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Everybody has to go and get criminal defense attorneys. If you look around the room now in the Oval Office, there's a bunch of criminal defense attorneys. That's because we all had to get involved in the administration because of how weaponized it was. Can never happen. And we're not talking about targeting one person. Oh, the Secretary of Defense under President Trump one. We have to look at him. No. If you were a cabinet secretary, you had to hire a criminal defense attorney.
What a Vic Monsterly.
And not just hire one as preventative. You were getting subpoenas. You were testifying in the grand jury. President Trump had a conversation with his criminal defense attorney, who I won't name him, but he's a great lawyer, as anybody does when they get a subpoena. A privileged communication, lawyer and client.
Yeah.
And Jack Smith's team rolled right into a judge who hated the president and said, we think we need that. We should get that conversation. The judge said, oh yeah, sounds good to me. It's crazy.
There was a lot of that. All right, if it feels like everybody's sick right now, guess what? You are not imagining it. Now, doctors say this is the worst cold and flu season in 25. UrgentCareKit.com, and you will be healthier and prepared.
Sellout.
Let's kind of backtrack a little bit.
Sean Hannity's the CIA sellout.
You were a prosecutor in the Southern District of New York.
Yes.
Which, by the way, is probably the premier, if not the premier place.
We like to think so, yes.
Well, really, you had rock stars come out of there. People like Andy McCarthy and Rudy Giuliani.
Yep, right.
I mean, some of the best prosecutors in the country come out of there. And then you went to the criminal defense side. And this is where you got involved with President Trump on issues, for example, of I will never for the life of me, and I want, if you can, to explain this to this audience. Okay, a legal NDA, non-disclosure agreement. Backtrack. What are the odds that the Southern District of New York, Alvin Bragg's office, Letitia James' office, if we got into their personal records, that they have all signed NDAs? What is the odds of that?
It's guaranteed.
Guaranteed.
Guaranteed,
Right?
yeah.
Common practice among business, happens every day. Not that uncommon.
Yeah,
okay.
Of course not.
Trump, legal NDA, paid for as a legal expense, labeled as a legal expense. Explain to me how that became, what was it, 34 felony counts?
34 felony counts. Yeah, I mean, again, incredible travesty. And not only that, but to prove those, they admittedly had to rely on evidence that was tainted, evidence that multiple prosecutors had rejected, including the SDNY federal, the U.S. Attorney's Office had rejected it. Alvin Bragg rejected it. So, it seems like, and by the way, at the same time he was.
Thank you, McMonsterly, for that gifted. Landed on Dominion After Dark. Nice. Nice. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Dealing with Bragg, he had James literally trying to destroy his life's work and his kids. And there's not enough. You can never focus enough on what the AG did in New York, going after the company. It's now been completely thrown out almost to pennies. But she went after all of his kids, so much so his daughter was dismissed from the case at some point. Like even the most liberal among us, the judges in New York, said, "Oh no, the daughter's too much. Let's just destroy his sons and him." That's what they did. And I sat there. I wasn't the lawyer in that case, but I was in the courtroom a lot. You had 10 lawyers. You had a judge who could not hide his disdain for the Trump organization and President Trump and his family, and everybody knew he was going to smash them, and everybody knew it was not appropriate legally, and everybody had to just stand there and take it because there was nothing you could do in that system. And sure enough, he did. He took every one of the arguments that James's people gave and wrote a decision that, again, even the first department in Manhattan said that's insane. No, and kicks it out.
Well, can you explain their thinking, getting their frame of mind? How do you go from a legal NDA to 34 felony counts? We called it a novel legal theory.
They admitted it was a novel legal theory, and they had to jump through a lot of hoops, which, by the way, the appellate courts have not addressed yet. And I very much believe that we will get this whole conviction reversed in short order. But they had to use all kinds of novel legal theories, including claiming that it was a campaign contribution that it clearly was not.
But wait, it was before the 2016 election.
It was before the election, had nothing to do with the election. The payment started after the election. The payments that went to Michael Cohen when he admittedly did work for the president while he was president. I mean, there's no dispute about that. He did work. It's on the record. And so it was a show trial, the likes of which we haven't seen in this country in a long time. And by the way, their goal was, who cares, right? Because if he doesn't become president again, we've won. And so their motivation was pure. It wasn't to send him to prison in that case. Jack Smith wanted to send him to prison, but this was
the lead up to the 2020 election,
right? That's right.
So they wanted to, who was it that said? Maybe the president said. Maybe it was Eric Trump that said that if he had decided not to run, none of this would have happened.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. And those smug prosecutors would say, "Oh no, this has nothing to do with the fact that he's running." All right, yeah, you should work on that in the mirror.
But here's the thing: he was convicted on 34 federal charges. So, is it an accurate statement to say he either wins in 24, wins the White House? It's either the White House or the Big House.
Yes. I mean, oh man, oh yeah, absolutely. What don't forget, he had a DC case breathing down his neck.
Right.
The DC case, he had the Florida case, which had been dismissed, but they were appealing it, and then he had a judge in New York who there's no scenario in which he wasn't going to send President Trump to prison, and he didn't after the president won. So the consequences of 2024 for this country are priceless, but for him and his family, also priceless.
It really, this is what Dan Bongino said too. And I think this is why it's important and why I'm spending time with you on this, because there is a grand conspiracy investigation, correct?
Yes, there is. Yes,
That's
absolutely.
well known, and
100%.
there is a grand jury in Florida, a grand jury, I believe, in one other state as well, right?
Yep.
Okay, so this is all being investigated, and it's whether or not a pattern of behavior has taken place to destroy this man, one family, one organization. Is that fair?
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. I think that's exactly what we're looking at. And also, and again, you do have to show a pattern because some of the events happened in 2015, and so it's now 2026. But that's not hard to do, and prosecutors do that all the time. So I don't want to I don't think a lot of time needs to be spent on that. If you're saying, well, it happened in 2015, that a lot of cases we charge go back 10 years.
Let me go back one more second. I have one more question on the 34 charges, felony charges. It's a non-disclosure agreement. Wasn't for really that much money.
Not signed by President Trump, by the way. Okay, just
for the record.
Yeah, I mean it wasn't. So he was charged with it. He didn't sign it.
Right. And wasn't the testimony of the lawyer at the time that he did this on his own?
He did it on his own. He did it on his own. He wanted to protect. He thought it made sense to do it, and then after the election, so after it happened, he testified that he basically said to the president, "I took care of that." And the president's like, "Whatever, okay." Like, so there was not ever a affirmative action by then candidate Trump to do that. And without getting too into the weeds on litigation and lawyering, but what the judge in that case did. Not only in the way the jury was selected, which basically made it impossible to have anybody that was fair and impartial in the jury, basically encouraged the whole veneer, anybody that came in the courtroom, that they could just leave. So the only people that stay are the people that see President Trump there and really want to go after him. And so we had a jury that was not a jury of his peers. And then we had a judge, when you instruct the jurors on the law, that's very important. And this judge just did virtually everything that the government, Alvin Bragg's prosecutors wanted him to do. So the jury was handed a very easy task. It was not complicated.
Is there any evidence potentially of coordination with high-ranking officials in government coordinating with local prosecutors?
Oh, I mean, there's direct evidence. The number 2 prosecutor on the case against the president was a man who was temporarily number three. So the Associate Attorney General's office at DOJ in Garland. He went from that very senior position, to the AG's office first, not to brag, to the AG's office to try to go after the president.
He was number 3 at DOJ.
Yes.
A big job.
Yeah, he was acting. He was never confirmed by the Senate, but he was in the Associate Attorney General's office. It's a very big job. And you're talking about overseeing the entire civil division, thousands of lawyers. And he went to the state AG's office at first to work for James, investigating Trump. Okay, so this guy goes to New York, goes to the AG's office, investigates Trump. At some point, it becomes clear that they're only going to go after him civilly and not criminally, which they ultimately did. He then jumps to a whole new job. Okay, it's a whole new job as an assistant district attorney working in Alvin Bragg's office.
I'm not dismissing that job because that would be a big job too, but compared to number 3 at the DOJ and to go to a local DA's office and take a low-level position like that, unheard of.
I mean, not only is it unheard of, it's also normally a DA like Alvin Bragg wouldn't hire somebody like that. Like, I wouldn't bring in a senior DOJ official to be a line ADA. Not only that, but a very senior official wouldn't apply to be a line ADA. Like, that's just not the way a career trajectory works. And it was blatant to go after President Trump. And President Trump, I mean, now that he's won, it seems like, it's not worth spending much energy on it. But at the time, President Trump was like, what are you guys doing? A senior DOJ guy is literally sent to New York to try to go after me. And everybody was like, no, you got it wrong.
See, for people that maybe don't follow all of this as closely as, say, I do or others do, and they hear the president say often, Russia.
I have my window open. Give me a second. Of course, the day that you decide to actually, open your window is the same day that the neighbor decides to finally mow the lawn for the first time of the year.
Russia. Okay. He lived through that. Every day he would sit in a
What's up,
courtroom.
Benji?
He'd come out. He'd talk to the press. He could have hung it up.
Yeah.
But he hung in there, gets 34 convictions, is facing life in jail, the rest of his life in jail. He was a multi-billionaire. He did not need to go into politics. And he still kept fighting.
Yep.
I don't think most people would do that.
No, man. And it's what frustrates me. Yes, you're right. Something came to me a couple weeks ago. The president can take it, and he's showing that. But just because he can take it doesn't mean we should give it. So, he can take it. He does this for the country, and he really does. Like, he is dedicated. He owns golf courses. He has one of the most beautiful places in America in Palm Beach. Great place in New Jersey. He's doing this.
He's got great places everywhere.
Everywhere.
Let's be honest.
Listen, I don't want to even try to rank him. I'll get in trouble. But so. And then he can take it. Like, he gets indicted. He tells a story all the time about how he would call and his wonderful wife. He would say, "I got indicted again. I just got indicted again." And he can take it. And he did it. And he stayed above it. And he stayed on message. And he won. But that doesn't mean we should give it. That doesn't. We should be better. Like, we should be better. We shouldn't have done what we did to him during the Biden administration. We should have been better than that. We shouldn't have done what we did to him in 2015. We should have been better than that. And we shouldn't be doing what we're doing to him now. We should be better than that. At some point, the mainstream media should recognize, you know what, we got this wrong.
But the question is, if you don't hold people accountable, why would you expect anything to change when they get back in power one day?
That's exactly right. I mean, I think unless there's consequences, and there's different ways to hold for accountability, right? I think one way to hold the government accountable is to win, which he did, right? And I talked to, one way to show that you were right and that this shouldn't happen and that the Democrats have to change the way they are is to have power, which we have. Other ways is to get rid of bad people. It's to make sure that if there's somebody that whether it's a prosecutor, an agent, or somebody outside of DOJ, they can't work here. They have to go get another job. And then there's consequences like outing what happened,
go
right? So
somewhere else.
Different than someone going to prison, but saying we have done a review and this is what we found when it comes to things like FACE Act, when it comes to things like what's the FBI and DOJ were doing with some of these investigations. No one's going to prison.
And it's pretty nice. You don't have to go to prison.
Committed, but we are putting a memo out, we're putting out information so that everybody knows that we kind of self-cleaned and this isn't going to happen again. And then whether somebody needs to get indicted and go to prison is another big part of it. And that's something that, again, as I say to people all the time during Biden's administration, where we are right now, so we're sitting here Memorial Day weekend. During Biden's administration, they hadn't even raided Mar-a-Lago yet. Okay, that came in a couple months from now. So we're moving fast, but it does take time, and it does take. You have to be careful, and you have to do it right, and that's what we're trying to do.
Let's go to the Mar-a-Lago raid. Unprecedented also. Interestingly, the comments in July of 2016 of Comey, no reasonable prosecutor would prosecute, talking about Hillary Clinton, top secret, classified information on servers. I have sources telling me that might be retrievable or has been retrieved. Have you heard that?
Yes.
Has it been retrieved?
There's things that we can't talk about, Sean.
That's not fair.
Even on your podcast, my friend. Yeah. So look, that's one of the big issues is data that's missing, and is it really missing, or is there a way to get it? And yeah.
So we may one day get that information, and it may be public one day.
Look, I think if we have that information, there's not again, this is where the truth should matter. We are extraordinarily transparent. I mean, President Trump is releasing anything and everything that the American people want to see when it comes to everything from UFOs to.
I'm fascinated with the UFO stuff. Have you seen it all?
I have not seen it all. No.
I want all the information you got.
I'm trying to run a department. But yeah, so that's the kind of thing that there's been so much drama around that over the past 10 years, and so if we have it, is that something that the Senate might want to see? I would imagine they would.
Let me go back to the Mar-a-Lago raid because I know a lot more about it than I think most people. Okay, that happens. Here's one very interesting tidbit to me, and I want you to comment on it, is the FBI had previously
because you're CIA, you'd probably know a little bit more than most anyway when it comes to the Mar-a-Lago stuff that occurred anyway. Oh, okay. You don't gotta lie to us, just tell us the truth. We know.
requested that they look for. Now, backtrack. Hillary Clinton was never president. The Presidential Records Act never applied to her.
Correct.
Never applied to Joe Biden because he was only vice president. 4 locations. He had top secret classified information. Just stuff next to the Corvette was one place.
Right.
There were 3 other locations. Hillary with the server that got cleaned out with bleach bit. Did you ever hear bleach bit before that?
Only in the context of the server in her restroom.
Okay, exactly. So the interesting part to me is the FBI had previously gone to Mar-a-Lago and they had full access of the entire place. And my understanding is, and I don't know if you are aware of this, is that the FBI called back a day or 2 later and asked that one particular room have an extra padlock put on it because they thought maybe some of the information there shouldn't have been moved. Donald Trump didn't lift a box, didn't pack a box when he left the White House. at the end of his first term.
I mean, look, we put that in public filings that not only the FBI, but federal prosecutors went to meet with the president. He met with them. He said, what can we do? We're here to help. You can look anywhere you want to look. Go ahead. And they did. They walked around. They looked. The prosecutors too, not just FBI agents. And you're right. A day or two later, they said that it looked like one of the locks on one of the rooms needed to be fixed. And by the way, President Trump did it. He told it, of course, do whatever you want to do. So they fixed it. And yeah, you're right. That's the other thing is you're President of the United States. The boxes that were either flown down on Air Force One or sent down by GSA, the organization that moves materials like this, he didn't pack any boxes. And there's a lot of we put a lot of stuff in our public filings about this, but they couldn't put a single one of the challenges they had, aside from the fact that the whole case was unconstitutional, is they had a factual issue. They couldn't put the president doing the alleged crime. And they didn't care. Like, oh, well, so they would have, so for example, when the president, if there was a particular classified document, they have to prove that the president kept that. So how could they prove that? They couldn't. Well, we think we talked about it in a particular briefing. Which date? Well, we think it was this date. Did he take it out of the room? We don't know for sure. Okay, so how are you going to convict him beyond a reasonable doubt?
Okay, so then we have Tulsi Gabbard's findings.
Yeah.
Merrick Garland himself signed off
that's right.
on that raid.
Yeah.
What does that say to you?
No, I mean, look, we found that and Tulsi released it, but that was something that we saw. Well, it says to me, here's what it says to me. On the one hand, I would expect an attorney general to sign off on something like that. So I don't question that. Like if there's a meaningful search like that, I think that either whether it's Pam Bondi or me, we should sign off on this. I don't quibble with that. But what I do quibble with is a narrative for the past 3 years that Biden and Garland had a hands-off approach. That's the problem. The problem isn't that he signed off on it. The problem is that he didn't own up to being involved in that investigation. That's the challenge in my mind.
Okay, so they go in, they raid the place, they go into Barron's room, they go into Melania's, personal items. I mean, it's horrible. It's a double standard, you would agree, right?
Yes.
A dual system of justice.
Yeah.
All right. Then we got a whole other question that comes up. And I know real estate, I've invested in real estate for years of my life. And okay, if you just a minor perusal of the cost of property in Palm Beach, okay, you can right now in Palm Beach buy there's one 2-acre lot for sale for $200 million. That is insane. To average person watching is like, get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
$200 million. I can show it to you. It's on Zillow. You can look at realtor.com. Okay. And then this judge gives a valuation of Mar-a-Lago. What was it? $18 million.
Yeah.
Okay. It's worth over $1 billion minimum.
Yes.
22 acres, historical property, 2 clubs associated with it. Okay.
It also goes from the bay to the ocean. Like it's not just part. I mean, it's
the intercoastal to the ocean.
The intercoastal to the ocean. So this is yes, that was that's
Right, and it gets worse because the president wanted to bring in a realtor that knows Palm Beach real estate to testify. What was the judge's name in that case?
Yeah, Ngoran.
The dumbest. Well, no, maybe the most biased.
Yeah,
although there are a couple of.
Yeah, he was right.
And they wouldn't. He stuck with a valuation of $18 million. It's worth well over $1 billion. How come people don't get outraged over that? How do they not see that as weaponization?
I know. And you remember the president while that was happening, he was literally screaming from the top of his lungs as only he can effectively about that.
He wasn't screaming. Well, he was getting animated.
He just had all caps. But he was right. And he couldn't get, you look at the New York Times, they, very boring headlines. The judge still relies on 18. What? Come on, man. It's embarrassing.
It's so unfair. Okay, so we've talked about a lot of things. We haven't even touched all of it. Starting in July of 2016, no reasonable prosecutor would prosecute. FISA abuse, FISA courts, lied to, ICA, everything leading up to 2020, the novel legal theory, 34 felony counts, Mar-a-Lago valuation, legal NDA, all of it together. Explain the difficulty in proving a grand conspiracy, because that's the only way top officials that were after him would be able to be held accountable.
So I don't know if what I would say about the challenges is what you just described involves dozens of people, and each one had a role, each one played a part. So you just talked about Ngoran. He's a state judge in Lower Manhattan. Is he a member of the conspiracy, or does he just, a pawn? So when you charge somebody, you're not just. It's one thing to say there was a grand conspiracy, but at the end of the day, conspiracies are committed by individuals. So you have to actually identify a defendant and say, okay, these are the 5 defendants who agreed to do something, and we know they have to have a similar goal under our laws, and then they have to take steps to accomplish that goal. And so that's where and by the way, I'm not suggesting that we don't have that evidence. I'm saying when you talk about the challenges, that's the challenge, is we have to prove that, okay, Sean Hannity and Todd Blanche had a goal, that they agreed on it, and that we took steps to accomplish it. And if somebody along the way helps us, are they a co-conspirator, or are they just, are they just helping along the way with something they didn't know the ultimate goal? So that's the thorny evidentiary issues we're trying to get.
See, when people have called my radio show and they'll ask me, Sean, you've been reporting on this, John Solomon and Greg Jarrett and Sarah Carter and all these people, and when are these people going to be held accountable? I guess what has given me the most hope is what we referred to earlier. If they put this stuff in writing, and they thought it was permanently, evaporated and burned,
right,
and it still exists, is it that damning?
Yeah, that, and the other thing you have is everybody involved along the way, we're not all part of it. And so the other thing that we have is we have witnesses who said, yeah, that was interesting they did that. Yes, after the White House meeting, it was interesting, because then a few days later, this wording was changed, right? The intelligence assessment was adjusted to either being more likely or less likely. Was that interesting to you at the time? Yeah, I thought it was very suspicious. So you also have witnesses along the way that maybe they only know a little part of it, but it does help the proof that you develop about about the guys that you're actually going after.
Let's talk about individuals. And Comey is Brennan, Clapper.
Yeah.
Biden.
Yeah. I mean, all those folks were certainly part of it, at least in the 2015 to 2016 time period. But then as they're gone, and then Mueller's appointed, but it's not just like Mueller, right? There's a whole group behind him, and it's not just FBI. There's still the intelligence community that is motivated to keep the narrative going. And so, you identified some folks that were definitely part of it at its inception, but it would have died.
Obama.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think that there's no scenario under which anybody believes that between the November election when President Trump won and January 20th, there was the White House, putting aside Obama directly,
We're
White
talking
House,
about 2016 into 17.
Sorry, 2016 into 2017, in between November and January, that the White House wasn't actively trying to adjust the intelligence, because that assessment was very important to them.
What does it mean when a government can go after one person? I think this is what Dan Bongino was referring to when he said, no Republican survive. I don't disagree with him.
I don't either. And you see Democrats get so enraged at this Department of Justice now, because they know how effective it was. And that's what people need to realize. The American people need to realize that it worked. The president's agenda for almost 3 years was adjusted because of this. He had to spend time working on this issue as opposed to running a country. And that's what we're fiercely trying to protect this administration from now. We're going to get our administration priorities through, and we're not going to let we're not going to let false narratives. We're not going to let what happened last time happen this time, and that, because 4 years is not that long, and my job isn't politics. I'm not on the political side, but I do think that the president was given, the American people spoke very loudly and very clearly about what they wanted.
So there's been a big issue. I had a long discussion with Eric Trump about this. Every single member of the Trump family's personal tax returns were released. That's illegal, isn't it?
Correct. Yeah.
Every business entity that the Trump family owns, their tax returns were released.
Right. That's right.
Okay. And
some of the employees, by the way, not even the Trump name, some of the men and women that have worked in the Trump organization for decades as well had their taxes released.
So there was the settlement that took place, $1.76 billion, if I have the number right. And a lot of people have been critical. And I've heard that senators were a little rough on you in a meeting recently. Okay, it was a $10 billion lawsuit. How often does the Department of Justice make settlements with people that sue the government?
I mean, first of all, we settle cases every day. And by the way, for those historians that are listening, for many years, Congress had to approve settlements. So when there was a settlement that DOJ wanted to enter into, Congress, because they have the power of the purse, they had to say, yes, we're okay giving $1,000 to this guy. At some point over the years, it changed. In the 50s, we were allowed to settle cases up to $100,000. And then later on, Congress said, you can settle cases, DOJ, as you see fit. And the settlement that we entered into last week, by the way, is the president saying, and his family and the Trump org saying, we do not want a dime. We're just an apology. Mm-hmm. So you cannot walk away from the fact that the president, as he has said all along, and his family have said, we do not want a dime. We are settling for nothing, just an apology. And then part of that settlement is setting up a anti-weaponization fund, which again, funny all the criticism, nobody said it's illegal. Nobody said it's contrary to law. We don't just enter into settlements that are against the law. We have really smart lawyers at OLC, real smart lawyers at Treasury, and what we did was entirely legal and appropriate. And again, the Trump family gets nothing. There was a lot of
put a little emphasis on that. The Trump family gets nothing.
Right.
How do you determine who would be eligible?
So there's going to be five commissions, 5 members of the commission. They will determine who's eligible, and there's a lot of drama around that. Well, if you beat the living daylights out of a cop, you're going to make them rich? No, I wouldn't expect the 5 commissioners to make that guy rich. On the other hand, if you're the grandmother that was literally on her knees praying in front of a clinic and was hauled off in handcuffs and had to hire a lawyer and give away a big chunk of her life savings, should she get some money back? Maybe. The commissioners are going to probably look favorably on that. And so there's a lot of anticipated drama that I don't think will ultimately pan out. And this, by the way, when President Trump ran for re-election, he said that he believed many people had the DOJ weaponized against them and that he would try to help them. So this is a campaign promise that the American people voted him in to do. And we haven't given a dime out yet. And I can't wait for history to judge us on this, because there'll be a lot of people who realize that the frustration and the apprehension around it. And look, by the way, part of it is that a lack of knowledge. Like, what are you guys going to do? What are the conditions going to be? And so we're working to get that information out as well. But yeah, he settled for nothing. There was a lot of drama around the fact that he settled with his own DOJ, right? There's a legal maxim going back to the 1400s called the rule of necessity. And is a congressman allowed to work on tax legislation if he or she stands to benefit from it? Of course, it's their job. They're a congressman. When Bill Barr was presented with whether to, when Mueller said you might want to indict the president for obstruction, and Bill Barr said no, was that a conflict? That was his AG saying, I'm not going to indict you, sir. No, we do that all the time when judges have pay raises for judges. And so there's a lawsuit filed against federal judges, that federal judges file saying we're entitled to a pay raise. Every federal judge stands to benefit. And so, of course, they have to work on the case. So listen, we have to do hard things. You know, we have to make tough decisions. And the president's lawyers said to my lawyers, he doesn't want a dime. He doesn't want a dime. And so... And it's true, and neither did any of the other plaintiffs, his sons in the Trump organization. So this was the right thing to do for the American people. And I know that history will look back and say that this was the right thing to do.
Let me ask you this. One of the big issues, and this frustrates me a little bit, is the president, you mentioned, we talked earlier about transparency, and there has been transparency but it's a little more nuanced and I think a little bit more context and texture than people were willing to give in terms of transparency. Epstein files, JFK files, RFK files, MLK files, UFO files. However, it's all, keep coming out. I want you to talk about the transparency part of it, but this is one frustrating part to me. Do you realize not one time was Merrick Garland ever asked, for example, about the Epstein files, or were they ever asked to release any of the things that are now being released? Not a single time.
Right. That's right. No, and by the way, it was the first Trump administration that prosecuted him, Epstein. By
Welcome
the way.
to
and,
the
and when we
pond,
talk about
mailman.
The Epstein files and transparency,
307.
there were laws that did not allow any DOJ to release all the files, because we have laws that exist that protect the grand jury
kind of
process.
listening at the moment.
But guess what? Laws can be changed.
Kind of listening at the moment when it comes down to it. Sometimes we need to use the 2 ears that we're given, and listen, as opposed to thinking that we need to talk all the time. I find it kind of nice to do just that. Really seriously waiting for Todd Blanche, this guy that's currently talking to Hannity, to hold his oversight Department of Justice meeting here with the House panel in about an hour. So that, we kind of have a little bit of time. I have a couple other things that I'd like to see if I can try covering. I usually find way too much and then don't get through all of it. So I'm going to try limiting myself to a point. There are some things like primaries going on tonight. I'm in the great state of South Dakota, so our primaries are tonight. I had voted the other day. A little bit of early vote because I could. I had the abilities to get out and do so. at that time. It works out better that way sometimes for those that know how to do so. You should go out and vote in your primaries. Um, if it's one of your states that are up for just that, we'll probably watch Kornacki because it's easy to pick on this dumbass. Um, just saying. Uh, the floor's open. Floor's open for the most. Anybody that knows how to get in here, you can go grab your link. You can come climb in here and come hang out, do that thing with me. Otherwise, you know.
And that's what Congress did. That's what the president signed. And so I share your frustration. You talk about MLK, you talk about JFK, you talk about the UFO files, you talk about what Tulsi released, historical information about intelligence and lack thereof. That's something that most presidents to this point have not committed themselves to doing. It's much easier to say no. We're gonna not release that. It takes a real commitment to transparency to do what
Listen
President
to
Trump has
Matt
ordered us to do.
regular,
And
right? See what it really sounds like to listen to this man as opposed to he'd been sped up for the majority of it. We had him at 1.5, whatever, to kind of catch it up. And now that we're like the last 20, 30 minutes or whatever, um, and he's got another hour before this thing starts, we'll kind of slow that down. We'll kind of slow it down a little bit. We'll listen to what he actually his actual cadence sounds like, so he doesn't seem weird once we get to the meeting or to um the testifying.
you know the American people, again, like we're talking about this in the middle of it all. In 3 years and 4 years and 8 years, people will look back and realize the volume of material that this one president made public compare him to anybody.
It's also a process that is difficult because if you just released raw files, people's names might be mentioned that are completely innocent.
Sure.
And that could damage their reputation forever. You have to consider that.
Yeah, and we didn't with the Epstein Transparency Act because the act specifically said we couldn't consider that. But that's a real consideration. So there was banking information released by some financial institutions about individuals that had nothing to do with the Epstein case, but the law directed us to release that too. That's not what we as the American people expect from our Justice Department, I don't think.
Listen, I have had judges release personal, private text messages. Me and Paul Manafort, the J6 committee, me and Kayleigh McEnany,
Yeah.
me and Jim Jordan, me and Mark Meadows, me and other people. I felt it was an invasion of my privacy.
Super invasive.
By the way, I promise you, not one liberal in
Super
America is going to
invasive.
give a hoot what happens to me,
little
but
bit.
I'll be honest, I don't want it to happen to them either.
Yeah.
I should be entitled to some privacy,
Of
right?
course. Also, we promise you that when I ask you to be a witness in a case, or will you help us solve this crime, we promise you we're going to do everything we can to protect everything you tell us, and that's the way our system works. That's the way that we solve crimes. And so the Epstein case was obviously an exception to that, but there's a good reason why we don't release materials from victims, from witnesses, and that needs to stay kind of confidential for good reasons, or else why would anybody ever cooperate? You shouldn't.
All right, I want to be honest.
Your show, we know it's okay. You can continue to be a show. We sometimes listen to you only because of your guest. Just saying.
.com today. Let me go to, there's been so much in the news lately about corruption, COVID relief monies, or, look at the corruption in Minnesota, or look at Nick Shirley. He's a great kid, right?
Yeah, great.
He's
Really good guy.
gutsy.
Yeah.
He's in California. They're debating whether to silence Nick Shirley
Yeah.
and fine him for exposing daycare centers that exist in name only. However, you're talking about Dr. Oz was on my radio show. He said with home health care alone in Los Angeles, he shut down 800 facilities. He thinks the fraud is well over 100 billion taxpayer dollars.
Absolutely.
How deep is the DOJ going into that?
Well, so listen, it's a priority that, I think we have multiple priorities: immigration, drug trafficking. This is the same level of priority as both those because of what you just said. The interesting fact about what Dr. Oz did in LA and what Secretary Kennedy did is they shut down those 800 home health care facilities. I think like a very small number, a handful, complained. So imagine if you're relying on government funds to run your business and they shut you down, you would jump up and down and say, what are you doing to me? These guys were such overt fraudsters that they basically said, oh, we got caught, we're out of here. And just stealing. This isn't a doctor putting, that he did a certain knee procedure, but it really was slightly different because he wanted a little more money, but at least he still performed the operation. This is just thievery.
They don't exist.
There's no kids.
There's no kids. Just straight
there's so many examples
thievery.
of just blatant fraud where you go and
with no thought behind that they did anything wrong in any way. Just straight thievery. Took it by the mass amount of dollars. It's ridiculous to think how nobody paid attention for so long.
These fraudsters would go and get people to sign their names, and then they would collect Medicaid.
Imagine if Kamala Harris
for
was there.
Years, 6,000, 10,000, 30,000. I'm sorry, 6 million, 30 million, tons of money, and nobody cared. Nobody caught them.
Crazy.
And then, look, we have governors. The governor of Minnesota, actually not just the governor, the mayors, who aren't even trying to help us. And they don't. They look at us like we're the bad guys because we're saying, hey, you're not doing compliance yourself. Okay, fine, we're going to do it. We need data. We need information. Instead of giving it to us, they sue us. And then when we go and we execute search warrants in Minnesota, the governor issues a statement that says, see, this is what happens when you cooperate. Yeah. Excuse me? Dude, you're not cooperating. You're not cooperating even a little bit. And so that's where you feel like, is it gas?
Tampon Tim's never cooperated. He's never cooperated with anybody, but never mind. We won't go there. We don't need to go there. We all understand where that was going to go. Tampon Tim is a disturbing individual. He's worse, in my mind, worse than Gavin Newsom. A lot of people be like, huh? Gavin Newsom's the worst. Nah, Tampon Tim, like, same demon, different mask. Really scary.
It's like me right now. Like, it's insane.
Well, it even goes further. Aren't we hearing of cases where whistleblowers are saying they all knew that the attorney general in Minnesota knew, that the governor knew? People have said that directly, have they not?
Not only, yes, and just to put a finer point on what that means, there's a way that the system knows it. So say, for example, with home health care, in a given year, it's 6 million for the entire state. And then 2 years later, it's at like 400 million. Did you just suddenly have that many senior citizens or people that need home health care? You went from 6 million to 250, 300 million?
Yes, they do need lots of home health care. The more health care that they can get, the better. We know it.
Senior citizens or people that need home health care?
Yep, there it is, health care.
You went from 6 million to 250, 300 million? No, and so the state sees those numbers, and so they have eyes wide open, know that there's a massive problem in their state. And the other challenge, Sean, is the federal government funds positions in state government at the state AG's office to combat this fraud. So we go to, Iowa and we say, okay, we're going to pay for 8 prosecutors in your AG's office. So we're going to give you money to prosecute that. And you have some states like Iowa that do a great job of it. And then you have other states like, for example, Hawaii, and we fund 7 or 8 positions there, and they filed 1 case in a year. Okay, so we're now, that's another form of waste where we're giving you money to hire people to combat fraud, and you're taking our money, no problem there, but you're not combating fraud.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Okay, I mentioned earlier at the start, law and order, safety, security, prerequisite towards pursuing happiness. One of the things that has driven me crazy, I believe what has happened under Biden, Harris, Mayorkas in particular, there were 2 big lies. One, Joe is cognitively sharp. He was not. The second big lie is the border is closed, the border is secure. It was not. We estimate
know
12
better.
plus million that we
A lot
know
of us know better.
We don't know how many gotaways, but among them, from over 200 countries, known terrorists, murderers, rapists, child molesters, other violent criminals, cartel members, gang members. Okay. Then we have something called
Such a
sanctuary
conspiracy
cities and
theorist.
states. How is that not aiding and abetting in law breaking?
It certainly can come close to doing it. It depends on the law. And that's another example of the insanity that's happening in certain parts of this country. Because when you talk about a sanctuary city, what that city is protecting, right? Sanctuary is probably the wrong word, because it suggests that there's a safe haven for somebody who's deserving to go to. What this is just law enforcement being ordered to not help the feds. So whether it's a prison that doesn't alert the ICE that there's somebody here who's illegal, whether it's a judge who orders the people in the courtroom to not let ICE know that they're holding a guy who's here illegally. Local law enforcement cannot respond in some cities to help the feds when they're making arrests. And that doesn't mean we're asking local cops to put cuffs on illegal aliens. Just be there to support with crowd control.
But wait a minute. So if I went to the border and I picked up an illegal immigrant, and I remember under Biden, they actually did this. They would say, where would you like to go?
Yeah, where do you want to go?
Where do you want to go? Okay, I picked up somebody at the border, and I drove them. I'd like to go to Oregon. Okay, let me drive you to Oregon. Am I not guilty of aiding and abetting illegal immigration? I'd probably be charged with human trafficking, would I not?
Well, you could be, especially if more than one with you. I mean, that's potentially, yes. And so we've sued. We have grand jury investigations into a lot of these cities because for the reasons that we're talking about, and we have civil suits into a lot of these cities because we're also at this point not even asking you to change the laws. Just give us information and give us data. And here's the thing: is that if you look at most cities in this country. Law enforcement, local law enforcement, and federal law enforcement work seamlessly together, and the whole community is safe because of it. So what you see on the news at night is a handful of these sanctuary cities where there's chaos. There's not chaos because of the feds. The feds are doing this work in every city in the country, as they should be. There's chaos in these few cities because you have local governments and sometimes state governments who are literally obstructing. And so you're saying, well, okay, is that criminal obstruction? I think it comes very close to criminal obstruction just for the reasons that we're talking about, because you can't have a federal law that gives law enforcement the authority and the direction to take an illegal alien into custody, and we know they're here illegally, and then have a state government that says not only will we not help you, because they don't have to help under the law, but we are going to obstruct. So that's where if they do that, that's where they do face potential, certainly civil lawsuits like we're doing, but even criminal.
Going on, McMasterly.
So I want to understand two things here. First, the supremacy clause, that federal laws are enforced by the federal government, not by state governments. And then you have proclamations by Tim Walz or Mayor French Fry or, Gavin, I'm dying to be president, Newsom, no-show governor himself. But they make these, proclamations all the time. And I'm like, you don't have, it's not your jurisdiction.
Yeah, stay in your lane.
Well, okay, whose jurisdiction is it? That would be yours and the FBI and ICE, et cetera. And they just say, we're not going to enforce, we're not going to help, we're not going to enforce. How is that not obstructing justice if it's not aiding and abetting?
Right. I mean, it does. Listen, it comes close to it for sure. And by the way, you have states now that, for example, won't let ICE officers get driver's license. Okay, so we're suing those states, and that.
But they let illegals get driver's licenses.
Yeah, and like under the Biden administration, they would sue the state of Texas for trying to do their own, do something to stop the thousands of illegal aliens coming into their state every day. I mean, yeah, we were dealt a country that had 4 years, 3.5 years of the people say open borders, but realize what that means. It means what you were talking about. Anybody can come in, whether you were a terrorist, whether you had a prior conviction for murder, and so that's the men and women that are living in this country right now. I do think sanctuary works from the standpoint that if you're a murderer and you're from outside the United States, it's in your interest to go to a sanctuary city, because then at least you have a better chance of not getting caught.
Let me ask one last question on this, only because I think people would like edification on it. And that is, and I think this was a pretty big issue in the 24 campaign, and that was Kamala Harris wanted taxpayer-funded sex change operations for illegals.
Mailman
Tim
in
Walz
chat.
wanted taxpayer-funded college education
Nice.
for illegals. Again, you didn't respect our laws, our borders, our sovereignty. You entered illegally. There are people that get offended that I say you're illegal. Well, the government term is illegal alien.
Yes,
that's what they
the
call
statutes. That's right.
Sorry, I'm not going to stop saying it.
Right.
All right. But how could it be legal to give illegals benefits, whether it be education, healthcare, like Medi-Cal, for example? California has the highest taxes in the country. They're going bankrupt. They can't balance their budget.
Yeah.
In large part because of healthcare going towards illegals.
Yes. Right. And no, it's not. And by the way, this is a new phenomenon. This isn't the country that you and I grew up in. This is a new phenomenon. I had a series of quotes that I was saying the first year that I was the Deputy Attorney General about, I would say there's a quote that says, if you're here illegally, you have to go. And I, as a joke, would say, do you think that that's Stephen Miller? And no, that's Hillary Clinton. That's what Hillary Clinton said, right?
I play those quotes all the time.
I mean, it's amazing.
It's
And so
like,
this phenomenon of
good to
like,
know.
oh my gosh, you're calling them illegal aliens. No, that's a new phenomenon. Let's not. No, that's something that happened 4 or 5 years ago.
They're all on tape also saying Iran could never have a
nuclear weapon. That's right.
No.
No. Like, but Sean, just before we leave this point, it was a big issue in the 2024 election, and it's a big part of what we're doing now, which is that we're dealing with that problem. And so we're dealing with that problem in all kinds of ways. Deportations, or FBI, every federal agency is helping with Title VIII, which is the immigration laws, helping just round up people that are here illegally and getting them out. And
Hope you got some good supplies.
Would your office have the
Waiting for
ability
this.
to sue states?
I'm waiting for this thing to go off here, whatever. It's still saying 50 minutes out. I'm like I'm gonna have to come up with a few other things to do here for a little bit, waiting for that, for this House hearing with Todd Blanche that Sean Hannity's talking to here. So kind of curious on what it is that they're gonna grill him on, supposedly. There's a lot of things that need to be released when it comes to information that comes out of the AG for whatever reason. We're not talking about it. We don't want to release that type
To
of
prevent
information.
them from providing benefits to illegals.
Pork chops.
Well, if some of the
Pork-
benefits are coming from the federal government,
Pork chops in a can. Careful.
absolutely, and we've
Well,
done
don't
that.
we contribute to the education fund of every state?
Yes, and so if yes, and we have multiple
healthcare?
investigations into healthcare, any other sort of benefits, SNAP benefits, education benefits, and so and we have multiple lawsuits. But not to make excuses, and because we're fighting them, but those lawsuits are filed because of the laws that we have in those jurisdictions. So what happens is you go in front of a local judge in San Francisco or LA who says, oh my gosh, Trump's DOJ is crazy. No way. And so then you have to appeal to the Ninth Circuit, which is getting better, by the way. And the Ninth Circuit maybe agrees or doesn't. And then you go to the Supreme Court, which will certainly agree with us. But now you're 2 years in. And so that's the other challenge with these sanctuary city lawsuits is we have to file them in the sanctuary city where the bench is terrible, and for the most part, on these issues. And so that's the other challenge that we face.
Let me ask you, the issue of media leaks on national security issues has come up quite a bit.
Yes.
I don't know if it's as complicated as I think in my head, and maybe you can clarify this and give me edification on this. I have a ton of sources within the government and people and high-ranking officials, and they tell me things. If I was ever brought in and somebody said, what did so-and-so tell you? Like, go to hell. Not going to happen. I'm not telling you ever.
Right.
I'm put the handcuffs on,
Yeah,
take me
throw
to
me
jail.
in jail.
So I think it's sensitive when, especially through the prism of freedom of the press, First Amendment, and however, now we've got the issue, the delicate issue of national security. How do we balance that?
That's the issue. I do think there's a difference between a source that talks about gossip and something that's putting our soldiers in harm's way. And so the way that we balance that at the Department of Justice, it's a pretty black and white. If you're putting a soldier in harm's way, we want to find out who you are. And again, not targeting the reporters. We're not trying to throw a reporter in prison because they happen to possess and maybe retain
You'll
national
turn them into a
security.
martyr.
Right, exactly. But on the other hand,
Right,
if I
okay.
have somebody working in my department or
He's not coming after me for anything. There's no reason that he needs to. I'm just a guy that's, gossiping. I'm not trying to hurt anybody in any way. Um, good to know. Good to know. Not coming after me.
the CIA or at the Department of War who feels comfortable telling a CNN reporter are really confidential secrets around the Iran war or around rescue operations, we have to find out who that person is, because what if they do it next time and somebody dies? And so there's, of course, a lot of uproar about that because we go to the reporter. We try to get the other ways, and we don't go to the reporter first, but we go to the reporter and say, okay, you have to tell us who told you this. The law is on our side with that, as it should be. That doesn't violate the First Amendment. That keeps our nation safe. And there's a marked difference between that example and throwing a reporter in prison because they have a source who told them that that I'm really mean or something like that.
If I had one thing I'd worry about beyond the most preventable national security disaster, which was open borders under Biden, Harris, Mayorkas, and the big lie, it's that there's a mindset that has taken place in this country. I can't fathom it. I mean, I come from a family that had a lot of law enforcement in it, and I hear the left all the time defund the police, dismantle the police, no bail laws, reimagine the police. You know what that sounds like to me? A prescription for death, dying, and the inmates running the asylum.
Yeah, and look, I try to talk to law enforcement every week. I'm going out this week to Dallas to talk to state and local sheriffs, federal law enforcement. All that we can do to push back on that is defend with truth. And we can say, look how safe your communities are. Look how safe this country is. That's not by happenstance. That's not just because we woke up one day and suddenly Memphis is a better place to live or DC is a better place to walk around. That's literally men and women with handcuffs and guns arresting people who are committing crimes. And so it's another example of a recent phenomenon that is hopefully going to die very quickly. But look, President Trump constantly says we will always support law enforcement. We'll always support the men and women keeping us safe, and that filters out to everybody in the administration. And so I hope that there's a change in mindset that will last, because there's not, you're dealing with an irrational theory. If you talk about defund the police, that's irrational. I can't rationalize what a terrible idea that is, because you're the one saying it. And it's not, it doesn't work. It hasn't worked in any society in history. It won't work in this country.
Well, look at what has happened in Memphis and DC. President Trump increased the police presence. Crime has dropped. Murder rates drop. Everything goes down significantly. And
we work with local. Look, the mayor in D.C. is a Democrat.
Yeah,
her leadership is Democrats. But guess what? We got together and we said, we're going to do this. We're going to make your streets safer, and it worked. Memphis, there's some local folks that are Democrats, and guess what? We're going to work together. You can be a Democrat and still want to have safe streets. That's not crazy, right? You saying that you want bad guys, criminals in prison and not wandering around, that's not Republican, or that's not Democrat, it's the liberal or conservative. We can all agree on that. And so that's what we're trying to do.
Explain to me, if you can, I wanted the SAVE Act to pass. Very simple. Proof of citizenship, voter ID. I would take it a step further. Voter ID, signature verification, proof of citizenship. I would prefer paper ballots. I prefer same-day voting with exceptions for the elderly, the infirmed, soldiers, obviously. But I would prefer, updated voter rolls, chain of custody for any mail-in ballots that is under a camera watch. Anybody can look at whatever ballots are delivered the moment they arrive. And partisan observers watching the voting all day and the vote counting all night. Democrats don't want any of that.
Yeah.
You've been dealing with the issue of voter integrity.
And a lot of the questions that we confront in our investigations in voter integrity there would not be a question if some of the very basic ideas that you're talking about were in place. The most basic of which is just an ID. I mean, the fact that there's an objection to that is, again, like, it's not, I don't even know how to fight back on it. Like, you can't, the federal court, it's not true in every federal courthouse, but in New York, to go into the court, all right, which is a public location, you have to show your ID. So to get into federal court in Lower Manhattan, you have to show your ID. To buy alcohol until you're 40, you have to show your ID.
Have you ever been to a DNC convention?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Have you been to one?
No, I have not. No,
okay.
No.
I have been to many,
Yeah.
unfortunately, because of my work.
You need like a fingerprint, probably.
And I'm usually surrounded by massive amounts of security at the time. But to get in, well, usually they have multiple perimeters.
Yeah.
And you need picture ID, and it gets checked multiple times before I can ever get anywhere near where my workplace is, and so I can do my show. And I'm perfectly fine with it. If you want to get on a plane, if you want to buy a Jewel pod or a beer or a bottle of wine, we're so used to giving ID, but not for elections.
And we're talking about things that are everyday life. Elevate that a little bit to renting a car, something that's consequential, that we really want to make sure we know who's behind that wheel. There would be no question that we need to do that. And so whether we want to make sure that you're the person that's eligible to vote, that this is you, John Smith, in what is the most consequential basic tenet of our democracy, and there's people that are objecting to it, is not, it doesn't make any sense from a if you had pure intentions, which is free and fair elections, and you wanted to make sure that everybody that was eligible to vote got to vote once, that's a very basic principle. Yes, cameras on mail-in voting, that gets more expensive, and maybe that's a next level. We're working on very basic things here. We're talking about just pretty simplistic ideas. And then when you flip it and say, so what are you doing about it, DOJ? That's one of the challenges, is you go back and say, okay, Fulton County, what happened? Well, we don't know. We got rid of those records, or we have those records, but we don't know who counted them. And so Todd, what happened? I don't know.
Do you think we will learn more about the 2020 election? I mean, based on where the investigations are now?
Yeah, I think we're going to learn. We are learning more. And I think not only out of Georgia, but also in other locations in Arizona as well. But I don't want to overpromise and say that we're going to ultimately be able to have final answers because of what we're talking about, because there's a system that's in place that doesn't allow questioning beyond a very short period of time with the election. And so in many counties, they throw out everything. They throw out all the ballots, a year or so afterwards, okay? And I get conceptually why you want to do that, because you do need finality. You do need, as a democracy, to be able to have finality and know who's in charge. And we would all be okay with that if there were structures in the beginning that kind of assured us that there would be fair elections and one person, one vote. And that's where we don't have that, and then we don't have.
And we're not going to even we're going to come ever close to that, because you got more and more states trying to do the same thing that Alaska's doing, and doing ranked choice vote. Ranked choice vote is not the way to do it, but whatever. What's supposed to be stupid, instead of it being one person, one vote, was do one person, four votes.
The records necessarily to be able to investigate and find out if there was massive wrongdoing. Arresting people who are illegally voting. I mean, none were charged under Biden. 1 year, zero.
I'm tired of people that don't respect our law, border sovereignty, getting free stuff here.
Yeah,
and
voting,
healthcare.
and voting, and voting.
Why don't we get free beer, sandwiches? Have a pizza party.
So yeah, yes. I think that the voter integrity issue from 2020, but over the course of time, is something that we will never be able to satisfy ourselves about if we don't put laws in place that give assurance to the American people.
But the president put the executive order in place as it relates to proof of citizenship. Congress didn't pass the SAVE Act. What does that mean for the upcoming midterms? What does that mean for 28?
Yeah, it means that we have to be vigilant, and by we I mean every American that wants free and fair elections, because we don't have that law in place, and there's things at the local levels that can be done, that have to be done, and then there's things at the national level too. But it definitely doesn't make anybody's job easier when Congress won't pass even the most basic of election integrity. I mean, imagine running a company and suggesting at the board meeting, you know what? Why don't we check IDs with everybody coming in? No, what are you talking about? You want to guard who's coming into your company? What's wrong with you? I mean, that's where it's so insane. Like if you can't look at New York City, you try to go to a building in New York City, they won't let you anywhere near the elevator bank unless you have a guest list. If you're on a guest list, you have a form of ID, and when you're not supposed to be here till noon, it's 11:30. And so and everybody's good with that. That's all good. But showing your ID to vote to who's going to be the president of the United States, nothing.
I heard one Democrat complain about having to show their ID to buy whatever alcohol beverage of choice they may have. It doesn't matter. One big case I thought was fascinating was the Southern Poverty Law Center, because they've attacked me a lot over the years for nothing, like, just stupid stuff. And so the charge is they actually were paying the extremist groups money, funding them so that they could report on them. I assume then to use the reporting to then raise money.
Yes. I mean, the indictment lays it out pretty clearly. And again, this is not a political indictment. It's an indictment done by a prosecutor in the South, that just, doing their job. And that's what the indictment lays out. And part of the indictment that there hasn't been a lot of talk about, but there should be, is the way that they did this is by, they've been charged with bank fraud. And so allegedly setting up these kind of fictitious bank accounts to run the money through. And not part of the indictment, but you just said that they've come after you a lot. If you look at the importance that they played in the moral, what we thought of as, whether somebody was the moral fiber inappropriately, but that's what they were. Like if you were on their bad list, you had a hard time banking at times. Good luck becoming a judge, and it's an ongoing case, but the indictment alleges, I think what we've talked about is the allegations are very serious.
Any other priorities that you have, and what would you want people to know about the DOJ under your watch?
I think that the biggest thing is that when President Trump says we are getting back to basics and that we are we are going to clean up this country from a DOJ standpoint, there's a lot of media about one case or two cases, but what's lost is the fact that our FBI, our DEA, Marshals, HSI, which is part of DHS, ATF, every day these guys are going out into the streets where you guys live and arresting hardened criminals, whether it's drug dealers, narco traffickers, alien smuggling, like bad guys. And then on top of all that, the fraud. We talked about it a lot the past hour, but just stealing from the fisc, right? This is not like I just cheated on my taxes a little bit. This is getting millions of dollars in funding for a program that you have. That you're just,
I mean, it wasn't much different than most other shows.
That's what we're doing every day, and that's why
you're
best. Seeing real results in the department. You're seeing
good to see you.
The president's priorities that he's talked about a lot, and that the American people elected him to put into place. It turns out that they work. It turns out that if you put our hardworking men and women of law enforcement on the streets and say, go get them, and if you tell our prosecutors to stop doing all these silly cases and focus on putting bad guys in jail, it turns out you can make your community safer.
Todd Blanche, AG, thanks for hanging out with us.
Thank you. It was great. Thanks, Sean.
Thank you.
So then, like I said, what I'm trying to wait for the live event is this. It says 33 minutes and 24 seconds, supposedly. Supposedly. We'll see how long that really seriously takes them to get to that. Sean Hannity kind of come up from right here. I'll do a few articles here where we'll move up to that. U.S. considers expanding nuclear sharing in Europe as tensions rise. Of course we do. Of course we do. The U.S. has quietly considered expanding its nuclear sharing framework for NATO allies, a move that could bring American nuclear capable aircraft to new European nations, particularly those in eastern flank of the alliance, according to the Financial Times report cited in Sputnik International Washington, is weighing whether to invite Poland to the Baltic states. Invite Poland, the Baltic states, and other countries near Russia to host dual capable aircraft, which will carry either conventional or nuclear weapons. This development comes as a heightened fears of Russian aggression and a broader U.S. strategy to reassure allies as it shifts military focus toward Asia. Cold War legacy meets modern geopolitics. NATO's nuclear sharing arrangement, rooted in Cold War deterrence, currently includes 6 countries: Belgium, Germany, Italy, Netherlands, Turkey, and the UK. Not to mention those that already have their own. Not to mention those that already have their own. France. France has their own. UK has their own. But I mean, they're helping us as well. Okay. Uh, Poland already have theirs. Why they wouldn't have already had Poland in that already? Why it's that they had to invite them? It's kind of strange. The system designed to ensure collective security has remained largely unchanged in decades. However, recent geopolitical shifts, such as Russia's invasion of Ukraine and Trump administration's top reductions of Europe, have reignited debates about the alliance's nuclear posture. The U.S. retains full custody of warheads, which are stored in European bases, while partner nations train the aircraft like the F 35, F 15, and Tornado. The Financial Times reports that the discussions are ongoing about expanding the arrangement, though no immediate discussions are expected. The move is intended, according to the Financial Times, to reassure allies to reduce conventional military support does not weaken security guarantees. Poland and the Baltic states have emerged as the most vocal advocates for hosting U.S. nuclear assets. Former Polish uh, President Andrzej Duda explicitly called for the deployment of nuclear weapons in Polish soil, a stance that, while softened by the current government, remains a topic for urgent discussions in Warsaw. Poland has also joined the French-led initiative to explore temporary deployments of nuclear-capable jets, signaling a broader trend in Eastern European nations seeking stronger deterrence against Russian influence. Russia has repeatedly stated that any deployment of nuclear-capable assets close to its borders would be seen as a destabilizing factor and direct threat to its national security. Kremlin's concerns are not unfounded. NATO's eastern flank are already hotspot for military activity, with frequent drills and troop rotations heightening tensions. The potential expansion of nuclear sharing could have significant economic ripple effects. Companies like Lockheed Martin, BAE Systems, and Rolls-Royce, which manufacture and maintain dual-capable aircraft, stand to benefit from the increased demand. A NATO official told CNBC that the alliance continuously monitors security threats and adapts as needed. Added that work to assess the potentially adapt NATO's nuclear deterrence posture has been ongoing for several years and is not linked to any decision taken by the U.S. to adjust its conventional posture in Europe. The United States and its allies view the expansion as a necessary step to maintain deterrence in an era of shifting alliances and unpredictable threats. Even as critics warn, the move risks provoking Russia forever. As NATO debates its nuclear future, the U.S. faces a delicate balance act, reassuring allies while avoiding actions that could escalate tensions with Russia. For now, the discussions remain confidential, but the mere possibility of expanded nuclear sharing underscores the fragility of Europe's security landscape. So, for what it be, if we go ahead and we deploy anything to these countries, Poland, to those near those Baltic states, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, for whatever reason, we're going to have an issue. We're going to have an issue. They're going to actually see it as it's a provocation of war in their own. And if that's the case, we might need to watch ourselves of incoming nuclear attacks, which would go ahead and it would warrant us uh, feel necessity to claim all of what is current modern day Greenland and turn it into Orangeland like it needs to be, to protect ourselves, like we hadn't been doing so already. You know, pay attention to this time. This is 27 minutes. How the U.S. has taken the Mexico's politicians, Sibriana is non-negotiable. That's what Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum repeats time and again at her manieres and speeches and at rallies and television in person. She says it's her government say she says it. Her government says it. Her political party says it. Her apparatus says it. The agents of the United States of America must never, ever set foot on Mexico's soil in any operational capacity. The sovereignty of the nation comes first, even before the security of the nation, even before the nation's own capacity to police itself, even before the safety and lives of its own citizens. As Scheinbaum herself has noted, the first American intervention in Mexico cost the country half of its territory. There have been plenty more since 1848, but none have resulted in further Mexican territorial losses, and all of them were direct responses to the Mexican exportation of violence and insecurity into the United States. Observe the narratives of the Mexican left long enough, and you'll see the same themes emerge over and over. Mexico always the victim. Mexico always wronged. It's useful narrative that insults the ruling elite and deflects attention from the fact that has served his nation exceptionally poorly for most of the past 200 years. Of course, Sobriana is in fact entirely negotiable because the Mexican state has been voluntarily surrendering sovereignty for decades, the prime beneficiaries of its territorial cessions in the modern era, or the cartels, with control somewhere between a third and a half of Mexico, according to U.S. Deputy Secretary of State Christopher Landau. This extraordinary loss of national territory happened by degrees, at first in a state which was too weak and too corrupted to resist, and then in a state that discovered a fruitful coexistence with its cartels growing alongside them in power and violence. No Mexican political party is innocent of this phenomena, but nothing quite matches Morena, the leftist movement of national regeneration, and held in the reins of the governance of Mexico since 2018. The Morenista innovation is to have moved beyond ordinary gross corruption into the new model of governance that synthesizes state and cartels into the narco estado, the narco state. For Marina, it's likely began when persons close to its founder and central figure, Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador, are alleged by the DOJ to have made a deal with the Sinaloa cartel in the course of his 2006 run for the Mexican presidency. That give his movement financing in return for state cover for Marina. For when Marina took power, it was alleged Lopez Obrador didn't win then, nor in 2012, but in 2018, it certainly looked as if any such deal may have been in force. And then Mexican president visited and paid respects to the mother of the infamous drug lord El Chapo, intervened to secure the release of captured Chapito, and curtailed the state's war upon the cartels. The narco estado model was simple. The state provided the cartels with official protection. The access to public goods and cartels provided the state with finances, votes, and deniable actors. the appointed judiciary was eliminated in favor of all elected judges. The Independent Elections Agency was neutered, and Independent Statistical Agency was eliminated. An outcome consonant of Marina anti technocratic ideology, but also serving to mask the scale of depth of cartel violence throughout the country. At every step of the narco-estado is strengthened until it became impossible to speak of criminality as it to be criminal is to be against the state. Sabriana is non-negotiable unless you are a cartel partner in a movement of national regeneration. The return of Donald Trump to the White House in January last year upended all of this. A new realism entered into the American calculus. Mexico and its regime would be compelled to cooperate, if not reform. Scheinbaum, who was elected in 2024, would deliver as an Americans and cartel men while preserving their allies in the party state. They would presumably collapse both the party and the governance of Mexico if placed under threat. Mexico was to be integrated into the American-led security order, and through this was happening. And though this was happening across the hemisphere, from Panama to Venezuela to Ecuador to the Caribbean basin and beyond, nowhere was the process as fraught as the consequential as it is as in Mexico. For about a year, it worked under the dual stewardship of Scheinbaum's security chief Omar Garcia, Her Harfu, and U.S. Ambassador Ronald Johnson. Mexico delivered narcos by the dozen of Americans, sometimes skirting Mexico law to do so. It was revealed at the New York Times mere days ago, at the time of writing, that the CIA had aided the Mexican security apparatus in an assassination campaign against narco figures, including at least one known case of a car bombing killing a cartel man. We read that one. And it was they're like, oh, they died in a car accident, running away from hitting some people. They're like, what? There's a big, huge issue. America thinks that they can impose their will wherever they want, and they've infiltrated places like Mexico, and they're trying to take down all of their cartels. As far as the status quo goes, or it went, it was a marked improvement from Lopez Obrador years. Let's try that again. Let's stop for a second. Back up. As far as the status quo went, it was marked improvement from the Lopez Obrador years. Scheinbaum, not being the narco political core herself, was perfectly willing to give up the party's cartel partners to the Americans as the price of keeping her party organization intact. It was, after all, essential to her own ideological vision for the Mexico transformed into a left populist autocracy. Yet, the status quo could not hold. Eventually, the Americans decided strategic wins were necessary. The Mexican government ran out of operational and tactical wins to deliver, and it could tolerate only so much curtailment of the criminal organizations with which it exists in synthesis. The only question was, what would cause the turn from managed engagement to strategic confrontation? And April 19th, that question had an answer. A vehicle carrying 4 officers engaged in anti-drug operations in the state of Chihuahua crashed. All 4 were killed. One of the directors in the Chihuahua State Investigation Agency, and another was a fellow Chihuahuan official. The other 2 were CIA officers. Sabriana is non-negotiable, and above all else, that means U.S. agents must never, ever set foot in Mexico's soil in any operational capacity. Yet, here they demonstrated they had, and moreover, had died doing so. Abruptly, the Marina regime found itself in the dreaded position of the Mexican government as it surrounded Sabriana to the only enemy that matters, not the cartels, but the Americans. That regime, is specifically President Scheinbaum, had a choice in its response. Americans had died in the operation in Mexico soil. True. And it is also true that they were apparently present in a cooperation not with the Mexican federal government, but the government of the state of Chihuahua, which is controlled not by Marina, but by a rival Pan party. Yet Scheinbaum and her advisors knew the CIA was also working with them, if not necessarily operationally, but then close enough in the facilitation of assassinations of Mexican citizens. They also knew that a great deal of American cooperation in Mexico, from the drone surveillance to intelligence provision, had already been tactically acknowledged by the government. Further, they knew Johnson was himself a veteran of the CIA ground branch, the elite of the elite in the shadowy world of special operations, and that the dead Americans were therefore his comrades in arms. Take a hit, never mind, it's 240. I mean, close enough. Close enough. Cheers. When it comes down to these types of incidences of these people doing and getting caught up in their ordeals in these foreign countries, they're gonna get told straight out, "Don't ever come back here. Don't do that again. You get caught, you die on my foreign territory again." There's gonna be hell to pay. They're not gonna enjoy themselves. America's not. If all of a sudden we find out that Mexico is going to um, do anything, because if they decide to do anything, they're not gonna just go and walk over the border and be like, "Ah, Mexico is gonna raid you." No, they're probably gonna get in with some other place like China and do the best that they can to do that. The hell? People don't call me. A prudent Mexican government response would thus involve expressions of concern, reminder of Sarabriana, and above all else, expressions of condolences for the fallen Americans and their families, and thanks for their efforts to protect Mexico as much as America. All else could be addressed out of the public eye. To discern this, especially in light of the white hot American focus on Mexico and Latin America in general under the second Trump administration, required no great wisdom and no great statecraft. Scheinbaum and Marina chose to do the opposite. The Mexican president issued a perfunctory and almost cold statement of regret over the Americans' deaths and none whatsoever of the deaths of the fellow Mexicans, and pivoted immediately to the series of discourse on naturally Sabriana. The CIA was reapproached. The Americans re- were reproached, and most of all the Vendepatrias, the traitors of the Pan of Chihuahua, chief among their Chihuahua governor Moro Campos, were denounced in full. Mexican public diplomacy for generations was deft at its one core task. The management of the Americans suddenly descended to a level of functional incompetence unthinkable in all years before Marina, and in doing so provoked the long feared rupture with the Americans. Managed engagement turned to strategic confrontation as the Americans finally took aim at the heart of the narco estado, the narco politician cohort in the center of the Marina. The plunged U.S. Mexico relations into our worst crisis in a century. Exactly 10 days after the death of the CIA personnel, the U.S. Department of Justice indicted 10 Mexican political figures, including two major Marina share office holders, Sonora State Governor Ruben Rocha Moya and Sonora State Senator Enrique Enuzo Casar, whatever. For a long-standing liaison in the Sonora cartel, these were the men who always believed that they would remain inviolate in political class. The stones in the great arc of Mexican civics, which removal might collapse the whole edifice. The bet had been in the Americans would dare, then the bet was called. Again, Scheinbaum had a choice. She always had a choice. Let me go check this. Okay. Does it say 12 minutes? Okay, we got to pay attention because I want to try catching that live. Try doing my best. Again, Scheinbaum had a choice, and again, she invoked Sariana. She denounced the American indictment and summoned her party apparatus to explain in detail why the evidence was lacking. She does not sincerely believe that they're presumably innocent, but she also knows that if she is seen to move decisively against them, a cohort might move against her, or worse, from ideological viewpoint, leave the party altogether, ending her own dream of a left populist Mexico autocracy. I mean, she's Jewish. She get what she wants. It's okay. The clock is ticking. According to 1978 U.S. Mexico extradition treaty, the United States must submit to Mexico evidence which, in accordance to the law, would justify the apprehension and commitment of trial of the person sought. Mexico also has the option of executing a provisional arrest of indicted individuals, in which point to the U.S. is compelled to provide the evidence within 60 days. This is typically what would happen in the case of stature. It is not happening here. Instead, both Scheinbaum and her government have repeatedly affirmed that the American case is insufficient to justify whether the provisional arrest or the extradition, and Scheinbaum has gone to a rhetorical counterattack in noticing cases in which the U.S. has refused to honor the Mexican extradition request. Two things appear to be simultaneously true: that Scheinbaum is struggling to find a formula to sideline the narco political class and never regarded her as one of its own, and is also as she's likely resolved to never give a single one of them up to the United States. If the latter is indeed her decision, and she is leading the Mexico from crisis into the abyss because the U.S. is far from exhausting its options, the U.S. Mexico Canada renegotiation is unfinished and the interest is asymmetric. If the United States chooses to ignore the July 1st deadline for the reauthorization of the trade treaty, shifting it into an annual review, the uncertainty and diminished investment will wound Mexico's economy, not America's. This is a low end option. They have 1 month. They have 1 month to figure out what they really want to do with this USMCA stuff that was started under Trump. Trump's the one that started that back under Trump v1. So here we are looking at Trump v2, and they need to figure out what they want to do. Scheinbaum having issues because she's like, well, wait a minute. I don't want Americans coming into my territory doing anything at all. I don't want you coming here doing any type of recon to take care of the cartels that are funding this great nation that is Mexico. Events will likely go well past the point because Scheinbaum's government is treating the indictments of Russia influenza et al. Influenza et al. As a hill to die on, thereby misunderstanding their purpose. The indictments were warnings. What comes next will depend upon whether the warning is received. If it is, then there will be a painful episode in which the indicted figures are brought to justice, the real kind, not the fictitious compromise process, and the relationship will likely settle and the focus will return to operational and tactical wins. If it is not, it seems likely, then those indictments will merely be the first indictments. Marina is rife in narco politicians, and we can be sure that the U.S. indictments are already prepared. After all, the indictments in Russia and Zuza and company are not simply thrown together in 10 days following the CIA deaths. There will be more governors, to be sure, and more senators and deputies, and there will be party figures as well as major names and major influences who constitute the life and purpose of Marina. At the apex of the pyramid, a longtime subject of the U.S. Department of Justice investigation himself, Lopez Obrador. Lopez Obrador. Why is this article so long? You gotta watch. You gotta watch and pay attention. 7 minutes. Marina is a coherent. Marina is a coherent party. Will not survive as a level of scrutiny. Even more, injurious in regime and the indictments of extraditions will the follow-on effects. Marina holds power in no small part because the brands itself, the honest and non-corrupt actor of Mexican politics, at stake will be legitimacy of the whole regime. But the Americans will not be content with simply ensuring regime legitimacy. The real intervention will not, contrary to the fever dreams of the Mexican left, to the American fever dreams of the American left be a replay of 1847, but the replay of January 3rd. The prospect is not the Battle of Chapultepec. I can't speak. Whatever. It would be the raid of Caracas. It is the raid on Caracas. Sure, it is. For more than a year, Scheinbaum has drawn well-deserved praise and deft management of both the Americans and Trump, a talent that has eluded both the Canadians and the Europeans. Now, all her skill appears to have fled. Perhaps she is panicking, or perhaps she has no positive outcomes before her. To the extent the latter is true, American policymakers ought to provide her with the assurances of positive outcomes. Yet the nature of Marina officialdom is such that even the plain common sense is mixed with political fantasy. There is a narrative dictating actions, and the narrative is as old as morality play of Mexico and the victim of America, the aggressor. The counselors within the Policia Nacional have an obligation to their country to be emphatic and clear. An American-led security order is emerging across the hemisphere, and Mexico will be in it. Is it in Mexico's interest to have a deliberated and codified by treaty, a security counterpart of the USMCA role in trade? It is not in Mexico's interest to have a security arrangement emerge by reaction and fiat. But that is what is happening now. They're gonna. I mean, if it's already happening, just let it already happen. Who cares? Who cares after that? Sovereignty may be non-negotiable, but Mexico is not fully sovereign. That isn't because of the Americans, but because the choices the American regime made long ago. The state shared the sovereignty with the cartels and is reaping what it sowed. In that light, the irony is that the strongest support of Soberana Mexicana is not that the Policia Nacional, nor from Marina, nor from the president of her Mañaras, but from the United States Department of Justice's South District of New York, which is doing what the regime of Mexico City will not, in taking out the narco politicians unworthy of great nation. Took out Maduro, gonna go ahead and take out that guy in Cuba, I can't think of his name at this moment, and we're gonna come after you, Scheinbaum, if you're not gonna go ahead and do as we ask. Do as we ask. To be going against the grain. I need a restroom real quick. You're gonna get this, and a bathroom song. I'll be right back.
Sorry. Sorry folks if you're listening to me, but your host could probably had to take a pee. Now it isn't my intention to keep you long, I'm just filling in the gap, that's why I'm singing this song. Koolfrogg had to pee, and that's why you're left here listening to me. It's Koolfrogg had to pee, but he won't be long, now just wait and see. Now he's giving it a shake and he's washing his hands, 'cause he had to go and everybody understands. But if the song you didn't go on a loop, well then you'll know Koolfrogg he had to take a poop. 'Cause Koolfrogg had to pee, and that's why you're left here listening to me. 'Cause Koolfrogg had to pee, but he won't be long, now just wait and see. Koolfrogg had to pee, and that's why you're left here listening to me. Koolfrogg had to pee, but he won't be long, now just wait and see. No, he won't be long, but he'll say he's long. Just wait and see. Sorry folks if you're listening to me, but your host could probably had to take a pee. Now it isn't my intention to keep you long, I'm just filling in the gap, that's why I'm singing this song. Koolfrogg had to pee, and that's why you're left here listening to me. It's Koolfrogg had to pee, but he won't be long, now just wait and see.
And I'm sitting there talking and nobody. sitting there talking and nobody said, "Hey, Frog, we can't hear you." Forgot I had my microphone off. My bad. My bad. Didn't really matter. Tadpole's sitting there screaming outside the door anyway. Insistently screaming because, whatever's not going the way he wants it to. This is what I was doing. This is what I was doing. This is what I was waiting for, or whatever it was. That was I was waiting for that to start. William John Pulte, the American businessman who had served as director of Federal Housing Finance Agency and chairman of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, went ahead and he got appointed to director of national intelligence to succeed Tulsi Gabbard. I'm going to have to get up in a minute if I have to. William John Pulte was born May 28th, 1988 in Boynton Beach, Florida. He was the first son of Noreen and Mark Pulte. I'm waiting for this thing to start. I want that to go live. We're just kind of messing around at the moment. My kids are both screaming at each other right now. It is so annoying. They can't help themselves. They can't help themselves. He just sits there, it's like yell at his mom. It's like, stop yelling at your mom. Everybody pulling out at the 250. They're like, no, we didn't realize that it was a total Trump backed performance act. Vanilla Ice like, din 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 din. Tsh, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. I got you. I'll perform. So I mean, we just get Vanilla Ice because he's like, well, ain't nobody else asking me to do anything. Vanilla Ice is standing by his decision to remain in the lineup of the Freedom 250 Great American State Fair, even as the artists pulled out of the event amid anti-Trump backlash. The 16-day festival will be held in the National Mall in Washington, D.C. as part of the nation's 250th anniversary. It's being organized by the Trump-backed nonprofit Freedom 250. Several artists who originally signed up to performed later backed out, claiming that they were misled to believe that the event would be politically neutral, only to later learn that the event was strong ties of the Trump administration. Prince poisons Brett Michaels, country singer Martina McBride, Young MC, Morris Day, and The Time. CNC Music Factory were originally built to perform, but later withdrew. They're like, oh no, we got issues. Remember watching back in the day with Oprah having CNC Music Factory and Donald Trump on her stage? Oh, there it is. Catch it live. Something like that.
Subcommittee will be in order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. I'll begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. And I want to welcome our witness, the Honorable Todd Blanche, Acting Attorney General of the United States, to testify before our subcommittee today. Last month, the fiscal year 2027 Commerce, Justice, Science, and Related Agencies bill cleared the full House Appropriations Committee. And the Attorney General's leadership of the Department of Justice comes at a crossroads. On the one hand, the subcommittee recognizes the strides taken by the department to make communities safe again across the United States and to address the misguided priorities of the previous administration. On the other hand, the subcommittee recognizes areas for improvement, such as communicating with the subcommittee and the lack of testimony ahead of our bill moving forward. Additional areas of concern deal with getting appropriated dollars out the door and making progress with already approved projects. From the proposed federal prison in Letcher County, Kentucky, in my district, that has been stalled to the delay of several grant programs, including the Prescription Drug Monitoring Program, which I worked to start in response to the opioid crisis. And that's vital for many communities like mine. It's critical for this department to move with speed and meet congressional intent. Finally, to date, we're still waiting on responses to questions for the record from 2 fiscal 26 department hearings. While I would have preferred to start the fiscal 27-year cycle differently, by having this conversation prior to last month's markup, this hearing is hopefully the start of productive dialogue between the subcommittee and the department under your leadership. I look forward to hearing your priorities and vision for the department and responses to our questions regarding the recent announcements. Your testimony will still be valuable to the committee as the fiscal year 27 appropriations process continues. Over the past year, the Department of Justice has made great strides in combating drug cartels and curbing the flow of illicit drugs, including fentanyl. The Drug Enforcement Administration and Department of Justice have taken down some of the most notorious cartel bosses, such as El Mayo, the co-founder of the Sinaloa cartel, and Nicolas Maduro, the leader of the cartel of the Suns and former president of Venezuela. While these are significant wins, the department must continue this fight to eradicate the flow of illicit drugs and bring more cartel leaders to justice. While issues such as illegal immigration have been addressed head-on, other issues have emerged over the past year. I applaud the department's efforts to tackle emerging issues, such as fraud, that pits the underworld against American and their hard-earned taxpayer dollars, and we look forward to hearing more about the department's plans to continue these efforts. I also look forward to hearing about the Department of efforts in supporting state, local, and tribal law enforcement agencies. Over the past year, from Washington to Memphis, Tennessee, the Department of Justice has aided local law enforcement agencies in surge operations to combat violent crime. American streets are safer now because of the actions of this department and the Trump administration. General Blank, I stand ready to support you in your efforts to ensure that the American public lives in a society that is free from crime and abuse. I look forward to hearing more from you today regarding areas of progress, areas of need, and plans, and to continue the department's momentum. While the fiscal 27 appropriations cycle has already commenced, there are critically important funding decisions ahead of us, and I hope we gain a better sense of your priorities today so that we can make the best decisions on behalf of the American people. Before I turn to Mrs. Meng for opening remarks, on behalf of this subcommittee, I would like to send well wishes for a quick and healthy recovery to former Attorney General Bondi. Let me now recognize the ranking member of this subcommittee, Mrs. Meng, for any remarks that she cares to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome Acting Attorney General Blanche, and thank you everyone for your patience as we
That's the problem. I have interesting things to say, and I forget to turn my microphone back on while somebody else is out there outside the door screaming, so then you don't hear the interesting things that I have to say.
To protect public safety and try their best to uphold the rule of law. However, the leadership of the department has greatly damaged it over the past 16 months. Hardworking Americans continue to struggle with higher and higher costs of gas, groceries, and other necessities. Yet the Trump administration is doing nothing to help them. President Trump himself has said that he doesn't, quote, think about Americans' personal financial situation. At the same time, a growing number of Trump administration officials and their family members are enriching themselves in the millions of dollars by making personal business deals directly connected to their official government decisions. Working and middle-class Americans are paying their taxes, but the acting attorney general signed an order 2 weeks ago directing the IRS to permanently avoid auditing past tax returns of the Trump family. Members of the Trump family are now off the hook for at least $100 million in taxes.
Unnecessary.
On top of that, the Trump
Somebody sitting there driving.
and
Turn
the
your
Justice
radio
Department
down.
are actively working to hand $1.8 billion
People have
in
just
taxpayer
unnecessary.
dollars over to insurrectionists and other
I've never
violent
had one of
felons,
these base things in
hundreds
my
of
car.
whom assaulted police
Never
officers
understood that.
here in the Capitol.
Never understood why you needed the
One
whole
of the
neighborhood to hear you.
insurrectionists, Jared Wise, openly encouraged fellow rioters to attack and to kill police officers. He was hired last year by the Trump administration as a senior advisor and counselor at the Justice Department. There have been many other outrages over the past 16 months. Under this department's leadership and following an interview by then Deputy Attorney General Blanche, Jeffrey Epstein's closest associate, the convicted child sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell, was moved to a cushy minimum security prison and was given special treatment and unique privileges. Hundreds of experienced career agents, investigators, and prosecutors have been fired or forced out of DOJ as part of a campaign of political retribution by the Trump
I don't
administration.
understand why it is that Ghislaine Maxwell gets
Just
to be
days
put
before the
into a
launch of
cushy
US
prison
military
because, of
strikes in
whatever
Iran this
reason.
year, at least 10 FBI
Mossad agent
counterintelligence
herself?
agents and support staff, including those specializing in the Middle East and Iran, were fired in retaliation for work they had been ordered to do several years ago in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. As the New York Times reported in March, after a year of continuous firings, resignations, and other disruptions to work, elite counterterrorism and counterintelligence units at the Justice Department have been stretched thin and left short-staffed. But the threats to our country are growing. As part of their retribution campaign, the Trump administration and DOJ have also deliberately targeted and investigated numerous current and former public officials for criminal prosecution on extremely flimsy grounds, if any. DOJ has also trampled on the First Amendment by targeting journalists engaged in investigative reporting, including an FBI criminal probe of a reporter from The Atlantic magazine after its recent reporting about the FBI director's dereliction of his duties. Multiple news outlets have also reported on the administration's corrupt practice of receiving pay for pardons or clemency from millionaire and billionaire criminals. For example, we know that the founder of Binance was pardoned last October after the company took actions that enriched the Trump family by hundreds of millions of dollars. In December, President Trump pardoned the former president of Honduras, Juan Orlando Hernandez, who had been sentenced to 45 years in prison for allowing drug traffickers to export more than 400 tons of cocaine into the U.S. Not only was he pardoned, but the Bureau of Prisons helped relocate him from a federal prison in West Virginia to the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York City after his release. All of this has happened in full public view, and the Trump administration has simultaneously gutted the DOJ's Public Integrity Section and shut down the Public Corruption Squad of the FBI Washington Field Office. There's more. Over the past 16 months, the DOJ's highly respected Civil Rights Division has been gutted. The FBI has stopped using a national database that tracks hate crime cases, and DOJ is proposing to eliminate the 3 grant programs aimed at fighting and preventing hate crimes, while hate crimes are at a record high. The administration also wants to eliminate the Community Relations Service, which was created by the Civil Rights Act of 1964 to prevent and resolve conflicts in American communities. At the same time, DOJ is seizing state voting records and has sued more than 30 states to access their voter information. Nearly all of the roughly 30 career lawyers in the voting section of the Civil Rights Division are gone. Last month, Acting Attorney General Blanche stated that he sees no problem with deploying ICE officers to polling places, even though 18 U.S. Code Section 592 prohibits sending armed personnel to polling places. And equally as egregious, the Justice Department has taken steps to allow criminals to own guns and continues to illegally restore the gun possession rights of convicted felons and domestic abusers. These actions and much more prove that since the start of this Trump administration, the Justice Department has failed the American people. I look forward to the discussions of these critically important issues today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the ranking member of the House Appropriations Committee, Ms. DeLauro, for any remarks she may wish to make.
Thank you very much.
No, they changed that, dude. You're not listening. I said the same thing last night.
Acting Attorney General
Nope.
Blanche, welcome.
Not that month
There's much I
anymore.
would like to cover today.
Tennessee's kicking it off.
Proposes steep cuts to important
I'll
programs
go find the
that combat
article.
hate crimes, protect civil rights, prevent gun violence, along with other changes that
Nuclear
I
Family
believe are
Month.
efforts to keep our community safe. In an ordinary time, during an ordinary administration, these are topics that I would focus on. But these are not ordinary times. And this is not an ordinary administration. No, this administration has engaged in what are perhaps
Bill
the most
Lee
brazen
and
acts
Mike
of
Braun,
flagrant corruption
Tennessee and
we've ever
Indiana,
seen.
signed a House
And
joint
you are at the
resolution
center of
officially
many of them,
recognizing
Mr.
June as Nuclear
I
Family
know you do
Month
not like
in
it
the
when people
state.
bring up the fact that before you joined the Justice Department, you were President Trump's personal attorney.
Emphasizing
are
the
issuing
traditional
memos
two-parent household
granting the president,
as
his
God's
children,
design.
and their companies immunity from audits or prosecution for tax offenses.
Just saying, you're
your
wrong.
Previous role
You're wrong. I
becomes
can
relevant
send you the article.
when you preside over a
They
deal
changed it.
to take $1.8 billion of taxpayer money to create a slush fund to pay out violent criminals who pleaded guilty to assaulting police officers. You cannot be surprised when people question your
What's up, Div?
impartiality. Federal courts have blocked the fund from paying out any claims for the time being. But I am not at all convinced that this administration has given up. You left yourself a lot of room with your carefully worded statement, Mr. Blanche. There is effectively no oversight to this slush fund. You appoint every member of the commission, and the president can fire any of them at any time for any reason. There is no definite standard for who is and is not eligible to receive a payout. Quote, weaponization and lawfare are not legally defined terms. Who does and does not qualify appears to be entirely at the discretion of the people that you appoint. There is no transparency built into the fund. There is no congressional oversight. The public has no way of knowing who has filed a claim, of how much.
You see, the leftist
or
paper
on
goes
what
ahead and
grounds.
puts it says it
Conversely,
declares Pride
we
Month,
do not know
Nuclear
who has
Family
been
Month.
denied a claim or why it was denied.
It's not Pride
We
Month.
do
It's
not
just
even know the
Nuclear
process
Family
by
Month.
which claims will be filed
They
or
did some
payments dispersed.
funniness
All we
with
know
it,
for
whatever,
certain
and
is
you
that
know,
President Trump's personal
take back the
lawyer
rainbow.
turned acting attorney general set up a $1.8 billion fund with taxpayer money that can be used to pay off just about anyone for just about anything.
They've changed.
It can be used to pay out violent criminals who assaulted police officers and ransacked the Capitol on January 6th. I was evacuated from the Capitol on January 6th. These are the people who were arrested, they were tried, convicted, and then pardoned by the administration. And now he wants to raid the Treasury to pay them. It is unconscionable. This sort of a scandal that it would ruin any other administration and any other time. But because President Trump has rendered House Republican leadership so completely impotent, there will be likely no accountability until the next Congress. In addition to the slush fund, you issued a memo stating that the United States is, quote, hereby forever barred and precluded from prosecuting or pursuing any and all claims, end quote, against the president, his family, or their businesses related to ongoing tax investigations. Retroactive immunity would be a curious benefit to bestow on someone who has done nothing wrong. If the president, his associates,
Think we could get the rest of the country to go along with the Nuclear Family Month?
The investigation would surely bear that out. But now we will never know. Congress and the American people are left to speculate what could have possibly
Don't really need the whole month.
Unprecedented
We need
that
just to
exempts
be
the president
that, the
from
nuclear family.
any accountability for his actions. This is staggering. I had not planned on using my time during this hearing to raise these issues, but I would be deficient in my duty as a member of the Congress were I to ignore this extraordinary display
But
of
you did it
self-dealing,
anyway.
self-service, self-enrichment by this administration, beginning with the president on down. All year on this committee, we have seen dramatic cuts to programs that help American families who are struggling with the cost of living. We do not have money for food or for housing, to bring down the cost for utilities or gasoline or health care. The president said there will be no money for daycare, for Medicaid, for Medicare. But by God, we do have $1.8 billion for a corrupt payout scheme for the president and his political allies. It is shameful. I look forward to hearing your answers to our questions today, Mr. Blanche. Thank you, and I yield back.
I now want to recognize our witness, Acting Attorney General Blanche, for an opening statement. Without objection, your written statement will be entered into the record. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Mang, as well, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to present President Trump's fiscal year 2027 budget for the Department of Justice. As you all know, the request totals $41.2 billion, which is a 13% increase over fiscal year 2026, underscoring our department's renewed focus on reducing violent crime, combating the fentanyl crisis, strengthening the border and immigration enforcement, expanding fraud prevention, and ensuring that our law enforcement agencies have the resources they need to protect the American people. Violent crime reduction remains one of the department's highest priorities. Since January 20th, 2025, the Department of Justice has indicted more than 260 TDA members, crippling leadership and dismantling operational networks. Across our major law enforcement components, the results have been historic. Federal law enforcement helped drive a 20% decrease in the national murder rate in 2025, arrested 44,000 violent offenders, which was double the previous year, and seized over 2,200 kilograms of fentanyl. Last year, law enforcement captured 8 of the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives, located 6,300 missing children, and arrested more than 2,000 child predators. The DEA has made thousands of fentanyl-related arrests and seized millions of fentanyl pills and hundreds of kilograms of fentanyl powder. In an August surge alone, DEA executed over 600 arrests, seized multi-ton quantities of narcotics, and recovered more than $11 million in drug proceeds. DEA continues to disrupt global supply chains from source to street. The United States Marshal Service, which is one of the smallest federal law enforcement agencies with roughly 3,800 deputies, arrested more than 73,000 fugitives, conducted 308,000 prisoner movements, housed over 55,000 detainees, and provided protection for 18 federal protectees, including Supreme Court justices' residences. The Marshals also, as you all know, manage over $10.4 billion in seized assets and remain essential to federal judicial security. ATF continues to be a leader in the federal effort to combat violent crime. Since January 2025, ATF has arrested more than 8,700 violent offenders and seized nearly 44,000 illegal firearms, including 5,100 interdicted before reaching their destination of Mexico. ATF agents also seized 2.7 million rounds of illegal ammunition, more than 28,300 illegal explosives, and conducted over 3,500 arson and explosives investigations. To sustain these historic results, the fiscal year 2027 budget includes $22.2 billion for DOJ's law enforcement components and U.S. attorneys' offices. This is a 16% increase over fiscal year 2026. These investments build on our tremendous progress and will ensure continued momentum in violent crime reduction nationwide. We are also strengthening immigration enforcement efforts. The Executive Office for Immigration Review has reduced the immigration case backlog by more than 447,000 cases since President Trump took office. The budget provides almost $900 million for EOR to continue rebuilding its workforce and to modernize case processing systems. Across the entire Department of Justice, nearly $4 billion supports immigration-related enforcement activities. And finally, the department launched the National Fraud Enforcement Division to expand federal fraud enforcement and better protect taxpayer-funded programs. The budget includes $30 million to hire 100 attorneys and enhance data analytics capabilities with a goal of combating large-scale criminal fraud schemes. DOJ is also modernizing the grants process by consolidating COPS, OJP, and OVW into the new Bureau of Justice grants. The goal is to provide a unified and simplified approach to federal grant making while preserving the missions of each office. The department also faces serious budgetary constraints. Fiscal year 2026 marked the second year of flat budgets for several components, basically equating to a decrease in funding because costs and expenses increase year over year. The Bureau of Prisons remains under-resourced, funded at $8.1 billion, almost $300 million below fiscal year 2025. It risks insolvency without additional support. The President's request of $10.3 billion is essential to restore staffing and to maintain safe and secure facilities. In closing, the fiscal year 2027 budget reflects our unwavering commitment to public safety, strong law enforcement partnerships, and responsible stewardship of taxpayer dollars. With your continued support, the Department of Justice will remain strong, effective, and fully equipped to protect the American people. Thank you, and I look forward to answering your questions, Chairman.
Thank you, General. We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions for the witness. And I'll begin by recognizing myself. We all too well, drug trafficking and drug abuse continue to devastate our communities and towns. In December of 25, President Trump designated fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction by executive order. How has that historic designation aided the department in its fight against illicit fentanyl? And please share how your 27 budget request reflects that designation.
Thank you. So, look, I think calling the men that are sending poison into this country terrorists is exactly what they are. And what it does by President Trump doing that is not only there's resources that are more readily available because of that designation, but it also allows our Homeland Security Task Force around the country, there's one in every single state, to effectively focus on not only the narco-terrorists that are in Mexico and South America, but the drug dealers that are on our streets and our communities, rural communities, city communities. Everybody's affected by fentanyl. It remains a priority of this department. It will be a priority for as long as President Trump is in office. And that's why you see that we have an increase, that we're asking for more DEA agents, we're asking for more money, and it's exactly to combat that problem.
Let me turn to the issue of illicit vape products, which is something that is sending children to the hospital, some as young as middle schoolers in my district. It is true around the country. I'm pleased to see that the department and its components, such as DEA, ATF, and others,
just go back and allow the kids
to
smoke
tackle
cigarettes
this emerging threat, such as last
The
year's
vapes are
Operation
worse.
Vapor Trail. Please share how the department is tackling that issue and outline your plans to continue.
I think the
this
vapes
effort
are worse. People
in
be like,
fiscal
"Oh
27.
no, they're better." Right.
Look,
Sure.
This is an example of an all-of-government approach to tackle this problem. It means working with other agencies outside of DOJ. It means working with state and local partners to combat this very serious problem that affects the youth. It affects a lot of our most vulnerable, and it's been a priority for the past 14 months. It will remain a priority. And part of it is not only enforcement, but it's also education and making people understand the importance of, and the dangers associated with this. And look, we've been doing that for the past year, and we'll continue to do it going forward.
As I mentioned in my opening statement, I applaud the department's efforts to take an aggressive stance on those who defraud the American taxpayer. In recent weeks, we've seen several examples of charges brought, guilty pleas entered, and successful convictions of those who have committed fraud. Tell us about the department's new National Fraud Enforcement
What
Division.
the fuck I said?
And highlight some of the division's early successes.
I don't like
This is
the
a-
vapes.
Look, this is
I think the
one of
vapes
the
are
most
worse.
important things we're doing at the Department of Justice. We stood up a new fraud division, not because we haven't prosecuted fraud for a long time, but because we want to make sure
I think
that there's
they're
a
legit
renewed
worse.
focus out of
Very,
Washington,
very
D.C.
bad
and
worse.
at every U.S. Attorney's office to combat fraud. And these are individuals, the people that we're targeting are literally stealing from this country. So they're signing up for programs where they're not entitled to it, whether it's daycare centers, whether it's SNAP benefits, and the focus will be not only on the big players, but on the small players too. And we've asked for money for 100 prosecutors to help with that effort. But this is again an all DOJ effort to combat fraud. You mentioned it. You're already seeing results, and you're going to continue to see results in the coming months and years as we continue to focus on this.
The National Fraud Enforcement Division established after the passage of the fiscal year 26 Commerce Justice Appropriations Act. For this current fiscal year, tell us how the department plans to fund and staff that division that seems to be hitting the ground running.
So a couple different ways. We moved prosecutors from the criminal division that were doing fraud work to the new division. A different prosecutor from every U.S. Attorney's office has been designated to work within this division, although they'll stay obviously in their U.S. Attorney's office. And then with the expected money that we're getting, we're going to hire. And so it's a combination of existing talent within the department and then bringing more talent in over the next year or so.
How does this new division interact with other parts of the agency?
So it closely, and so it's a partner. It's working with not only FBI and HSI and state AGs and state inspector generals, but also U.S. attorneys' offices. And again, this is not a new thing to tackle fraud, but it's a renewed effort by the Department of Justice to combat what has become a very big problem in this country with a lot of people just stealing from the money, from the generosity of the American taxpayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Attorney General, I wanted to ask a few questions about the Anti-Weaponization Fund. We know that the department has agreed to pause this effort until at least June 12th. I wanted to ask what your plans were for the fund after June 12th.
So thank you. So look, we're not moving forward with the fund. You're right that there's a date that in the case in the East District of Virginia in June, but we are not moving forward with the fund, period. The reasons for the fund is something that President Trump talked about for a long time, which is the fact that there were a lot of people in this country who had their government weaponized against them. The reasons for the fund, I think, it remain as important as they were before, but we are not moving forward with the fund.
Not moving forward ever?
Correct.
Oh, there's no more fund then?
Well, to the extent there was a fund, and remember the fund wasn't set up yet. There were no commissioners named. There was no claimants brought anything in front of. There was no claims made yet. So yes, we're not moving forward with the fund.
You and Associated
We're
Attorney
not
General
doing it.
Woodward signed
Just
earlier
not doing it, he said.
documents regarding the settlement and this fund. Would both of you now sign and release documents reversing the DOJ's position on the fund?
We're not moving forward with the fund. I'm not sure what that means to sign documents reversing. There's nothing to reverse. We're not moving forward with the fund.
We know about the court case, the decision, when we've heard press reports, obviously. But is there any way that you could put this in writing? I don't know if there are other ways that you could use another vehicle to move forward with a similar fund or similar intention. And we just want to reassure the American public. We've heard from both Republicans and Democrats, constituents and Americans across the country about this fund. And I think they would love to be reassured that this fund will not progress.
I'm telling you it's not. I guess I'm not sure. I'm not trying to be flippant with you. I'm just saying I'm telling you it's not. I'm not. There's we put out a statement yesterday. There's been an injunction, a temporary injunction filed in EDVA. There's litigation in D.C. There's litigation in the Southern District of Florida. But notwithstanding what we do in those litigations and defending our rights and making sure our rights are protected, we're not moving forward with the fund.
Okay. Yeah, the statement I thought was just about until June 12th. So if it won't progress after June 12th, that's great to hear, and we hope to see this in writing. Yeah.
I mean, I think there'll be a transcript of what I say here, so that will be in writing.
Okay, well, we will work with you and hold you to it. Thank you very much. I wanted to quickly ask, with my remaining time, about hate crimes. We are concerned about the president's budget request eliminating 3 largest sources of federal support to local law enforcement for hate crimes responses and prevention. Legislation passed on a bipartisan basis, Jabara Hire, No Hate, Shepherd Bird, Hate Crimes Prevention, and community-based approaches.
Yes. Always
prevent
tell
and
me
address
all the
hate crimes
things
grant
without telling
programs.
me all the things. And when you do,
Why
make
are
sure
we
you add
proposing
in
to eliminate the
all
very
the things.
programs that are helping our law enforcement and targeted communities?
Well, look, there's a lot of money that we have asked for to combat violent crime, to combat this type of crime. A lot of overlap includes hate crime. I am
Release the
happy to
states
have my
upon
team work
the
with you to make sure
states.
that we're
Yes,
getting
yes.
money where
Let them
it needs to
fight
be.
from
That's
within.
an important issue to President
What's
Trump,
up,
and
Gonzo
it's an important
Johnny?
issue to the Department of Justice as well.
Can you describe or name the areas of overlap?
Well, there's billions of dollars. I think we asked for $12 billion to combat violent crime and grants and things like that. A lot of those grants will go to programs that at least part of it includes combating hate crime. And there's other individualized grants, some of which are earmarked along the way that we've funded for a long time, and that we will continue to work with you on making sure that we're addressing that.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're working together as we have seen and worked together here in Congress, bipartisan, bicameral ways, that combating hate crimes isn't just about prosecution, but also about prevention and working with community organizations as well. So
to the Clubhouse for the
don't have time
repost.
left,
Thank
but I
you
would
to
love
Cancel
continue
Hatred
to
for the
work together on
repost.
this issue.
Thank you to Baked Linguini for the repost.
Judge
I appreciate that, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Attorney General, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We appreciate very much hearing from you. I've got to ask you about something that's dear to my heart. I authored the Justice Served Act a while back, and it was its purpose was to help law enforcement use advanced DNA technology to solve crimes. And a lot of them don't have advanced. Today is the forensic generic genealogy is the next generation of capability. The FBI has already used it successfully in cases like Rachel Morin and Brian Noberger. However, many unsolved violent crimes remain at state and local levels. These agencies lack the funding to scale for these investigations. Can you discuss the DOJ's version of forensic generic
Thank you, young lady.
and whether you can support the Carla Walker Act, which would help state and local enforcement solve violent crimes?
We very much support it, sir, and I think that it's extraordinarily
very much
important to federal law enforcement and to state and local law enforcement. We have, I think, over a dozen DOJ grant programs that are designed to further the research and further the technology in that space. I think that's an important place for us to be spending our money because it does solve crime.
And in turn, local people are going to get the opportunity.
No, I wonder is my cleaner. I mean,
correct.
On their crimes that they consider very important. As I think you may know, I was a former district judge in Texas, and I see the damages caused by lenient policies and judicial overreach. I think that creates damages, and not only in moving cases along, but also in the people's view of justice and whether justice is being served. How is the department responding to the activist judges who issued nationwide injunctions against President Trump's immigration and national security actions? And what is your strategy for defending the executive authority in the courts?
Look, we are fiercely fighting for what we believe the law is, and when we have judges that disagree with that at the district court level, we are appealing constantly, and we have had extraordinary success at the appellate level, even in places like the Ninth Circuit, but in other circuits as well, because we're right. we are not violating the law. We're complying with the law that you all passed when it comes to immigration and the way that we're handling the immigration enforcement. We will continue to do that. When we lose at the district court level, which we do, especially with some of these judges that we think are just not following the law, we fight and we go back and we appeal. And that's what the system suggests we do, and that's exactly what we're doing.
At least where I come from, judges don't make new law or avoid the law that is written, but they follow the law. And it's a dilemma as far as I'm concerned. As a district judge, I swore to apply the law fairly. I appreciate the department's effort to restore equal justice under the law. The president's executive order ending weaponization of federal government was an important first step.
Sounds like he's got
In the prior
emphysema.
administration, the DOJ challenged several state laws restricting gender transition procedures for minors. What
The
steps has the
emphysema is
department
he's
taken
got
to
one of those
ensure
little things
that
that you shove
DOJ's
up to your neck.
decisions are guided by the Constitution, the public safety, and equal application of the law, rather than politics?
Look, it includes both active investigations in the civil space when there's hospitals.
His
or
tracheotomy is hidden
institutions
underneath
that
his
we believe
mask.
are not complying with the law, and those are ongoing. We have multiple investigations going on in the civil space. It also includes active litigation against individuals or states that we believe are violating the Constitution, and we've been doing that almost since we came in a little over a year ago, and we're having, again, we're having success, and we're having success because we're right on the law, and even if it's not at the first step with the district court, when we appeal, we're having success, and our appellate lawyers, our civil lawyers are very busy, but they're doing a good job.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Laurel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could just follow up on my colleague, Congresswoman Meng's questions. I have here, this is the order on the settlement, the $1.8 billion. And then this is the addendum to the order, which is about tax immunity. And this is a copy of the settlement agreement. And the Associate Attorney General signed this. These two documents were signed by yourself. Now, this is all in writing. This is all. Can you tell us here today
Links
that
in chat.
you are
Who do you
going
think you are?
to disavow this? That
You
you're
think
going
you're a
to
skull spotter or
rescind,
something?
what you
Y'all bury
said
that chat
to
for
Ms.
me.
Meng in writing with these efforts. These three documents are in writing. Is that a yes or a no?
So I can't answer that yes or no. Do you want an answer?
Yeah.
Okay, so not yes or no. You gave me three documents. The only document I said we're not moving forward on today is the first document identified, which is the anti-weaponization fund. There's still a settlement agreement, and there's still the second document I signed is not an addendum. It's a separate Attorney General order.
Okay. Okay. So, but you're not going to rescind the addendum, not an addendum, the second order?
No.
The only thing you're talking about here, so the blanket immunity
So,
is not.
Thank you for the repost. Appreciate
immunity.
that. Thank you, dear.
It's not true.
It is.
No, it's not.
What's up, Naro? NDO in the house.
Okay. United States releases, waives, acquits, and forever discharges each of the plaintiffs from and is hereby forever barred and precluded from prosecuting or pursuing any and all claims, counterclaims, causes of actions, appeals, requests for any reliefs. I mean, this is an order from you, but you're not prepared.
Right,
you are
we've been
prepared to
raided.
say that the president
We've been raided
and his
by Viva
family
Fry.
will be.
Thank you, Viva Fry. I appreciate that, sir. Anybody coming through in that raid, make sure you smash a button.
No, it was not.
Lick it and flick it.
I had not answered the question. I can't answer.
Nice, Raid. What up, Ice?
So there was a settlement.
Good to
which is
see
one of
ya.
the documents you showed. Okay. Part of the settlement included the.
We're gonna help
second
more people
order
come in here, come
that
talk
you
to us
just
here in a moment.
held up. And that is still, nothing has changed with that. What I said today, what I've said a couple times today, as what we talked about yesterday, is we're not moving forward with the anti-weaponization fund.
Okay, but you are moving forward with this second order.
It's not moving forward. There's a settlement. There's a settlement that the IRS entered into with President Trump and others, his family and his companies. As part of that settlement, as is customary
Thank you,
in
Naro.
IRS settlements, there's
Appreciate
a
you, brother.
separate order.
You're the best.
Friends, listen to what is being said here today. Here, this is really pretty.
No, there's a couple that already said they were coming through. So
that we are going to
stick around. Stick around, everybody that's listening. Make sure you smash a button. Follow this channel.
Prosecuting the president.
There'll be a couple more people come walking through
and current tax.
Talk to you.
Simply put,
hold some
you
conversations
just gave
about
the president and his family a tax immunity to the tune of
the
about
things that
$100
we're
million.
kind of listening to here.
Well, yes, you have, my friend.
That's not true.
She's kind of annoying. Miss Dolores.
Look, and I just want to say this. The Save America
Horrible.
paid you nearly $10 million
Like,
between
literally
March
want
of
to turn her down.
2024 and December of 2024 to serve as the President Trump's
Just
personal
want to turn her down.
defense
She's
attorney.
just yelling.
My God, don't you not find there's any conflict of interest in what
No.
you are doing here as the acting Attorney General of the United States?
No.
I didn't. What are you saying is a conflict? I don't understand what you're saying.
She's just babble.
Listen,
the fact that I used to have a job and I have a current job.
You know, I've got less time left, but I take. On what you're doing on this.
And clearly, you're the one that doesn't know what you're doing, lady.
We have had a ton of backlash on this on this $1.8 billion slush fund. However, so
Yelling is her only
we'll
volume?
move on
That could be.
But as part of the settlement, which you've said, which is this immunity for the president and his family and his business, etc. That stands.
Sounds
Thank
good,
you,
Ice.
President.
It's not immunity, ma'am. It's
Thank you.
It's a promise.
Thank you. It's immunity.
It's not. It's not immunity. Okay, so it's not immunity. What it says is like anytime the IRS settles with an individual taxpayer or another company as part of the settlement, it's standard. It's typical.
Yeah,
to
not so
get rid of
crazy.
Past ongoing audits. It's not a forward-looking document.
Not
It's
so
something that
crazy,
gives
lady.
Immunity in the future to the president or his family or his organizations. And so by you saying that, it's not true.
By you saying what you've said, it is not true. So thank you, and I yield back.
Time of the gentlelady has expired. Mr. Clyde.
I'm louder, so I must be correct. Yes, that's usually what it is. Who is the loudest is the most
Thank you, Mr.
correct.
Chairman, and thank you, Acting Attorney General Blanche, for being here today.
Absolutely never.
I want to commend the
Absolutely
Department of
never.
Justice's
That's
work
not
in
a thing.
protecting Americans' Second Amendment rights. Your fiscal year 27 budget requested $1.4 million to establish a Second Amendment rights section within the Civil Rights Division, and I was proud to lead an amendment in the FY27 CJS Appropriations Act to codify it. This section monitors state and local laws for unconstitutional infringements and pursues
Women? I mean,
enforcement
that
for
one in particular,
instance.
she's
Unlike
like
the Biden
lizard
DOJ,
person.
which sought to charge service-disabled veterans with felonies for using stabilizing braces, the Trump Department of Justice has already
Pierce
sued multiple
Morgan style of
jurisdictions
interviewing?
over
I mean-
unconstitutional gun laws, and I look forward to ensuring that this office has the resources that it needs.
If Pierce Morgan was a
Congressional
woman,
Republicans and President Trump also delivered the biggest Second Amendment
it'd be
victory in
Miss
over
DeLauro.
90 years by eliminating the NFA transfer and manufacturing taxes on short-barreled firearms and suppressors in the One Big Beautiful Bill. For 91 years, the NFA subjected gun owners to these unconstitutional infringements. Removing these taxes is a major step towards restoring those freedoms. However, Congress's
Pierce
intent
Morgan
was to
is a
remove both
woman.
the
Oh.
taxation and the registration requirements, as they
My
are
bad.
inseparably linked. Without the NFA tax, there is no foundation for the registration requirement.
There's
Since,
none?
as I understand it, the registration exists solely to account for the taxes paid, literally by the serial number of the firearm. Yet the Department of Justice is currently not following this congressional
See you
intent.
next Tuesday? Yeah,
So,
definitely.
Sir, do you agree that the National Firearms
One
Act,
of the worst.
codified in the Internal Revenue Code and originally part of the Treasury Department, is a tax law?
Yes, although my disagreement respectfully is on the intent of Congress. If that's the congressional intent, I welcome it. It's not an objection the department has to the goal you're talking about. It's just understanding the congressional intent when it comes to whether the tax is extended.
Well, if it's a tax law and you eliminate the tax, then, then the registration, in my opinion, has no foundation, and I wrote it. So,
Well, that's pretty good on intent, I suppose.
If the NFA registry no longer records the payment of a tax on the zero-tax firearms, and it exists solely to register them, then this appears to be in direct conflict with the Firearm Owners Protection Act of 1986, which explicitly prohibits any federal database or system that tracks firearms or their owners. And I would like to repeat that for you.
Yes,
it says in 926,
one that's the
section
loudest
US
wins
18,
most times.
926. It says no such rule or regulation prescribed after the date of the enactment of the Firearm Owners Protection Act may require that any system of registration of firearms, firearms owners, or firearms transactions or dispositions be established. That's the FOPA of
would not be that.
1986.
I mean,
So, in your view, is the Department of Justice complying with the FOPA's prohibition against the firearm registry for these zero-tax firearms?
Look, I think I am familiar with this issue. I know it's under active litigation.
anybody
I wanna
that's
be
listening,
careful.
there's a gifted
I will
option
tell you
down there.
that
You can
is something that
donate
we're-
yourself.
that we're working on getting to
There's
good answer to.
a PayPal link
Okay,
in the
well,
description
I
line.
encourage you to have a
There's a
great
Koolfrogg link
and
down
that
there
is
as
to
well.
eliminate the
You can
registration
donate
for those
however
things
you'd
that are
like
not
if you
taxed
wish to
when the
donate.
database is indeed
I was
a
doing a
tax
thing that those that were
Understood.
subscribing to
Thank
the
you.
channel, I was
So
putting them in the
happy to see
description
that,
line.
this committee to take action on
I
this
kind of
very important
eliminated
issue
it for a
by
moment.
issuing,
I was trying to
by
revamp some
prohibiting
stuff.
the registration of
There's going to
zero-tax
be a new
firearms in
description
the
line come within
FY27
the month.
Appropriations Bill. And
I
I
just
look
got to
forward
do
to
some stuff, and I
continuing
got
this
to
fight
do some
moving forward.
thinking
So I'm going to give you some
on
ammunition there.
how I'd like to
Okay.
format it.
Okay.
All right.
Till then,
thank
it's
you.
just going to be generic.
Now, Acting Attorney General Blanche, I also want to applaud the fantastic work the Trump administration and your DOJ have done in curbing the waste, fraud, and abuse of taxpayer
See what I
dollars.
can do for
Vice
all those
President Vance's
wonderful
task
people that
force
donate
eliminate
to this channel.
fraud is already leading to results, uncovering billions of dollars in fraud.
It is
and
that wants to be
specifically,
down
your
there
department
as
has created the National
a
Fraud Enforcement
wonderful.
Division to lead the federal
I took
government's
that
efforts
section
to
out as
investigate,
well.
prosecute, and remedy rampant fraud.
No
Our
disrespect
constituents
to
want
anybody.
accountability for the
I just
fraud
need to
that has
figure out
siphoned
what's
away their
what.
hard-earned tax dollars. So I certainly welcome the click of handcuffs on those stealing from the American taxpayers. So can you elaborate on some of the most egregious
Yep.
cases
Try and see what
Department
see it works.
prosecuted
Yeah,
or has
exactly.
already
You keep
prosecuted?
on doing
Yes.
things, changing
So
things,
the-
revamping
there's
things.
a couple of examples. The most
Do what works.
egregious
I
cases are
mean,
when
we're live on
individuals
YouTube
completely
because
fictitious organizations, whether it's
for
a
whatever
daycare center, whether
reason,
it's an
a
autism
third day in a
center.
row, I'm
And so
like, I
this
just
is
didn't
money,
I didn't
our
turn
tax
off
dollars
the
going
button
to
on it. I
completely
left it.
fictitious
Like, oh, let's
entities,
go
and
live.
It runs through the state. And
Each
what
time
we
that I
found
hit a
in some
6-hour
states is
mark
there's virtually no
on
compliance. There's no check
FMUX,
on
it
the
makes me
system.
restart.
And so it's in some ways a
Which
very
we're
easy
usually
crime to
fine with
catch
when it
once
comes
we
to
identify it because it's completely made up.
the Rumble
And so
side,
this isn't
but
an example of a
YouTube, they
doctor
end the stream, so
putting
it's
the
like
check
you
in the
get
wrong
multiple
box, but is
streams.
actually performing a service. This is pure theft, and we've seen that unfortunately too much in this country, and so that's again one of the main reasons why we started the new fraud.
Try different
division,
things until
is
it works.
because,
Wish the government do it
we
too.
will
I
save
know, right?
Hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars through this effort.
Thank you very much, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Iaffe?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sometimes to
Ranking
the
Member,
detriment
I
of the
did wanna
content.
follow
I
up
mean,
on,
it
Ranking
happens.
Member
It happens. You
Hank's,
just never know what's going to happen.
about
Who
finance,
walks themselves through the room?
which frankly looks to me like a blatant pay-for-pardon scheme. So let me walk through some of the facts.
Not here during the
leading
big
to that
raid.
conclusion. In late 2023, Binance and CEO Zhao agreed to pay a penalty of $4.36 billion. A U.S. judge approved the guilty plea for multiple federal crimes and a civil settlement for anti-money laundering and sanctions, and that was in 2023. Donald Trump is elected president in November 2024. December
Seeing Adam
2024,
Fine failing
Mr.
still
Zhao and
pretend it
Mr.
works.
Witkoff
I
met
mean,
in
of
Abu
course they do.
Dhabi at a Bitcoin conference.
Of course they do, because they can't help themselves. They're like,
March
what?
of
What?
2025,
We keep on
4
doing
months
the
later,
same thing. Eventually, it
Burr
works.
confirmed as Deputy
No,
Attorney General.
not true.
March
Never
25th,
true that way.
2025, World Liberty Financial announced that it would launch a stablecoin called USD1. World Liberty Financial is a family-owned business by the Trump family. Two of his sons are in it. Mr. Witkoff's got interest in it as well. 1 month later, in April 2025, Binance's founder, Mr. Zhao, was sentenced to federal prison for money laundering and other federal crimes that included funding to terrorist groups like ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. On May 1, World Liberty Financial announces that an Emirati company...
But it never really does become the truth, does it? You can repeat it as many times as you want.
Would use $2 billion.
Usually, as you repeated it, it eventually just becomes a figment of your imagination that you think it's true. It still isn't true. You just kept on repeating it, so now in your head...
Binance took steps that catapulted the Trump's family's ventures into stablecoin product, enhancing its credibility and pushing its market capitalization up from $127 million to over $2.1 billion. Now, on May 5th, Mr. Zhao publicly stated that he had applied for a presidential pardon for the crimes that he'd previously pled guilty to and had been sentenced to jail.
See if the archive's working today. Yesterday, archive wasn't working, so I had to do anything I could to not use that.
Plus was put in place.
Certain places I like to get some stuff and use the archive on.
President Trump grants
that's archive.ph.
No explanation, by the way, in the document, at least that I saw.
So, archive.ph, you go use that one.
This
because
looks
it
like
takes you to a point
play kind of scenario. You've got the meeting that takes
where
place.
You can
got the money that's
read articles
to an entity that's owned by the Trump family. I don't think the president has actually divested his interest there necessarily, but I could stand corrected on that. But certainly his family
in
still
full
has interest in it as
without paying for him.
And then a few months after that, he issues a pardon. So
there's this Bill Pulte guy.
Why haven't you
apparently I brought it up earlier.
On its face, it just looks like a quid pro quo scenario that should be investigated.
Why the worst get on top? I mean, apparently Bill Pulte's the worst according to the left. They don't like him at all. Makes it more interesting to see what this guy's really about and why it is that we took the Federal Housing Finance Agency guy and made him the temporary or acting
the premise that this
National Security Director is kind of strange.
Let me reclaim
it's like, what does he know on that?
It gives him absolute power to pardon. It does not give power to pardon in exchange for payments, clearly. And a $2.1
look at how many people still believe lies that mainstream media told us for 30 years.
Anyway.
I mean, they still believe in it, bro.
He gets the $2 billion piece, and then a few months later pardons the guy.
It's horrible.
Guilty of money laundering and providing money to or helping to finance the money laundering.
Not much we can do about it. We just allow it to occur.
Al Qaeda and the guys we're fighting in Iran right now, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard.
I don't.
That's not a problem.
Who he chooses to pardon is not a problem, period. And you're saying all these things that are just not true.
What's the legal basis for that statement?
The Constitution of our United States.
The Constitution does not give him the authority to pardon in exchange for payments. It does not permit bribery.
For payments. You told me nothing about exchange for payments. You said there's.
Well, I just told you.
Put a bunch of facts together.
Well, you added it after the fact.
Clearly, you're not going to do it. Shouldn't somebody be appointed?
Mr. Ivy, you horrible person.
This and conduct the investigation.
You're a piece of poop.
The conclusion that you're right, that's fine. But if he finds that there's a problem with what the president did or his
big
family,
stinky piece of poop,
then he should move forward with prosecuting that case.
Has expired.
I very much disagree.
Mr. Strong.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Ming, for convening this hearing. Acting Attorney General Blanche, thank you for being here with us today. I appreciate you and the department for your work supporting law enforcement and addressing evolving threats across this country. As you know, North Alabama and Redstone Arsenal have become a premier hub for the DOJ and FBI operations supporting critical work in counterterrorism, explosives, and ballistic analysis, emerging UAS threats, and coordination across federal agencies. North Alabama has repeatedly demonstrated it can support the nation's most critical missions with a highly skilled workforce, state-of-the-art facilities, and room for continued growth. The funds this committee approved last month include a planned investment in advanced training and operational support at Redstone Arsenal as part of the department's broader efforts to strengthen the FBI's readiness and capabilities. As Acting Attorney General, how do you plan to ensure that these investments support Redstone Arsenal's continued growth as a center for FBI training and operations?
Look, I think you're absolutely right that the facilities that the FBI and ATF have in that area is key to our to protecting our borders and key to everything from our drone anti-drone capabilities that we're working on. And so we're doing things like getting FBI personnel out of DC and down there where they should be working, and same with ATF. And look, there's a very it's an important law enforcement priority of this administration and of me to continue that effort. So I expect that you will see not infrastructure, which we've asked for money on, which we're spending money on, but also getting more of our talented personnel there to continue the mission of the FBI.
Thank you. I also want to echo what
Read
my
three
colleagues have
books
said
every
and
year.
commend the department
1984,
for
Fahrenheit
the
451,
DOJ's recent aggressive work
and
to
God
combat
is not
fraud.
great.
For years, bad
They're
actors
all about
have
deception
treated taxpayer
and the manipulation of human mind and the benefit of those who would
pandemic
enslave us.
relief, loans to Medicaid, and SNAP benefits like their own personal piggy banks. In Minnesota, the Feeding Our Future scheme alone involved more than $250 million in fraud tied to federal children's nutrition and pandemic-era programs. And just last month, the DOJ announced charges against 15 defendants accused of participating in more than $90 million in Medicaid fraud schemes. What steps does the department in taking to ensure that we are not just prosecuting these criminals, but actively clawing back every single stolen taxpayer dollar possible?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I will tell you, every single indictment that you have seen from this department includes meaningful forfeiture efforts, whether it's freezing accounts the day of the arrest or in the time leading up to the arrest, or going after the assets that have been purchased by the defendants as part of our criminal forfeiture efforts. It's as important as arresting the bad guy as trying to recover the assets that they stole from the American taxpayer. It's every single, like I said, every time we make an arrest, every part of our investigation is focused on not only identifying the bad actors, but recovering our assets.
Thank you. Hardworking Americans go to work every day and follow the rules. They're sick and tired of the seeing their tax dollars stolen by scammers and non-U.S. citizens. The time is past due to make sure that we do what needs to be done, and I think that's what America is looking for. I was pleased to vote with the committee to provide the full request of $30 million for the department to hire 100 more attorneys to more effectively combat fraud targeting government programs and the American public. Attorney General Blanche, how will you, the additional attorneys, help ensure the large fraud investigations do not stop with first round of indictments, but continue until every individual who knowingly participated has been identified and where appropriate, and they're appropriately prosecuted?
Yes, and thank you for the vote on the funding. Those prosecutors will help lead that effort. And what we're doing is we're working, this is again an all government approach. So we're working with HHS, with our other federal partners to identify bad actors. We're working with inspector generals from all these locations and working those cases with FBI, HSI, state and locals in the states that are willing to help us. And that's the whole point of the new fraud division, is to leave, whether you have committed a $1,001 fraud or whether you've committed a $100 million fraud, you should face a felony in this country for stealing from the American taxpayer. And that's what we're committed to doing. As you know, we started a year ago and we're not stopping.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Morelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for convening this. Thank you to Ranking Member Mang and Ranking Member DeLauro as well, and thank you to the Attorney General for appearing. I want to associate myself with the remarks by the Chairman, just to say I'm deeply frustrated that the Department is appearing and the Attorney General is appearing here nearly 3 weeks after the subcommittee and full committee have marked up Commerce, Justice, and Science Appropriations Bill. It's deeply troubling. This is not how the appropriations process is expected to work, and we would love to hear from you in the future, and I think we ought to, your budget priorities, question your leadership, what the leadership believes about these. So I just deeply frustrated. I hope it doesn't, I hope next year we don't repeat this. So I just wanted to associate myself with that. I was just curious, just as a follow-up to Mr. Ivy's line of questioning. Is it your testimony that if someone paid the President of the United States $1 million for a pardon, that would not violate federal law?
That is not my testimony.
What is your testimony about?
My testimony is that the power to pardon in our Constitution is not limited. So what I mean by that is the president doesn't have to say why he's pardoning.
No, I didn't say that. I'm asking you, though. So if someone wrote in the memo of a check for $1 million to the President of the United States, any president, said for issuance of a pardon, would that be a violation of federal law?
Yes.
What's up, Rev?
I would
Under what section
of the facts? I think there would be a
you just said
violation of the bribery law. Yes,
bribery law, even though the Constitution gives you unlimited power as president.
The person that paid the bribe would be for the president himself who accepted the money. I think you would need to impeach him in that case.
Gotcha.
At least under my reading of the Constitution.
Just wanted to make sure I understood what you were saying. I wanted to ask you on a completely different topic. I serve as the ranking member of the Committee on House Administration, which has jurisdiction over federal elections. As you know, federal law prohibits the deployment of military personnel or armed federal law enforcement officers from polling places.
Yes.
Federal law also prohibits intimidating, threatening, or coercing any person for the purpose of interfering with the right to vote. Violators of either of these laws are subject to criminal penalties, as you know, under federal law. The president has continued to talk about and issued rhetoric which suggests that he might be willing to deploy military personnel or federal agents, perhaps even FBI, at polling places. And I'm just want your assurance that you will not allow Department of Justice personnel around election places, polling places this November.
I'm sorry, that I won't allow DOJ personnel around election places.
No,
we will comply with the law.
You will comply with the law, with federal law.
Yes.
And will you commit to investigating and prosecuting individuals who violate those protections or otherwise interfere with an American's right to vote?
We will definitely comply with the law, and the law enforcement will investigate alleged violations of law.
Thank you, sir. Just weeks ago, changing topics, ATF announced 34 regulatory changes affecting the agency's efforts to combat violent gun crime. At that announcement, you said, what we're doing today will actually help law enforcement. And the director, I think it's Cicada, added, we believe that these rules will not negatively impact public safety. Those are your words. Your regulations tell a different story. In the rule that allows a potential prohibited purchaser to skip a second background check, the department warns a prohibited person who obtains a firearm under the proposed rule and uses that firearm to inflict mass casualties would have been prevented under the current requirement, which the department is asking be taken away. And in the rule restricting law enforcement from effectively tracing guns, the department, again, in the body of the regulatory reforms, warned that the change that you were asking for could delay or hinder federal, state, and local enforcement officers to track and stop violent offenders. Those are the department's warnings. Your own analysis acknowledges the changes could make it
ex-girlfriend
for prohibited individuals
Come on now, that's
to
not
obtain firearms and
it ain't that
harder for
bad.
law enforcement to track violent criminals. So you're the nation's chief law enforcement officer. You talked a lot about violent crime. Why is the department pursuing actions when the department analysis states it would potentially create a much higher risk of violent gun crime for the public?
The analysis you're talking about is not true, right? So that is when we talk about potentials with the new regulations, that includes a variety of possibilities. When it comes to the regulation you're speaking about directly, that the problem that existed that we were trying to fix with that is making it more efficient and make it easier for law enforcement and for FFLs to make sure that only people who could have guns. And so the regulations that exist now that we're changing don't do that. They're actually outdated, and they're not the systems are not up to date, and that's what the regulation that you're speaking about, I believe, is designed to fix.
But I would just suggest that the analysis by the department in issuing these, the elimination of these regulations actually identifies threats and potential harm to the public by doing the regulatory reforms you're suggesting. I'd ask you to look at it further, and I know my time is out, and I want to yield back, Mr. Chair.
You broke your girlfriend into how many pieces and how exactly? Details, asking for a friend.
Mr. Attorney General,
no super glue. That's not good for it.
it's encouraging.
Sub cancel.
It's encouraging to see
What's going on?
How's it going on this wonderful summer day?
I have a cast on my foot.
Oh.
And yet fentanyl remains the leading cause of death.
That's what they do for wound care now. For
ages 18 and 45.
they give me a walking
We've
cast.
made progress, but we haven't knocked it down.
Perfect.
So communities throughout
Perfect. So if it wasn't healed, it'll heal improperly.
Epidemic.
So
Yeah,
they can
nothing.
break. So they can break it later to fix it.
Yeah, no, nothing broken. Nothing broke.
Okay, good.
I
was that sore that was on my foot, and they were like, "This will help keep the pressure off of it and keep you from walking around on it so much, as well as keeping it sterile and all that." So it's all good.
That have in part fueled this crisis.
Word.
Those efforts are crucial. I appreciate your leadership on this. However, despite the stronger enforcement
It's
measures
live,
here,
so it's not going to
fentanyl
get paused.
continues to reach across
No,
our
it's
borders.
fine. It's fine. I was noticing your links that you had in there earlier about Indiana and who was the other one, Florida or something like that, canceling Pride Month and making it Nuclear Family Month. That's awesome. That is absolutely awesome.
Exactly.
I walked into, my daughter had a doctor's appointment today as well. She's 16, and we walk into the office there, and up on the wall it says, "Don't give up until you're proud."
Thank you. So,
major transit hub.
Thank you. Look,
And I'm
the thing I
thinking
can
to
say is the Homeland
myself,
Security
you
Task
know,
Force effort,
why
which
am I
is
bringing my
focused,
daughter to
its
this
priority is
doctor's
stopping the flow
office
of illegal
when
narcotics,
that's what
especially
they're,
fentanyl, into
I
our
just,
communities. And you're
yeah.
right that we've made
I wanted to
progress,
rip it
but
off
we
the
are
wall,
nowhere
but
near
you know,
our goal.
If you look at the second news article that I threw up there or whatever, that one is kind of strange because it kind of looked. It says
law enforcement agent and also international partners,
Republicans
in Ecuador and Colombia,
name Pride Month, Nuclear Family Month. That's the one that's out of Illinois or whatever. And then it obviously the paper's askew. If you go down into that article, it actually shows
this is not a problem that gets fixed overnight.
a big huge banner of a rainbow. This is Take Back the Rainbow.
But that doesn't mean that we're not making
I'm like, yeah, let's go.
What it's not meant for.
President
Right.
Trump, all the way down to every federal prosecutor in this country.
They commandeered it. They commandeered it, and they made it something that it wasn't.
Right.
In your view, your budget will reflect that increased prioritization and toward working with
100%
our foreign law enforcement partners.
Yes.
This guy needs to talk into his microphone.
Federal, state, local, and our tribal law enforcement agencies is one of the key tools that we have. Programs like the
Mr.
regional
Shreve.
information sharing systems, the risks are key to supporting criminal investigations. And I see that back
Why are
in
the parents offended?
Columbus,
Why are you
Indiana,
offended, dude?
This past week, that police department, city of 50,000 people.
I mean, if you're gonna be, I mean, it's up to you.
To enhance audio and video evidence, leading to the identification, arrest, and prosecution of armed
I
robbery
see it's
suspects.
20 after.
These programs deliver results from my constituents and the constituents of everyone else that I serve with up here today.
So this oversight
Appreciate the
committee
work
had
that
nothing
Congress
better
and
to
DOJ
do than bust
continues
this guy's balls
to
for
prioritize
afternoon.
information
Yeah.
sharing across all
Right.
levels of law enforcement.
Yeah, from what I was listening to earlier, it didn't
Mr.
seem like there
Blanche,
was anything
what is your
specific
department,
other than just a bunch of bullet points that they
how is
had
your department
questioned.
prioritizing information
It wasn't like
sharing
one
this
right.
year, going
gotcha
into the next
moment
year
or
with these
anything.
partnerships that are so crucial?
But you know, for what it was, is because it's
Bring
live.
these
I'm like, all right, let's do it. Let's see what it is.
We work
See what they're gonna do.
at the basic
Listen to
level
what
in
he had to
districts
say
around
with
this country. We work with our state and local
Hannity
partners
beforehand,
in every single case.
because I had a little bit of time that I needed to
Whether
kind
it's a
of
state case or a federal case, we're
Yeah.
working
fill
with them.
before
That
he
you're
showed up
totally
for
right.
this.
That includes sharing
Um,
information and making sure the systems can talk to each other. That costs money. and
Even
upkeep.
even
So we
talking
have
to a
multiple
CIA
grants
show,
that are
whatever, you
designed
didn't
to
really
go to
get much
state
out
and
of him.
local law enforcement to make sure they're able
just
to
kind of
continue to have information technology
I don't
that
know.
allows
He's
us
a
to be
questionable
effective with
dude.
the federal
I
government.
like him though.
And I agree with you that we cannot solve violent crime. We cannot solve the drug problem. We cannot help with murders and violent and any sort of narcotics trafficking. without strong information sharing, and we spend a lot of money on that, and it's money that we should be spending.
Thank you.
We spend too much money on things. I mean, I get it. Spend the money on the narcotic trafficking as much as you can, whatever. But
welcome, Acting Attorney General. I want to speak about justice for the Epstein victims and survivors, and I'm going to begin with the closing words of Virginia Roberts Giuffre in her book. It's literally the last paragraph. She writes, "I hope for a world in which predators are punished, not protected. Victims are treated with compassion, not shamed, and powerful people face the same consequences as anyone else. I yearn, too, for a world in which the perpetrators face more shame than their victims do, and where anyone who's been trafficked can confront their abusers when they are ready, no matter how much time has passed. We don't live in this world yet. I mean, seriously, where are those videotapes the FBI confiscated from Epstein's houses? And why haven't they led to prosecution of any more abusers?" That's from Virginia. It was printed, as you know, posthumously after her death. Mr. Blanche, you and I had a chance a couple of weeks ago at the Department of Justice to speak.
I mean, if it was posthumous, you'd hope it was after her death.
Three things in connection with this monstrous, decades-long crime spree.
She transformed into a
failure to
starfish.
fully redact survivor information. Number two, your failure to follow the law and release the remaining files. And number three, your refusal to prosecute anybody else. Mr. Blanche, let's continue that inane conversation, but this time it's public. This time, and more importantly, it's under oath. You're speaking to Congress.
You should start a group
When will you comply with the law and release all
and a GoFundMe.
As I said
For-
when we spoke before.
For what? What's the group and why are we funding it?
There are 3 million more documents, and you know what
Can
you
we get
said
the
to me?
national
They're
government
all
to fund us?
duplicative, and they include another guy named Epstein.
No, I didn't
Nobody's
say
Pick
buying
up some
it.
form of NGO or something and
So,
just do
You're
that.
claiming my
Can I
time?
answer?
Small
Can I
business.
answer the question?
Not, I just gave you the answer you gave me. No, actually, it's my time, Mr. Chairman. I think those are the rules of this committee. I told him the answer he gave me, and now in public he's trying to say something else. Please stop the clock. Can I get that time back? May I have
No.
20 seconds back, Mr.
No.
Chairman? Thank you. I very much appreciate that. Mr. Blanche.
You don't want me to answer.
So he told her in a private
Mr.
meeting that he
Blanche,
wasn't
as
going to
you know, I've
prosecute
visited
anyone else.
DOJ
Now she's
3
holding him to the
times
fire on it.
As much as 10 hours, and I'll be going back. Does the Epstein File Transparency Act say that the file should be available to members of Congress with a minder at DOJ, where you're in a secure room, you can't write on any of the binders, you can take your own notes? Is that what the Transparency Act says?
It doesn't require we allow you to come to DOJ at all. We did that on our own.
What does it say in terms of
We do that.
transparency? It says that they should be made publicly available.
And they
Am
were.
Am I correct?
And they
Publicly
were.
available.
And they were.
Oh, well, let's talk about that.
Okay.
Time of the gentlelady has expired.
I beg your pardon. And I'd actually like to get 20 seconds back. How do I get cut off 2 minutes into this?
Time of the gentlelady has expired.
I beg your pardon, Mr.
What?
Chairman. What rules were you operating under?
Just shut up, Karen. Go sit down.
I've been in the
Get
room.
shafted.
I have been
Time's
there.
up.
Right.
This is what I have to do. Transcribe to
She
show
should have more
what is
time
true.
or whatever.
What
I
is
mean,
true is that the president
2
has
minutes.
lied
She
about
literally was
being
into
on
it. 2 minutes.
Epstein's plane, and the unredacted
Wow.
files prove that. There's a lot in here.
the gentlewoman
I am-
will
I'm
shut
shocked
up
at
now.
this. There's also this set of files in the file. This is investigation into the potential co-conspirators of Jeffrey Epstein. I almost used up all the blank ink in the hallway because it's all covered up. It's all covered up. The American people are not stupid. They know that when members of Congress have to go in and actually unredact to try to find the truth for these victims, something is corrupt. Something is corrosive.
Yeah, it's you, lady.
You were paid $10 million
I
to
don't know.
represent the president. You hang a 30
Her and the rest
banner
of
the
them.
president's menacing face.
535 congressional members, every single last one of them
You
are
said that
crap.
if you were terminated or or not move forward as Attorney General,
She's a
you would
house.
say to the president,
She's
"I
one of
love
the
you,
435.
So I have one question for you.
Yeah, I'm not
Is
gonna
your
throw it out that she's
obligation to the
corrupt, but I
victims
mean
and
the fact that she's
survivors
trying to
of
hold this guy
Epstein's heinous
to
crimes and
task
all
when he
the
said he wasn't going to
perpetrators, or
prosecute
is your
anyone
first
else
obligation to the
behind
President of
doors.
the
Now
United
she's
States?
asking him out in the public.
Without a doubt.
Like, answer the
We want to
question.
bring
Why aren't you prosecuting
justice
anyone else?
to every
I
victim.
really want to
Bring that
know.
justice.
Can I please finish?
Excuse me.
Can I finish?
It's been decades. When,
Can I finish?
when will you bring the justice?
So as I was saying,
When will you prosecute? And who will you prosecute?
Can I
Please allow the witness to answer.
You told me in our
So I'll
conversation
tell you,
you
so
blamed the victims.
every victim
Let the record
of Mr.
reflect
Epstein,
he told me
of
that the victims didn't give good names.
let me be crystal clear.
All
that
right,
this
a little
Department of
decorum here,
Justice
lady.
will always protect victims and will always prosecute anybody we can. Okay, full stop. No ifs, ands, or buts, okay? What you are showing in a game of showmanship are redactions because of victims, because that prosecution memorandum talks about, excuse me?
Perpetrators, too.
How do you know that? Go ahead.
Talk to the
Exactly.
victims.
So
Talk to the victims.
they're victims' names, which we are required to redact, required by law to redact, which we did. Okay, so I take
Mr.
umbrage
Chairman,
to
I
the
realize
idea.
I'm over time. I thank you for that indulgence. I want to ask for unanimous consent to enter records into the onto the record. May I do that now?
Without objection.
Thank you. The
Time
first,
of the gentlelady has expired. Mr. Koolfrogg.
Now you will shut
I
up.
would like to enter these records. May I please list what they are, sir?
You had your chance. Mr. Alford.
You're denying me the chance to list what these records are?
Mr. Alford.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Attorney General, would you like to respond?
I think that
Go Koolfrogg.
idea
Go
that this
Koolfrogg.
Department of Justice does not stand up to victims. And
Now
does
she's
not
gonna
do
check
everything
cutting.
it can stand up for victims.
Right, and
rather
on the
than
other-
plan to prosecute
right.
anybody who harms our most vulnerable, ignores the facts. We will always protect victims. We have said from the beginning, anybody, whether it's their lawyer,
This
whether
guy
it's a
says, "I'll give you your
victim
time."
who wants to meet with the FBI or who has information, they don't have to come in. They can use their lawyers. They can use nonprofit groups. I've spoken to nonprofit groups. My leadership team has spoken to nonprofit groups and victims. When we released the Epstein files earlier this year, I spent the whole weekend on the phone with many of Epstein's victims' lawyers, and Director Patel has said the same thing. And so I will say again, if there is a lawyer or a victim who has information, please come forward. And it doesn't mean coming forward to a congressman's office. It means coming forward to the FBI. And if there's nervousness or if there's something that it's a difficult thing to do, we will work with you. That's what we do. That's what the FBI does. And that's what we've said for months and months, and it remains as true today as it was the first time we said.
I had no intention of asking about Epstein, but there were 3 allegations made of failure to fully redact victims' names. Have you done that?
So we were required by law to redact victims' names. We did not get to choose victims. So what the judge told us in New York was if somebody identified themselves as a victim, we had to redact that, and that's what we did. And
Has there been a failure to prosecute perpetrators?
Never. And if we learn of a bad guy that we can prosecute today, we will prosecute him today.
Has there been a failure to release all the files?
No. So we reviewed more than enough. We over-collected on purpose to make sure we could comply with the law. And so necessarily by over-collecting, some of the materials we collected were not responsive. They had nothing to do with the Epstein files or the Transparency Act.
I want to dramatically shift gears now and talk about what's going on in New Jersey. Our federal officers are being assaulted by people who are funded, we believe, from outside sources. One man was arrested recently, death threats on ICE officers. It's no wonder they don't want to wear masks. I mean, they want to wear masks to protect their identity, to protect their families, to protect their lives while they're trying to deport criminal illegal aliens and protect this detention center, which is legally there. What is going on in America? Who is funding these people, Antifa and these other groups that are causing these issues, criminals that are causing chaos in our country? And what is the Department of Justice doing
Warren
about it?
Buffett.
So thank you for that question. Look, if you look at the people
Right.
who were arrested in New Jersey, very few of them were from New Jersey. There was one that was from as far away as Portland. There were a ton from New York, a ton from further out west. And so
The kid
you
that
do
bit
have a
the,
concerted effort by national organizations to disrupt
ICE
and
agent,
really
the
just
one
try
that
to
had
create
this,
chaos, because you
bite
also have
mark on his forearm.
a ice
The
run
kid that
facility
bit up from that was from
that
Madison,
completely
Wisconsin.
compliant with the law.
A
And the
sex
men
offender.
and women that are defending that facility are just doing their jobs.
Yeah.
And what we saw until earlier this week was unfortunately a local government didn't let their cops come and help, even though I'm sure every one of those
Going
cops
back
would
to
have
the
loved to.
Epstein
And
files,
so
I
until we
asked
had that
Google later
happen,
how many people
there
have
was
been
there was
charged
chaos,
due
but
to
we
the
have it
Epstein
under
files.
control. And
One
we
in the
will
entire
always
world
defend
has
ICE.
been
We
officially
will always
charged.
prosecute anybody who touches an ICE
Ghislaine
officer,
Maxwell.
and that's what we can do.
No,
Mr. Attorney General, that is
no,
great.
she was arrested before the
How is the
files came out.
investigation going into finding out this illegal
Norwegian Prime
funding of these
Minister
illegal groups that are
Sorbian
committing illegal
Jagland.
activities?
Okay.
Yeah,
We have
yeah.
multiple
Sure.
investigations, and they're ongoing, and we will find them.
But nobody from the U.S.
Nobody from the U.S.
Because
They're
what they're doing
really
is
seriously
absolutely
digging
a
into
violation of the law.
Mendelssohn.
So the money they're raising is being
The
used
guy from
for,
England.
without a doubt. They're not telling the IRS, for example, that they're going to
The
spend their money on
Mendelssohn, no,
umbrellas to
Mendelssohn,
hand out
one
at-
of their.
I know that they
at
made that
riots.
one.
Peter
So
Mendelssohn.
that's the kind of
Yeah, they made
information
Prince
that they're
Andrew
lying
step
about, and
down.
that they're raising
at-
money.
Yeah, they did that
Is
too,
this
right?
outside money from overseas coming in, or is
Yeah,
this
okay.
funding within
Who
our
cares?
borders?
No, they released files on
Our
Mendelssohn,
investigation
whatever,
today
within the
is
last 2
ongoing,
days.
But
Oh,
certainly
okay.
a lot of it's from in our
Yeah.
borders. A lot of it, unfortunately, is from here.
Mendelssohn,
But there's
as
no
in-
doubt that there's also
yeah.
foreign funding.
As in England's top
for the work you're
type
doing, and, Mr. Chair, I'll
parliamentary
yield back
figure,
15
whatever.
seconds.
Yeah.
Peter
Thank you,
Mendelssohn.
Mr. Alford. Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General, welcome. I want to discuss a troubling development in my home state of Virginia and in states across the country. And
Why do
that's,
some pages get
crimes
stools
committed
and
by
others
illegal
don't?
immigrants who
I think the
are released
pages
back
like
into
really seriously put
communities
themselves in certain
like Virginia
like spots for reasons.
continue to commit crimes,
Yeah.
not
What if it's a
reported to their country
priority
reported.
thing, like top
For years
pages
under the
get
leadership
stools,
of
the other ones
Governor
have
Glenn
to sit on the
Youngkin,
floor?
Virginia law enforcement agencies partnered with the federal government under a
It could be the
287
pages are sitting in
agreement.
front of their
These agreements
Their-
allow
their
trained law
particular-
enforcement
right.
officers to work
Right.
with federal
So
immigration
they can
authorities
just
to
reach
identify
back
and remove
over and
illegal
Mm-hmm.
aliens who had already
whatever,
been involved
yeah.
in the criminal justice system. Now Governor Spanberger has chosen to revoke these agreements and move Virginia in the direction of a sanctuary commonwealth.
Yeah.
At a time when Americans
Yeah, the
are
Rumble
demanding
Wall is
secure
live.
borders and safer communities,
Yeah.
Virginia's walking away from one of the most effective cooperative tools available to law enforcement. The result is that dangerous individuals who could have been transferred to federal custody may instead be released back into the communities. And we heard from the inept Commonwealth's attorney of Fairfax County, Steve Descano, in Judiciary Committee 2 weeks ago, who was confronted with crime after crime committed by illegal immigrants who were released back into the community because they were not prosecuted or held to account by his office. So from the DOJ's perspective, does this lack of cooperation between federal government and state law enforcement agencies make it more difficult to identify and remove criminal aliens?
I mean, more difficult and a lot less safe. It puts everybody at danger, not only the community, but the federal law enforcement that have to then go and arrest the person who should have been just picked up in jail when they were there. And the best way to know that it's not working is because when you go to the jurisdictions where it does work, where there is law enforcement working, local law enforcement working with the federal government.
What's up?
You're not showing up live in this
efficient,
Rumble
and
Wallet.
it complies with all the laws. And so
I don't know.
the best way to know
honestly, I've
which
never
way it
looked
works
at
is
Rumble
to just
Wallet,
do
so
a
I
compare
can
and
tell you
contrast.
what that even means.
One of the things we have in this
Well, yeah, I
is
finally got
power
it
of
set
the
up.
purse.
Would it-
There's a lot of money flowing,
I don't know.
cops grants and other federal support for our local law enforcement agencies. We support our
I wonder if
local
there's
law
something else that I
enforcement
need to do with the
stand
wallet that
with,
I didn't do
our men and
already.
women in law enforcement. We back the blue. But in those jurisdictions where you see a refusal or reluctance to enter into these types of 287G agreements, could it be
You know, I said
encouraged
Warren Buffett
through the
before. I
design of
actually
these
meant to say
documents
George
through the
Soros.
287G agreements? Could that be a productive
And then his son.
use of
Well, George Soros is probably dead by now.
Yes, and look, the
Emperor
problem is,
Palpatine.
or the challenge is that we love our cops and we want them to have funding. And it's
I don't remember what his
usually
son's
not
name
them.
is. Peter,
It's
isn't
usually
it?
the leadership in the local jurisdictions. And so
Who?
we do want
What?
to be sensitive
George
to taking away
Soros's
the money
son's
that
name?
they need because it's
Alex.
not their fault. But
Alex.
yes, the power of the purse is exactly that.
Probably
It's
him
power.
funding these
Well, I'm hopeful that the
ICE
legislation I've introduced, which will
Antifa groups.
will move through the legislative process. I also want to discuss your department's data security program administered through the National Security Division. For years, Congress has become increasingly concerned that foreign adversaries like the Chinese Communist Party have been acquiring vast quantities of Americans' personal information through data brokers, corporate acquisitions, commercial relationships, and other means. In the hands of a foreign adversary, this information can be used to identify intelligence targets, facilitate surveillance, support cyber operations, and strengthen artificial intelligence capabilities. The department's data security program represents an important step toward addressing these vulnerabilities and protecting Americans from exploitation by foreign adversaries. Since implementation of the program, can you answer what the DOJ has learned about the scale of foreign efforts to obtain U.S. data through commercial channels?
I mean, it happens every day, and it's a constant effort by not only the Department of Justice but a lot of the federal government to combat that, because the foreign actors are spending a lot of money, a lot of resources, and they're smart to try to get our data. And so you're right, the money that we put up in these agencies, NSD and other places, it's because we have to make sure that we're not only stopping it,
Try
but also
now.
putting preventative measures in place.
There was
so
a
it's
little
not
thing
working
I
for them
needed to
try.
actually apparently turn on the wallet for the channel.
Gaps in current law that make it difficult to
Interesting.
prevent sensitive U.S. data.
I'm glad that you actually asked. Yeah, there you
I
go.
don't
Try
think
that.
gaps is the right way
Good
to say
catch.
it, but I think that we need to make sure that we're constantly robust and that we remain strong in our regulatory efforts to stop it.
Thank you. Yield back.
That concludes the regular hearing. However, there is a request for a second round. The
A second
Attorney General,
round.
has important matters to attend to, so we will attempt to shorten what would normally be a second round and keep it to 2 minutes per member.
The gentle lady.
To 2 minutes per member, the gentle lady ain't gonna get enough time to do much of nothing.
Right, she'll get 1 minute.
You get the rest of your time from the first 5.
Let me ask you, Joel, about the surge operations that the department has conducted on cities across the United States. Our state and local partners have mixed feelings about the success of that program. Can you share the impact these operations have had on officer morale, for example, in large cities with historically high crime rates? And is the department planning to continue these efforts? And if so, what resources are needed to continue those efforts?
So the surges have been extraordinarily successful. From August of last year to April of this year, we directed almost $44 million and over 1,100 agents to these surge efforts. And in D.C. and in Memphis, you see a remarkable reduction in crime, but you also see a community that's appreciative. In this city, we work very well with local leadership, and including the mayor, because the results of the surges is exactly what you expect it to be, which is we're taking bad guys off the streets, we're letting people feel comfortable walking around, and that's the same thing we did in D.C. and in Memphis. We expect to spend another $100 million doing that over the next fiscal year because it's working, because it's a good thing to do in this country. And so we sending a lot of law enforcement into a crime-ridden area works.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Attorney General, I want to thank you for verbally committing to not moving forward with the so-called anti-weaponization fund. I just want to make sure, are you going to issue a new memo in writing, rescinding that May 18th memo?
I'm not committing to putting anything in writing. I'm going to set it
Nothing
over
in
and
writing.
over again. I mean, I don't know what the purpose of putting something in writing. I'm telling you what we're doing. Meaning, like, why do I need to put something in writing if I'm telling you what we're doing?
Well, you started it, you established it in writing, so it just makes sense to rescind it in writing. I think a lot of Americans, both sides of the aisle, are concerned about it, and it would restore a lot of trust about this issue.
Okay, I'm not committing to doing anything in writing. No.
Again, tell me what you're doing without tell me what you're doing.
Concerned because you're not under oath, and I want to trust you and I want to believe you. We all do, but putting it in writing would settle that issue. I have 1 minute left.
You got a pen and paper there, lady. What do you want me to do? Jot a note?
Every year, the committee reports and the joint explanatory statement accompanying the Appropriations Act direct the department to provide to the Appropriations Committee various reports on various subjects. These reports assist the committee's work and help ensure transparency and accountability. Numerous reports from your department have not yet been sent to us and are now overdue. Are you aware of this issue, and will you please work to deliver these reports to both the House and Senate Appropriations Committees?
I will.
Thank you. I yield back.
Do your homework, dude.
Judge Carter.
Right?
I mean...
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This settlement that was entered into...
Oh, God, we go back to auto-tune.
Started off to be a lot of conversation about. Everybody who was involved as a litigant was represented.
Last week I had someone who couldn't speak English require a signature.
This wasn't
scan my driver's license so I can get my food from the Walmart. I mean,
right.
Yes, that's correct.
When you
good stuff. Good stuff. This mailman is a coworker of mine.
Nobody's coming back on the facts that lawsuit was based on and trying to go forward again. That's why you have to put something like what the lady read into the agreement and say, now if they want to break the law past that set of facts and do it again, they're not covered and protected by that.
That's correct.
They're only protected if that's what your lawsuit was about.
Correct.
And all the lawyers signed off on it, and all the lawyers agreed for all the litigants that were involved in that case.
100%. That's correct.
So nobody was forcing anybody without a lawyer to make a settlement. They all had a lawyer. They all probably had good lawyers. Cost a lot of money, and they settled for the facts that we have before us. You're stating that you're not going to continue.
I don't know why it sends it the way it does. I don't get it.
The way to pay it at this time or at any time for that matter.
Correct.
In your knowledge.
Correct. I sent some code or something or whatever
I don't see where
to
the fault is. I'll yield back.
Mr. Laurel?
General Discord.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just want to run through some questionable transactions.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that.
Secretary, President received a luxury jet from the Qatari government valued at hundreds of millions of dollars in apparent violation of the Emoluments Clause of the Constitution. Jared Kushner's real estate and financial deals with the Saudi royal family raised serious questions related to kickbacks and bribery that could be in violation of federal bribery laws and the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. White House advisor Peter Navarro, a friend of Donald Trump Jr., got the Pentagon to loan more than $600 million to Vulcan Elements, a small North Carolina startup founded just 2 years earlier. And Donald Trump Jr.'s venture capital firm has a stake in this company. Estimates of the company's valuation grew tenfold after the deal was announced. AAFS Infrastructure and Energy, which is on the cusp of securing a $1 billion contract to build and operate a pipeline across the Balkans, has ties to former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn and a lawyer, Jesse Banal, that defended the president and Donald Trump Jr. against a lawsuit that sought to hold them responsible for January 6th. This company would be allowed to ship fossil gas from the United States to replace Russian fuels.
That's supposed to be...
and we know that the administration, you gutted the public integrity section for the last 50 years, investigated, prosecuted crime.
That one's supposed to be the Bitcoin.
And they prosecuted both Democrats and Republicans. Simple yes or no question.
That's
what I've just mentioned. Do you believe that what I've talked about is
Why
enough
does it look like
here
boobs?
for the next
Because I put boobs as a picture.
criminal investigation, yes or no?
No, you just read a bunch of random, unsourced news articles and reports.
I didn't know you could do that.
That's not the basis to open a criminal investigation. I mean,
Makes
you're looking
sense,
around,
though.
but it's not.
This is not the basis on which
It is not. Just reading something that's just a hypothetical off a news
It's not
article,
a
it's not.
hypothetical. It is real. Did the president get a Qatari? What? Do you read the press? Are you a non?
Do you read the press?
You do.
Apparently not. Apparently not. Did the president receive a
I promise you that.
Qatari government valued at $102 million, which is
The
a
United States of
violation
America did.
of the emoluments clause of the Constitution?
It is not. It is not.
Wow, you do not belong in this job, Mr. Acting Attorney General. You should always and recuse yourself from these issues because you are the president's lawyer. You are not the lawyer for the United.
Lawyer.
Yes, you are.
I am not.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Clyde.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First,
I mean, she might be right.
I'm sorry to hear that the weaponization fund is not moving forward.
Every single other
Would have
president's used
when our
the
government
AG
is
as
weaponized
their
to steal money from
particular-ish lawyer. So, I mean, why would this one not?
Or forcing citizens to spend their resources on legal.
Why
fees
would
for
we
defense
assume that
by
this one wouldn't
acting
do
or
the
by
same?
actually seizing
I just
their
don't get
bank accounts for civil asset
that.
forfeiture when there is no criminal prosecution?
I mean, if
It is
it's
only
things
right and fair
related
to
to
make these
government
citizens whole.
and
as
laws
a
and
victim
things of
myself,
that nature, sure.
For which every
You know,
solitary
it's not
member
like
on
he's
this
handling
committee with
his
8 years or more in Congress
I don't know,
voted
whatever,
for the bill that has my name on it, the federal law
next
that has my
lawsuit or
name on it,
something.
against the IRS. People need to be made whole when the government has been weaponized against them. But what I'd like to talk to you about, other than that, is in 1873, Congress enacted the.
That's what it is.
18 U.S.
That's what that one is with the boobs in it. That's the QR code for the Rumble wallet.
Materials in the United States. Although the statute has been amended numerous times, including as recently
That's
as
what it
1994,
gave me.
Congress has never repealed these criminal prohibitions. And as Justice Thomas recently noted, the Comstock Act remains valid federal law and is fully enforceable.
Just change the picture.
My question to you is, how will the
Because it gives
Department
me
of
the ability
Justice ensure that this
to
federal law
switch a
prohibiting
picture.
the mailing of abortion-inducing drugs is properly enforced?
But
I
the
wish I had
PayPal
more
one
time
that's up in the
to
other
really go
corner
through this, because we in the state of Georgia have
has a frog in it.
Have a heartbeat bill, and we prohibit this type of drug, all right, inducing abortions, and yet it can come across from other states, all right, and kill innocent unborn children.
I
How
want the
will
wallet to
Department
work.
of Justice ensure that this federal law is enforced?
So that's an important law and an important question, and I will tell you that there's a lot of effort within the department, and it's not just at the Department of Justice; it's other agencies in the federal government into how the best way is to make sure that we're protecting the rights of Georgians and other individual states, but also the rights of every American. And that you're right. I wish we had more time to discuss that because it's
Heather
a
Gold? Hold
complicated
on.
issue. On the first
Let's see
question
here.
that you asked, I could not agree with you more that this Department of Justice was weaponized, unfortunately, against many, many Americans, and we're trying every day to fix it, and we've made a lot of progress, but we have a lot more to do.
Well, thank you. And by the way, I had a apology from Mr. Lewis, the ranking member of that subcommittee. Y'all remember him? All right. He said, I want to apologize to you for what a piece of my government, what the IRS did to you. I wish you well. I thank you and I yield.
Mr. Ivey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask you, it's a follow-up actually to a letter that I think 57 of my colleagues and I sent. This is about the shootings of Alex Preddy and Ms. Good in Minneapolis. The issue there is the Attorney General for the state, and I think some local prosecutors have said they haven't been able to get access to the evidence related to those shootings so they can make their own independent judgments about whether they should move forward with cases or not. The letter we sent, I don't think has been answered, but are you going to be committing to sharing that information immediately to these state and local prosecutors? Why not?
That's not what we do in criminal investigations.
I disagree.
Well, I'm right. You're wrong.
Well, let me say this. Your predecessor, Rod Rosenstein, and I, when He was U.S. Attorney in Maryland. I was the state prosecutor. Yeah. We shared evidence in these kinds of cases all the time, and then we made a determination about which would go forward. But the refusal to share evidence is
no, that's not what I said. I didn't say I refused to share evidence, sir. You said, "Do I?" Well,
I mean, immediately.
Right.
I mean, immediately.
We shared the evidence immediately. No, and then yes, we did.
No, that's not.
Did.
Look,
on to the next thing. You mentioned that
just on to the next
to
thing.
make sure that bad people get arrested, but they pay back their victims. And that struck me as
ironic that way.
The number of pardons that this president.
Look, buddy, I got 2 minutes.
With respect to, I'll come back to you later. Devin Archer.
That one's going to be the Teller Gold. I'll go find an actual logo for it.
Wiped away by the pardon. Carlos.
I'll go
Watson,
find the real logo for it.
36.7 million was wiped away by the restitution. The Chrisleys, 21 million was wiped away by the restitution. Mr. Schwartz, I don't remember what that number was in his particular case, but over and over again, victims have been of fraud. So if they personally lost the money, it was taken out of their pockets. Issue a pardon, they don't get paid, they don't get made whole. Will you commit to trying to find a way to make those people whole who've been denied this access to the information?
As I said to you earlier, sir, the Constitution of our United States gives the president the power to pardon. That is not a decision for me to make or you to make. It's a decision for the president of the United States to make.
Could I have just one more question, Mr. Chairman?
No.
With respect
the gentlelady's
to
time is up
for these people, which they're not pardoned for, would you? And the Department of Justice can pursue civil remedies in cases that involve
fraud.
Depends
on the case, right? Depends on the case.
Well, if they've been convicted for criminal
there you go, try that one.
liability already, certainly they can be convicted.
It depends on what the crime they were convicted of.
Well, I just read them off to you. They were fraud convictions.
You didn't read off the crimes. No, I mean, it just depends. I appreciate what you're saying, and you're right that a pardon doesn't cover
it's just
civil
like
liability.
thing I'm missing that gives me like a specific
civil liability right here. No.
Time of this gentleman has Mr. Strong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General Blanche, the National Children's Advocacy Center located in my district was the original model with the CAC approach nationwide and continues to play a leading role in training and best practices. How does the DOJ view the role of the National Center in strengthening child
watch him be like, no, it
centers,
can't be that one. It
across
needs to be one of these other ones.
Yeah,
It's
look,
like 4 different Teller Gold things.
That's a.
Why isn't there just a
work that they're
thing
doing and they've
for?
done for
I don't get it.
Many years now is key to the partnership and the future success of making sure
It's be a
that
thing
they're
for
on the
everything.
Right path. So look, the DOJ plays a small role in that. It doesn't
Not
play
make
as
me
important a role
select
maybe
different
as others,
ones.
but that type of education and work is important.
I understand that the Victims of Child Abuse Act funded programs include the training and technical assistance for child abuse professionals. Grants are coming up for competition this year. How does the DOJ, thinking about ensuring continuity so that the training pipelines and services are not disruptive? That goes through your department.
That's what our grant folks do very well, and they'll continue to do so. And I definitely will happy to have my folks work with you to make sure that there's continuity there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Ms. Dean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the second round. I did want to explain what I held up here.
Okay.
For the viewing public, what you do as a member of Congress is you go in, you release your phone, you release anything that would have electronics, and you go in and you attempt to capture some redacted material. So I took a look at this email from Jack Goldberger, Wednesday, October 14th, 2009. The subject is Trump. It is to Jeffrey Epstein, and the language here that is not redacted reads, spoke to Alan Garten, Trump's attorney. Garten arranged a 20-minute phone conference with Trump and Brad in lieu of a deposition. Following was discussed. The blacked out box is what was discussed, a regurgitation of that. I'll read to you what I was able to see underneath. It's, as I say, it's shorthanded, it's clipped as a regurgitation of what took place. J.E. never expelled from Mar-a-Lago. No, he was not a member, may have been a guest, never asked to leave. Mark Epstein said Trump on J.E. plane. Is that true? Answer, I've been on a lot of planes, may have been on his plane, no young girls on plane. What do you know about allegations against J.E.? Only what I read in the paper. Trump ever at J.E. House? I may have been there with my wife. Any young girls there? No. May have been some children of guests, but that's it. Trump specifically asked Garden to advise us of the interview. Brad had also talked to manager of Mar-a-Lago, Bert Lemke. Lemke confirmed J.E. never asked to leave Mar-a-Lago. I say that to
Why
say
was
what
that
a
all
silly
redacted?
exercise that members of Congress have to go through to find out what actual conversations were taking place.
I agree.
With the president in lieu of a deposition. This has nothing to do with redacting victims.
Nothing to do with victims. Not a single victim's name in there at all.
My only point is you are gravely conflicted. It is so obvious you are gravely conflicted. These survivors deserve prosecutions. They deserved them years ago, and now it's in your lap, as Pam Bondi told us. They need an independent prosecutor. I hope you will do that.
So, if I may I briefly respond, the law, the Epstein Transparency Act requires us to redact victims. We also have other
Where's
laws
the
that
victim
apply
in
that
there,
require
though?
us to apply other redactions. That's not my law. That's your law. And
There, try
what
that.
was just read. The reason
Try
why
that.
Was the reason why that was redacted is because that's
I found a different thing, and I'm like,
privileged
oh.
communication between counsel. So
Let's,
the fact that it was read is
trash the
fine.
boob one.
But that wasn't redacted because there were victims' names. That was redacted for another purpose, which we're legally obligated to do.
I advise you to take a look at the Epstein Transparency
That
Law.
concludes today's hearing.
The gentle lady will shut up again.
Anything he can do.
Yeah.
Members may have 7
No
days
fucks
to
given.
submit additional questions for the record. The committee stands adjourned.
Thank you.
Hilarious.
Hilarious.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
You know, they made a point. Well, I don't remember which one it was, but one of the members there was talking about the impact that all of these protests and everything were having on ICE agents and the surge from immigrants coming into the country and everything, and the mental health and how was the AG and DOJ trying to help these with that. Oh, what did we watch? No.
Rubio's thing from earlier.
Oh, okay. Anyway, I was going to make a point on it about. I watched a video the other day of a officer, an ICE agent, who was out in L.A. and he had made an arrest. And after the fact, looking at it, it was kind of questionable as to whether or not he should have made the arrest about somebody that was blocking the path of a vehicle. It ended up being a 19-year-old kid who was pushing a utility cart through the parking lot, sweeping up and doing things, and he was just trying to get out of the way. And this agent came out of the car and arrested him, and it turned into this big hoo-ha-ha and everything. For whatever reason, he didn't have a mask on, and so he was being recorded. He ended up getting doxxed. His family was doxxed. His parents were doxxed. Like, he was in a world of shit, right? And so 2 weeks after this, he ends up going to a bar with some buddies, getting drunk. They got kicked out of the bar. He had a firearm on him. Somebody saw it. They called the cops. He ended up setting the firearm down on the ground, raising his hands. He's in a very drunken state, very upset state about all of this. Ends up wrestling 5 cops it took to take him down. Very big guy, like 285, 6'6", just a monster of a guy, right? Take him in there and everything.
The United States Senate Foreign
The
Relations
point of
Committee
it
will come to order.
is he ended up being brought in
wasn't
on,
orderly to begin with, but it's
fighting
orderly
cops,
now,
being
thanks to
drunk and
our,
disorderly,
good
things
crew.
of that nature.
And, we
He ended
welcome
up getting
here,
suspended from his job,
Secretary of State,
and
distinguished
3
alumni
weeks
of this
after the
committee, and
suspension,
I'm
they found him
glad
dead
to come
from
back here
suicide.
and
Like,
visit
this
with
just
us.
all snowballed to where this guy's just working his
Marshall, we
job, trying to do
haven't
it,
had this kind of excitement
and
since you've
it
been
just
here.
goes
Last time, I know you
downhill,
think this is
and
the
he
way it
ends
is
up
every
committing
time, but it's
suicide
not.
because
So, in
the
any
world
event,
decided
we're
to
glad
take
to
a
have
giant
you,
shit on him.
for
These people out there
information
doing
of the
these jobs
committee,
are
the
just that,
secretary
doing their
has
jobs.
4
They don't need the
hearings
added grief.
in these 2
They don't
days.
need
So, we have negotiated
Antifa coming in
hard stop
and
at 12.
like they're doing or did out in New Jersey and other places. It's just ridiculous.
Array of the way we do things here, and that is, first of all, I will make an opening statement, and then I'll yield to Senator
Not
Shtick,
sure why it's not showing up
and
for
then
you
we'll
either, or why the rum wallet in itself isn't just being the rum wallet.
Minute round of questions.
Doesn't make any sense to me.
Arrival time.
It really
So,
doesn't.
With that, Secretary, it's good to see you here again.
Don't know what to do for you.
Is
Hopefully
rum
that
wallet
worked.
often-
Is
Or he
rum
said that
wallet
one worked. He gave me 5.
Since the last time
Is
you
rum
testified
wallet
on
an
the
app?
President's International Affairs budget last
Yes.
year. The department has undergone a
But
major
it ties to your
reorganization, making it,
Rumble, and he's
operate more
like, it's not showing that you're
more in
live.
line with
It's
American
probably because of
interests,
whatever I just set it up while I
we
was already
discussed
live.
before you even took the job.
Oh,
And,
yeah,
that's,
okay.
So hopefully when I restart this in an hour and a half or whatever,
foreign governments are
we'll be
being,
okay.
encouraged and when necessary pushed to live up to their responsibilities to respond to the needs of their own.
Because there's
citizens.
other things to
America
do
will
for
stand
tonight.
up, by our allies and provide life-saving assistance.
South
to people
Dakota's
in
primaries
our hour of
tonight.
Need, but we are not the world's ATM. And so
LA,
the department is testing new
didn't they
ways to
have
provide strategic assistance and breaking the
primary
cycle of dependence
votes
on
today?
aid.
There's a
Food
bunch of
emphasis on
primaries
trading
today, yeah.
over,
For
aid
mayor?
will help the American people and lift up countries around the world. This is American.
I don't know exactly
generosity
which all
and
for all
ingenuity
of them, but yeah, there's
in
primaries
action.
tonight.
Rumble wallet.
I'll be looking into.
Yeah, this is
I like that. Thank you. I got a $5.01 now.
Alongside Ambassador Waltz, making sure American values are leading.
Get
in the
$3 off
international
any
organizations.
in-app
You've made
purchase.
securing the Western
Whoa.
Hemisphere a
Now it says I have
policy and
$6.01.
priority,
No
and have
thanks.
successfully
Go away,
reduced illegal
Google.
immigration,
Well, Google,
at
what
the
are you
southern
doing?
border to the lowest level in half a century.
Thank you
That
very
has not
much.
gone
Thank you for the
unnoticed.
incremental
We've
money.
helped curb the trafficking of illegal fentanyl into the United States.
Appreciate that.
saving countless
I'm
lives.
downloading.
The
I'm
budget
downloading this.
prioritizes countering China's
I
unfair
don't know.
trade
Can you see the
practices,
squiggly
expanding
line there?
military and malign influence operations around the world. And,
Yeah,
which
it looks like
some
something's
of the
downloading.
greatest threats in modern history
Yeah,
to
yeah.
American
It's never been
people.
squiggly
At the same
before, and they
time,
changed it to
we're working to
squiggly.
ensure these
Why?
efforts are strategic, targeted, effective, and we
If your junior devs are that
Administration
bored,
has
find
also
them
taken
something better to
approach
do.
Taxpayer dollars don't go to those who are unable, who are able. But
If it ain't
unwilling
broke,
to
don't
pay
fix
for
it.
their own
Figured
defense.
out that Brave
Concerted
Shield
effort by
blocks
you and
the
your
tip
colleagues,
button.
Our NATO allies have increased their defense
Oh.
spending and have committed to reach the 5%. by
Interesting.
2035.
Sent another
This is a
test
major
dollar.
change
Okay, that's
in the
why
way
it says
you and I
there's
used to deal with
$6.01.
this
I'm
for
like,
decades,
wow, if it's going to be incrementally like that, I'm down.
Together, we need to create a next generation NATO that is stronger, more interoperable,
Oh.
takes advantage of the industrial potential of American and European economies.
I
We
was
also
thinking
must
about this
continue
the
to
other day. I
coordinate
was
with
trying to
our
figure
European
out a
partners
wallet
as
to
they
use
take
for
greater
Bitcoin and other
responsibility
stuff.
for supporting
And I had thought about
Ukraine
using Cash
and
App, but
work with
Cash
our
App
partners
is
to annihilate
like
strategic gains. The
so
administration is prioritizing
controlling
efforts
and like,
to end
yeah,
conflicts
just
in
no.
Africa, which undermine decades of investment in economic growth and global health security. All is not well there. The latest Ebola outbreak in eastern Congo, now affecting
I
the
gotta remember
entire
what my
region,
Rumble
highlights
username is.
how conflict and humanitarian crises abroad threaten the health and security of the American people here at home. I know the department is working hard to protect us from this threat, and I look forward to hearing how the budget supports these efforts. And, of course, the
How did I
administration
do
has
that?
taken
I forget.
decisive action to protect American citizens from the threat posed by
gotta be
Iranian
that.
Nuclear capabilities.
Legit
and
actually
ambitions.
blocks it. That's
On
good
behalf
to
of the American
know.
People, thank you for your hard work on
I
that.
had no clue.
You and I have been through this before, and we know how difficult it is.
Turn mine
Change
off
is
and I
hard,
can actually now
and
see
it's
the tip
also
button over on mine.
necessary. Your efforts to make the State Department more responsive to the needs
Scan
of
this tip for
Americans
Rumble
will
Wallet.
help us
Nice.
all meet the
Okay.
challenges of the
I'll
21st
fix.
century.
I'm gonna
I look
fix that
forward to
other thing
discussing
then.
how the budget will further those efforts. With that, I will turn it over to the distinguished ranking member, Senator Sheen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Secretary Rubio. Mr. Secretary, you were a senator. You sat on this committee. You sat on the Intelligence Committee. You know as well as anyone that effective American foreign policy requires a strong partnership with Congress. Allies need to know that our commitments can stand the test of time, and that only happens if Congress is brought into the discussion. Congress cannot be a partner if it's kept in the dark. I have a long list of unanswered requests sitting on your department's desk. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask that these letters be submitted for the record.
There.
I've requested a briefing on changes to U.S. force posture in Europe. And after 33 days, we still have no response. We've requested a briefing from the Iran war on displacement. After 90 days, we still have no response. We've asked for a briefing on Ukraine on a number of issues. After 180 days, we still have no response. We've asked for a briefing on lifting Milorad Dodik's sanctions. And after 225 days, we still have no response. We've asked for a briefing for the U.S. Agency for Global Media. No response after 344 days. The Romanian visa program termination. We've followed up 5 times over 435 days, and we've still gotten no response.
I understand, Rathnam.
When you were before this committee, I asked
things keep on changing. They make the things newer, different, and you try to keep up with it, but not always does it work.
You said, and I quote, "Oh, absolutely, yeah, we are still waiting." And when you do notify Congress,
YouTube's like legit dead.
Of decisions you have already made.
Been dead for a few hours.
Consultation, as you well know. That is not advice and consent. Congress has been clear on a bipartisan basis. We do not want to cede ground to China. Yet this administration is closing consulates and cutting funding in the Indo-Pacific. The same pattern extends to global health. USAID supported Ebola detection and prevention activities in DRC and Uganda.
I'm gonna cut
for years.
YouTube off on the second half.
We can see in this poster,
Don't
even
go fuck
Elon
themselves.
Musk admitted that one of the things we accidentally canceled, very briefly, was Ebola prevention. Well, those programs were dismantled, and today we have to screen for Ebola at Dulles Airport rather than in the DRC and Uganda, more than 7,000 miles away. You're asking for a 44% reduction in the State Department budget. That includes eliminating funding to the World Health Organization. It includes eliminating all disease-specific funds in the middle of an Ebola crisis that's affecting Americans. Yet, no one from your department can explain to us why this is a good idea. You sent Congress one notification saying you needed $19 billion to close out USAID. Then you sent another saying you needed some of that money to respond to disease outbreaks. Congress has asked for an explanation, and we still have not received one. The same pattern extends to our alliances. I just returned from a bipartisan delegation to the Arctic. We are on the verge of losing the very alliances that we have built for decades because the president manufactured a crisis over Greenland. And nowhere is that clearer than with Russia. In 2017, you wrote, as a senator, that Vladimir Putin will never be a trusted ally or a reliable, constructive partner. But since taking office, you, the president, the vice president, Steve Witkoff, not one of you has been to Ukraine. And yet, your envoys talk to Putin on a regular basis. The president has invited him, given him the red carpet treatment on American soil. But yet, you won't come up here and brief Congress on any of it. And decisions Congress has made on Russia have been systematically undermined. Congress passed support for Ukraine. The administration has slow-walked it. And instead of sanctioning Russia, the administration issued oil licenses that have sent billions to Moscow. Congress has asked what this approach has produced. Russia has conducted 5 times more drone strikes on Ukraine since 2024. More U.S. businesses are being directly targeted than at any point in this conflict. And Russia is providing targeting intelligence to help Iran hit our facilities and personnel in the Middle East, while we're helping them fund this war. When I talk to my constituents, they ask for economic relief at home, not regime change in Havana or Caracas or Tehran.
Right,
Instead,
most don't really give a damn.
Congress a war powers notification saying we are not in active hostilities with Iran. While the U.S. was conducting strikes against Iran and Iran was bombing U.S. embassies and bases.
Bullshit, what?
I just
That
locked
was
myself
not
out of Rumble.
consultation. It was
Nice.
an attempt to avoid
Yeah.
answering to this committee
way to
and
do
this
it.
Congress about this war.
Honest.
Congress has asked basic questions about the war.
Right?
Why are roughly half of our Patriot interceptor stockpiles
For some
gone?
reason, I've got like
Why does
8
the
different
Strait of
logins
Hormuz
for
remain
Rumble that
closed? Why is gas
Chrome
up
is
$1.50?
tracking, and
Why did 13 American service
none of them
members
seem to
lose
be
their
working.
lives in this war? Congress deserves to know why, and Americans deserve to know why. Mr. Secretary, you would not have stood for this kind of stonewalling by the administration when you were a senator, and you certainly shouldn't stand for it as Secretary of State and National Security Advisor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. We'll now proceed to a round of 5-minute questions. I'm sorry. We'll try. Did you want to? We talked about that.
Do you want one?
We actually talked about that, but he thought that questioning might be easier. Why don't you go ahead?
I have it in writing. You want me to read it?
Give us your best shot.
Okay, well, thank you for having me here. There'll be a lot to talk about today, and I just want to remind everybody, you know, our foreign policy is one that's solely focused on the national interest of the United States of America, on the defense of our country, both its military defense and our security, but also our economic security and the vibrancy of our economy, our sovereignty, and our future.
2 hours,
We
40
believe that America
minutes.
should lead the world, and I believe that we are, and we'll have a very good story to tell about that. American leadership, however, should always be on behalf of the American interests. I say this because I think over a period of time in our foreign policy, we lost focus on that. The reality of it is that our foreign policy, first and foremost, must always be what is in the national interest of the United States of America. And determining the national interest oftentimes requires us to make pragmatic decisions. Sometimes in foreign policy, the choices are not between a good choice and a bad choice. It's between 2 less than ideal choices, and you're trying to figure out which one of these 2 choices is the one that is best for the United States and least harmful to our interests. And that plays out every single day. That said, we remain the world's sole global superpower, the most powerful country on earth. We have the largest economy. We have the most formidable and powerful military ever known to man, by the way. Our dollar remains the reserve currency of the world. Our language is used extensively throughout the world to transact all sorts of business and many of our engagements. But all of this means very little if that power is not used to protect the people who built it, the people who it is meant to protect. I also remind everybody the United States government is not a charity. We are not here to play social worker. We are here to win. We are here to win on behalf of the American people and on behalf of the national
We're here
interest.
to win.
To win for our country, to win for the people of America.
Good to know. We're here to
for
win.
the things that are important for our future, and that's what we exist
Winning.
to do. The State Department exists to
Well,
carry
if
out
you're
the foreign
if we're not
policy of the
winning, what
United
are we?
States, both in diplomacy and in aid,
Losers.
in a way that furthers the national
I mean,
interest and helps the American
just
people.
regular human
And it's
beings.
guided every
Okay,
decision
good to know.
that's been made since January of 2020.
Big ol' L.
Examples in our
Big ol'
own
L.
hemisphere, an area that this committee
I
and
hope
many of
you're
its members
offended.
long argued, as I did,
Add that
have
to
long
your
been neglected
offended
and not
club.
been paid attention to. We now have in this hemisphere a coalition of friendly
Everybody
countries,
just got
over a dozen,
offended. They're all
who
like,
have aligned
"Oh,
to
I'm a
work on not
loser."
just the issues of security that we all have
A
in
loser,
common, but also
baby.
economic prosperity that go hand in hand. It's an amazing story that basically, other than Nicaragua, other than Cuba, obviously, other than Venezuela, it remains with some challenges, and of course Brazil, although they're in the midst of an election cycle, and to some extent the current government in Colombia as well, at least the president's been problematic. But generally speaking, it is now a region filled
Oh, really?
with American allies, American-friendly leaders, and an American
Prince Harry and Meghan are
that into action after 20
splitting
years of
up.
neglect, in which China and other global powers
Oh,
have intruded in our
no.
Western
Really?
hemisphere, to the detriment not just of American national interest, but to the detriment, in our view, of the people
I'm just
of the
catching
country.
something from something, whatever. I'm like, really?
These are important
This is-
Really?
decisions.
My
One that I'm
girlfriend
very
is available
happy
to
about.
date
I'm also
again?
happy about the way we've transformed foreign aid. In any transition, there will be
Yeah.
bumps in the road, but largely speaking, if you think about how those programs that
You know what they
existed in
say
the
about
past were failing
exes.
us, the old model had to
Right.
be replaced.
Better off
foreign
leaving them that
assistance
way.
remains is being brought under the
It's like
strategic
trying
direction
to
of the
stick
State
things
Department.
back where they
So
don't
we're not
belong.
just providing money, we are also seeking outcomes. It's not just how much money you spend on a program.
I
it's
don't
whether
know.
you're
Me
getting
and my
outcomes from
me and
it.
my
But
wife,
it's also being
we went
guided
around a couple of times.
with our strategic view in mind.
There's a
And that means that
difference.
we are able
There's
to
a
provide
difference
aid,
between
not
you,
just all over
but
the
I mean,
world, but specifically targeted at those most in
I mean,
need
maybe.
and those places
Oh,
around
I
the world
hate
most
to-
important to the national interest of the United States.
Oh.
I'll keep my thoughts to myself on that.
So,
I get it.
I would just, I mean, we can get into a lot of these details in our questions.
Wasn't always the best
bottom
person
line is
either.
that, all this and more is a reflection of this belief that I outlined at the outset, and that is that foreign policy cannot be separated from economic policy, from border policy, from energy policy, from any of these other spheres that are critical to our national interest. A country that cannot build ships or produce medicine or control immigration or access vital resources cannot defend its people, cannot defend its interests, and cannot defend its way of life. So our foreign policy continues to be reoriented around the real foundations of national strength.
Cybersecurity executive order. Trump signed an executive order today intended to address cybersecurity threats posed at artificial intelligence technology and the new frontier models being released by major industry players. Signed in private, an order allows some AI firms to submit their cutting-edge frontier models to a voluntary government review 30 days before a full public release.
Thank you, Secretary Rubio. We will now do a round of questions, 5-minute questions based on order of attendance. And I'm going to
He
start.
planned on signing it back on May 21st, but delayed the signing because he was dissatisfied with aspects of it.
Have worked on this for years, know how frustrating that is, how difficult it is to work with this regime who've sponsored terrorism, kidnapping, and killed thousands of Americans for the last 47 years. Thank you for doing something about it. I know
Claude Mythos.
are doing all you can to ensure this comes to a close sooner rather than later. I wonder if you could give
They'll
us
like
a
Claude.
brief update on where we are.
Well, first let me remind everybody that while I've not been before this committee,
Not sure why it is that everybody likes Claude so
briefed
much.
on the Venezuela operation.
I use Claude every day,
Here, both in my role as National Security Advisor and Secretary of
but
State, in both
I use it in a lot of different ways
gang
than
of 8 briefings,
a lot of people
gang
do.
of 16 briefings. So we've talked about this topic with
Right.
some of you in those
I use it strictly as a tool.
No, I know what you do.
Yeah.
Right, I know what you do. You've explained yourself. Anybody that's missed that, you should listen to him.
Behind a conventional shield.
Yeah, just use it as a tool. Quit having conversations with AI bots. They're not people.
So many conventional
Don't get it
weapons,
twisted.
including a Navy, that at that point there's nothing.
Can it
Right.
produce
The-
code? Absolutely.
Sure.
Can it tell you life lessons and shit? Sure, if you want to listen, but then, you're just going to get all twisted and
Right.
yeah. Don't be
You can ask it certain things like, how old is this person? Because, I don't want to go look around and, whatever, quick, easy.
Right, but don't get attached. That's. I saw a video the other day, and there was a psychologist talking about how this new trend with AI and adolescents and young adults has really had an attachment issue where people are becoming attached to these bots and depend on them for emotional support and rely on them to have a connection to something that's not human, right? And it's very dangerous. It's extremely dangerous.
Are using UAVs against each other. We should imagine at some point may even use it against our interests. So this is a pervasive problem around the world. The economics of it are something we have to solve for. But nonetheless, even their drone building capability has been eroded. Today, there is no Iranian Navy. There is no such thing. There's a bunch of Boston whalers with machine guns on them, but there is no Navy.
That's always fun.
There is no Iranian Navy.
Need
It
a
lies at
bathroom.
the bottom
I'll be
of the
right back.
ocean, and will soon, within a number of years,
I'll just
be
leave that
prime
up.
fishing spots because they'll turn into reefs. So my whole point is that the Iranian conventional shield has been substantially eroded. Now, in the aftermath of that, 2 things have happened. The first is they entered into a ceasefire. We agreed to stop. But part of that agreement was that they would reopen the straits. They did not, at which point the president decided, and I think appropriately, we can't have a world in which only Iranian ships get through the straits. And so if they're going to shut down the straits for everybody, we're going to shut down the straits for them. And we have done that through a very effective blockade and, by the way, through the seizure of sanctioned ships in the Indo-Pacific as well. The cost to Iran every single day in lost revenue is in the hundreds of millions of dollars that they are losing in lost revenue that they're not generating as a result of that. Now, we are in talks, and I say talks because talks with Iran are not like talks with Switzerland, okay? They're very different. They require the use of intermediaries, unfortunately. But there is the prospect before us, which could happen today, it could happen tomorrow, it could happen next week, that for the first time, certainly in my memory, they have agreed to negotiate aspects of their nuclear program that just a month ago, just a year ago, they were refusing to even mention, much less enter into discussions about. That is not a guarantee that ultimately it will lead to a deal that's acceptable to the Senate or acceptable to the American people. But we'll be able to engage them in a process to truly test the proposition of how far they're willing to go. Complicating that process, unfortunately, is their internal regime is somewhat fractured in the sense of it takes days to get responses from their system. We can go into more depth in your follow-up questions. But we're hopeful that something like that could happen in which the straits would reopen, we would enter into a period of negotiations on very specific topics, delineated negotiations, in the hope of reaching an outcome that's acceptable to us and something that they would be able to do as well. If it doesn't work out, then obviously we still have a problem with respect to their nuclear ambitions. But what they won't have is the conventional shield to hide behind any longer.
Thank you, Secretary. I'm going to ask one more question. Hopefully this will shorten as we go around. There'll be more questions, obviously, on that topic. But I know you just got back from China not long ago. Could you give us a quick update on the state of U.S.-China relations?
Yeah, look, I mean, China and the United States are the two largest economies in the world, the two most powerful militaries in the world. The Chinese government and the U.S. government have to speak. I mean, it's not a choice here. We have to have some measure of communication, if for nothing else, in order to de-escalate potential points of conflict that could lead to something broader. There are obviously very significant irritants in our relationship with China. Some of these are long-term problems that we know we're going to have to address. And so what we're trying to do is manage a period of strategic stability while recognizing that there are areas of our relationship in which we are going to have struggles, not just for years, but perhaps for decades. We recognize this. But I think as much as anything else, we have to recognize that the United States and China have to be able to have points of dialogue and speak to one another. As I said, for no other reason than to be able to have a communication channel. I think in our meetings, it was abundantly clear which are the areas that we do not have strong alignment or agreement on. We understand that there are areas in which long-term we're going to have some real challenges, whether it's supply chains. Put it to you this way. Let's leave China aside for a moment. The United States, and I would argue the world, cannot depend on one country for 90% of anything, especially 90% of things that are critical.
No country should rely on any other country like that.
Systems to our pharmaceuticals. We just can't live in a world in
Becomes
which
the other country.
for 90% of what we get in one sole source that could be cut off at any time as leverage against us or punishment or in a time of conflict. And so we are actively searching and have plans in place, and we're implementing these to diversify where we get critical minerals, where we get a supply chain, secure that supply chain.
Can't get into your Rumble?
No, and I can't remember what the freaking email address is for it.
This is going to be a long-term issue that we're going to have to continue.
And when you know it, I've got like 7 different servers with all kinds of hosting parameters, and
we truly have no choice but to be able to do that. It's to their benefit and ours, and I would argue to the benefit of the world that these two countries are able to speak to one another.
Thank you, Secretary. And I think your comments about the supply chain and the critical minerals and everything else that's in the bottleneck, these are things that are relatively new to us. They've always been there, but COVID underscored that. And then, of course, the Ukraine war brought it out even more. And I appreciate your remarks.
Not really sure why people do the things they do.
We are, as a nation, looking at that.
I mean, it's got to be one of these.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right.
Mr. Secretary,
You'll figure it out eventually. I have confidence in you, brother. There's a lot of people that call out when they do the interesting way of going like having several different names as opposed to just like everything I do is all Koolfrogg.
Critical global health tool is GAVE.
Yeah, you find me on X, it's Koolfrogg. You find me over on this, it's Koolfrog. You find me on that, it's Koolfrog. There's a lot of people that don't do it. They're like, well, over on X it's this, over on the Truth Social it's this.
That has no vaccine right now.
Well, I know what the username is, but when you go to
making sure that Secretary Kennedy,
when you click forgot password, it wants you to put in the email address that you
use. Release them so that they can go to help develop.
Right. Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. I'm just, whatever.
Well, a couple points on GAVI. I would say that the president had asked that we allow Secretary Kenny to play a leading role on the Gavi decision because of his strongly held views with regards to vaccine safety, and he wanted them to conduct some reforms. I actually talked to Senator Schatz about this last week as well, and so the State Department's going to be re-engaging. I'm not here to tell you we're going to yank this thing and we're not going to listen to his points of view, but the State Department
All right.
2 weeks ago made the decision that we were going to re-engage.
Senator Kennedy's like
Gavi.
4 or 5 videos out today.
HHS views on it are as well, and we want to take their input, but we'd like to get this issue resolved in an outcome that's acceptable, both to Congress and also to our goals on global health. So it is an issue. As I said, I wouldn't use the word defer, but we have certainly allowed him to play a leading role in determining what we're going to do next. But right now, we're sort of at a stage where we are going to re-engage. We need to drive this to an outcome.
I couldn't agree more.
Play
and so
speed,
do you
you
commit
mess
to
around with
using
that.
the $2 billion that Congress has appropriated
them
for
up a little
global
bit.
health to actually help fund global health security?
We get to
Well, we do
somebody
fund
that's
global
too
health
difficult to
security beyond
understand.
Gavi, by the way, and we can talk about that. We can talk about the compacts, I think 32 that we've
Marco
entered into
Rubio's
with
pretty
countries all
soft
over the world.
spoken or
We have a
whatever.
new
He's
agreement
easy
to
to
the
listen
UN
to.
as well that they're very happy
speed
with.
him up a little
The
bit.
Global Fund, we've hit our cap. We are at our 33%. We've actually been able to attract additional donors from around the world.
Get used to the
On this
125
specific
and you're
item,
like,
I would say
1.5
we
is
intend
nothing.
to get this resolved.
Right.
We want to get this resolved. It's an
Good.
important
Thank
part of
you.
our matrix.
We will follow up, and I hope you will share with us.
Imagine trying to listen to auto-tune at 1.5.
I want to go to
Be
Russian
like,
oil sanctions
Yeah,
and
right.
general licenses.
Ratchy record.
Because President Trump
You're
gave
ripping
Russia
that shit off your
lifeline,
head.
allowing it to sell oil globally through licenses issued by the Treasury Department.
Just be, "Arrgh."
While I think the administration should have known that the Iran war would make Russian oil more desirable, they decided to remove the stigma on that oil and give an extra windfall of cash to Putin. So can you let us know whether you believe or whether you will support extending those licenses when it comes back up mid-June?
Yeah, a couple points. First of all, the 2 things have happened. The one is actually the U.S. production and U.S. playing a role in the global energy supply has increased. I think we had our largest amount of exports from the United States we've ever seen. So we've also benefited from this, and our energy dominance has really come into play. The Russian waivers were a decision. These are the policy, the underlying policy remains on the sanctions. What has changed is these time-limited extensions to sort of try to alleviate the global. Right. The problem we're facing too is there's a contagion potential, and that is that at some point we can do strategic reserves, we can do some of the other things that we've done to sort of alleviate global supply, but at some point you have to ensure, this is not so much for us. At the end of the day, our economy is not in need of it, but there are other economies around the world that have benefited from this. So these are time-limited.
Oh, you just stuck.
It certainly benefited China and Russia's economy.
Stuck.
Well, China doesn't. I mean, China refines oil. They import a lot, but they refine oil, and
But they also
at the end of your
Russian oil. But my question for you is, can you commit
whatever,
not
like
to
it's
extend the
sad.
general license again when it expires on
Fuck.
June 17th?
Well, that ultimately is a decision that's made by Treasury, but I will tell you, it depends on the circumstances at the time. We would like to end it as soon as we possibly can because the underlying policy of this country has been to sanction their oil. These are time-limited waivers for the purpose of opening up more global supply.
I understand that, but if we continue to extend them, they're not time-limited. I want to get a final question in on food for peace because, as you know, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz has deepened the humanitarian needs in food insecure countries such as Sudan, South Sudan. And yet, in your opening statement, you said that our aid targets those who are most in need. But I think it's very concerning that the country selection process for Food for Peace, which I understand is led by the Department of State, includes only 2 priority countries from World Food Program hunger hotspots. That's Haiti and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. So the question I have is, why are we adding countries that aren't facing acute food insecurity, like El Salvador, Guatemala, and Rwanda? Why are we not helping countries who are facing acute, famine in some cases? Sudan, Gaza, Afghanistan, Nigeria, Syria, Somalia. These are all countries that have humanitarian crises, and yet we're helping countries that don't have acute food insecurity.
So a couple points. First of all, on Gaza, we have spent hundreds of millions of dollars, including after the ceasefire, and providing through the World Food Program and other entities, and we continue to do so. I think if we're not the world's largest donor, I'd be surprised because it's a massive amount of money that we've provided through those mechanisms or various means. On the point of Sudan in particular, the complication in Sudan, which I wish were different, and we're very involved in this. I mean, I had a meeting on Sudan yesterday. The problem in Sudan has largely not been our unwillingness to provide funds. We are
So
willing
this
to
is
step
with
forward,
the
and we have
Department
flexibility
budget
through what we've been able to do with foreign aid to surge up
request
that. It's
tomorrow.
It's been the ability to get
Rubio's
these
coming back
conversations we're having between the warring sides. One of the things we're trying
at
to
8
identify
a.m.
is
for
safe spots
ongoing
where people can go
Iran
seek humanitarian
conflict
care
conversation
where we
with
can actually have
Trump's
the
foreign
outside
policy.
groups, the NGOs, international organizations that we contract with have the ability to go in and actually deliver the food without having their trucks hijacked or blown up. Or
Testifying
their workers killed.
again.
That's been the fundamental challenge in Sudan is distribution.
House
The
Foreign
distribution is
Affairs
being threatened
Committee.
because we don't have conditions
That
on the
one
ground
might be
that
a
allow
little
for
bit
it.
more
And so to
interesting.
allocate money towards something that we can't distribute is unwise.
That one might
until
be
we
more
have that in
interesting
place.
when it comes
That's
down to
deeply
the
tied
foreign
to the ability
policy
to have
ones,
peace,
or
which I can
the
tell you has been very
Foreign
frustrating.
Affairs
On one
Committee
hand, in
ones.
Sudan, we had a donor
They
company,
usually ask them
Timberland.
about
I don't want to
firmer
interrupt you, Mr.
questions.
Secretary, but I'm out of time, and
Yeah.
it doesn't explain why we are providing food for countries that are not insecure. I appreciate the challenges in Sudan. We have those challenges in many places. But because we have dismantled the distribution network when we eliminated USAID, we've exacerbated those challenges in countries around the world, and we are not providing the help based on humanitarian needs,
not.
and that's my concern. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ricketts.
We shouldn't.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
So
Mr.
sick
Secretary
of
of State,
funding
thank you for,
everybody else's
being here.
everything.
Appreciate it. Good to see you. Communist
giving them
China
money.
is trying to win the AI race, and they will use it, for example, to dominate our military if they're able to do that, and so many other ways. In a world where Communist China is dominant in AI is very bad for the United States and for the entire world. That's why it's critical that us and our allies cannot lose this race. Semiconductor supply chains, particularly semiconductor manufacturing equipment, SMEs, are critical to winning this competition. It's one area that Beijing is spending billions and billions of dollars to be able to produce chips in China, and they've failed to be able to produce those high-end chips so far. President Trump understands this better than anyone because the Trump administration was the first to utilize export controls on SMEs to slow down Communist China's advanced chip-making industry. Since that time, key allies and partners have also imposed controls on SMEs to China. However, their controls have not been as restrictive as U.S. controls, and this has allowed certain foreign countries to backfill the Chinese market with critical dual-use tools. Secretary Rubio, do you agree that export controls on SMEs are critical to maintaining our technological advantage over Communist China?
It is. It's actually where it's most critical is in the high end, that are not legacy, that are broader and that allow for that. I think on the broader point of AI, we share your view. One of the initiatives that I think Jacob Helberg's done a great job with at the State Department is Pax Silica, in which we signed up all these countries around the world. I think we're up to 13 or 14, including ourselves and others who hope to join as well, in which we can create this global consortium for all of the elements of the AI supply needs. It's not just the innovation, it's obviously access to the minerals and the critical elements necessary in order to produce these chips and all the things that it will take to lead the world in AI. I think it is safe to say the United States right now is a global leader on AI. I think it is also wise to say that that lead is not irreversible. It has to be sustained, and there will be a real challenge in sustaining it, and we're going to have to stay focused on it. The good news is I do think we have a system of global alliances that view it the way we do, and we want to lead on it because it's not just about leading the technology in AI, it's about also leading in the standards that will govern how AI is used. I don't want to monopolize this conversation on this point, but it's one that I think the Senate should think about, because I know we're starting to think about it. AI will have very positive impacts on our economy and societies. It will also have some
Tremendous.
deficits. It will go. There will be white-collar jobs in this country that will be impacted. And I think we have to start thinking not simply about the impact that AI will have on those jobs, but the societal pressures that will create, not just in the United States, but in economies all over the world. Much like industrialization and automation did, it will make the worker more efficient and more valuable, but it will eliminate some jobs, and those jobs will have to be replaced with new jobs or new skills. That's not just an economic issue. That is a political issue. That, over time, could destabilize societies all over the world. So we have to start thinking about AI in those terms as well.
You mentioned our allies. Shouldn't they have to follow the same sort of standards U.S. companies do when we're limiting the semi-manufacturing equipment that's going to Communist China?
And that's our hope, is that we can create people that we can create a coalition of nations that understand the danger in this. And they're running through the same, some are better than others, but they're running through the same problems that we run into. And that is companies ultimately want to sell to the markets, and China's a large market. But I agree, and that's one of the goals behind Pax Silica, is to create unanimity or consensus behind that thinking.
Well, Mr. Secretary, that's why I recently introduced the Match Act with Senators Kim, Risch, and Schumer to level the playing field. This bill would provide the State Department with the leverage in ongoing negotiations with our allies to align those controls. And if an agreement cannot be reached, it would ensure that foreign companies cannot sell the very choke point technologies that we have restricted. So I hope you'll support that as we move forward on it. One other thing I just want to
Can you look at my username and see if there's a space in between the word cancel and hatred?
I don't think there is.
Because when I do a search on Rumble, it comes up with both.
Put your name in or say something in chat. Oh, you can't.
I'm not logged in. Yeah. I'm thinking maybe I'm logging in with the wrong username.
Thank you.
Look at that, I kept it in my time.
Good job. Can you do as well, Senator?
Do my best. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being with us today. Despite the differences that existed between Republicans and Democrats prior to this administration on how to approach Iran's nuclear program,
always looks like there
the theory
isn't
was basically the same, that we were going to impose significant harm on the Iranian economy.
Oh, something went wrong. Please try again later. Now it's locked.
What is happening now is fundamentally different.
No, it's
this
like not.
war and the administration's decision to blockade has now held the entire world economy and the U.S. economy hostage to the ability to negotiate an agreement with Iran. This is why the entire country is seized by the question of when there will be an agreement, because apparently until there is an agreement, the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. There is a cost to the Iranian economy, but now there is a devastating cost to the U.S. economy. It has been indecipherable, the information coming from the administration, especially in the past several weeks, as we get signals that a deal is imminent. The president said yesterday he's bored by the negotiations. He doesn't care whether we get a deal. I think it's really important for us to understand what your bottom lines are, what you're asking for in this negotiation, what commitments you need Iran to make in order for you to release the blockade, and we hope for them to release the blockade as well. So give us a little insight into what your bottom lines are. What is going to get the strait reopened? Because this is kind of the only question that matters for American consumers right now. And every day we get,
but yet we don't give a damn,
from the president as to whether he even is engaged.
All at the same time.
As to whether the strait
it really is, something to think about.
Heart of the matter. So I think that's a good question. Let me first bifurcate two things. The only reason there's a blockade, the only reason why there's a U.S. blockade is because Iran has closed. They're firing on commercial ships, and they've mined large segments of Hormuz international waters. And so the blockade is only against Iranian ships. And it's very simple. The notion is if no one's ships are going to get out, then Iran's ships aren't going to get out either. We can't live in a world in which they get to close the straits and tell everybody, pay us a toll or we'll blow you up, but their ships get to go out unfettered. So that's the reason why there's a blockade. There wouldn't have been a blockade if Iran had agreed to do what they said they would do when the ceasefire kicked in, which is they were going to open the straits. So let me just focus on the straits for a moment. Number one, what they're doing is unlawful and illegal. There isn't a country on earth, other than Iran, and maybe Oman that flirted with it, who's in favor of what Iran is doing in the Straits. The Chinese are against it. The Russians are against it. Everyone is against it. The whole world is against it. So condition number one is they have to reopen the Straits. And reopening the Straits means the following. Ships can sail through international waters the way they can do through other choke points around the world without being fired upon, without paying a toll. That's condition number one.
But the Strait is closed because of our decision to invade Iran. This is a consequence of our military action. So I guess I'm not interested in litigating that question. We all know why the Strait is closed, because you took military action against Iran, and we knew ahead of time that that would be their likely response. The question is, how are we going to get it reopened? Are you going to drive a bargain that is so tough and so hard that the Strait remains closed? So how are we going to get it open?
The first thing, that is a predicate to anything else happening. The Straits have to be reopened. So the way to think about it is this. If Iran wants to be able to move its oil again through the Strait, they will have to reopen the Straits. If they refuse to do so, then we have other options available to us, but we would prefer to negotiate the opening of this, which means
tell us about the negotiations. What do you need from them in order to get the Strait reopened? We need the Strait reopened tomorrow.
Well, what needs to happen is very simple. They need to announce that they will no longer fire on commercial ships that are going through or threaten to fire on ships, because in many cases, ships just won't move. They won't go, not because they got fired on, but because of the risk of being fired upon. And so they have to announce very clearly, the Straits are now open. We're not charging a toll. We will help remove the mines that they put in there, and they will not fire on ships.
But the president says they also need to make commitments on their nuclear program. That's what I'm asking.
I see
what commitments do they need to make in order for the Strait to be reopened?
Well, the second thing they have to agree to as part of this is, so in addition to the Straits, that's the predicate that opens the door to phase two. Phase two is they have to commit to very specific negotiations on highly enriched, the disposition of the highly enriched uranium that still is buried deep
what up,
somewhere.
down?
They have to agree on
just listening to the goings on for the day.
Limitations and or cancellation.
Doing all those things.
In the second phase of negotiations.
We did the.
Well, obviously these are highly technical matters, so I don't think.
See what I listen to now.
That would require a team of experts to meet over a 30, 60, 90-day period.
Mehmet Oz did the press secretary thing.
We will dispose of the enriched uranium, and the
listen to
by which we do so. That can be negotiated.
Todd Blanche with Hannity from last night, and then his thing from earlier. We finished that, and now we got Marco Rubio up from earlier.
But any sanctions relief is condition-based, which means it has to be in return for the reason why those sanctions were put in place in the first place, the nuclear program. So yeah, look,
5-hour, 15-minute mark.
Iran is being sanctioned because they highly enriched uranium. Iran is being sanctioned because of their nuclear activities. If they agree to give up those things, there will be sanctions relief associated with their commitment. And
got to work tomorrow, so
just in exchange for
get the things done while you can.
That's not been discussed. That's not been offered.
Senator Hagerty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Secretary Rubio, it's good to see you here. I want to commend you and the administration for actually implementing a foreign policy that advances America's interests. Thank you. I'd like to start with the Philippines, an area that we know very well. It's a geographic center of the Indo-Pacific region. It's an area that is along critical sea lanes where a tremendous amount of world trade and energy commerce actually move. A strong alliance with the Philippines clearly.
So I see that I sent Rumble an email support.
It also helps us deliver regional stability
last
South China Sea,
year
very
in
critical area, particularly in the
September.
face of a very aggressive posture that the Chinese have adopted. I want to recognize my colleague Senator Kane, who's worked with me to put in place
For
the
my
Philippines
email
Resilience
address
Act.
at my domain,
That's $500 million of FMF
so I would
grants.
assume
$6
that's what I
billion of
used
loan
to
and loan
sign
guarantees per
up.
year to
When
strengthen
I put
the
it
Philippines
in,
and the
it
United
says
States
it
alliance
does
to make us
not
more
find
interoperable,
it.
more capable. Mr. Secretary, I'd just like to get your comments or vision on the role of the Philippines in the United States alliance.
Actually, I spoke to President Marcos on Sunday, and have had multiple.
I mean, why
engagements with
can't I
them on a
use
personal level.
my
There's a couple good points here.
username
The
to
first is we've actually
forget
entered
my
into agreement with
password?
them, in which I believe it's an old U.S. military facility inside the Philippines that will now serve as sort of a, I think it's a 4,000 acre.
I'm very familiar with the area.
Yeah, you know it, and that we'll be able to do a lot of our activities together with regards to our joint interest in developing on AI and high tech and diversifying, helping diversify their economy. The second is to continue with our defense commitments that we've made to them and the ability to interoperate joint exercises, which we've done now multiple times over the last year. Obviously, we're very concerned with Scarborough. We've seen in recent days, and we've demarched and made a very clear note. This issue came up during the first meeting with the Chinese. It's come up in every engagement I've had with the Chinese, and it's come up again now very recently through diplomatic channels, and that is we're very concerned about recent activity once again near Scarborough and the buildup of infrastructure that appears to be exerting territorial claims that we have long argued are not valid. This is one of those irritants in the long term that I think we'll continue to have to manage. But I view the Philippines as a critical partner, and I think over the last, I would say, couple of years, our relationship with them, particularly under their new administration, has dramatically improved our ability to work with the Philippines jointly on a number of topics of interest.
I want to commend you. The 4,000 acre Luzon corridor is anchored by the Subic Bay project, which when I was ambassador to Japan, worked very hard to get that back for America. And I see that as a tremendous opportunity for us to deepen our economic ties. And of course, that has, as you mentioned earlier, tremendous national security.
Yeah, can I just add one point? There is, some desire during their chairmanship this year of ASEAN to reach a sort of code of conduct understanding in the Indo-Pacific. And while I understand that desire, I just want you to know, and perhaps many of you can help us in making this point, a bad code of conduct agreement is worse than no code of conduct agreement at all. And I think that's very important because they are under withering constant pressure in the region to agree to a code of conduct in the region that I think would be detrimental, would set a precedent that I think is very dangerous. So we'd love to see one, but it has to be a good one. We don't think that's possible under current conditions, and a bad one is worse than none at all.
Your point's very well taken. Look forward to working with your team, Mr. Secretary, to advance that. Can I turn to another issue of concern, and against joint concern? Senator Kaine and I both worked on this, and that is the actions that have been taken by countries that have been perceived as our allies against U.S. business interests and against U.S. investments in their country. Particularly, I'd like to point to the example of Vulcan Materials. That's a situation where a U.S. company put billions of dollars of investment into the Yucatan Peninsula, both in port facilities and in quarrying operations, only to be confiscated by the Mexican government. Then the Mexican government came back in arrears, by the way, retroactively tried to justify this taking as some sort of environmental move. Sadly,
SLP has
fight pretty hard
LS.
previous
Who's
administrations to
SLP?
not allow this to happen. And I think it's going to take more bipartisan effort. Certainly you'll have it from here in Congress to push back on any government's effort
What up, Rocky?
to try to confiscate American corporate property. What that will do is have the effect of minimizing or basically reducing the incentive or de-incentivizing our foreign investment in other countries, which again I think hurts the mission that you're on. I'd love to get your perspective on how the State Department will stand up for American investments overseas.
We do every day, and in fact, one of the great benefits of our reorganization is that it has empowered the regional bureaus. Used to have set-aside economic bureaus that would do these things separately from the missions in the field, and having been a former ambassador, perhaps you experienced that. We've now empowered the regional bureaus, and through it, by extension, the embassies, to play a leading role in economic diplomacy. And so I would argue that virtually every engagement I have with a foreign leader involves some economic component to it. And I would say if you talk to our chargés and our ambassadors around the world, I would say more than 50% of their engagements now have to do with economic matters, and they involve one of two things. Either A, finding creative opportunities. In essence, the host country will say to them, we have these areas, these industries of investment, and the embassies will take an active role working with the Bureau to identify American companies who could potentially go down there and see if there's an opportunity for them. And the second is what you just pointed to, and that is protecting existing American investments. Because the point we make with everyone we interact with is you can't ask for American investment into your countries when you have a history of expropriating, of takings, and in some cases, it's a local official that's trying to extort an American business and say, hey, I'm the sheriff or I'm the local police officer. If you don't pay us, your workers won't show up to work tomorrow. We have problems like that as well around the world that involve the local level, and it's become a leading part of our diplomacy, and it's happening at the embassy.
Senator Kaine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to Senator Hagerty for mentioning our work.
Interesting.
Philippines and Mexico.
Welcome
Mr. Chair,
back.
You won't be surprised that I'm going to ask you about the Western Hemisphere. You and I traded the gavel and the ranking on the Western Hemisphere subcommittee when you were on this committee, and that was good, productive work. I want to ask you about Operation Southern Spear. The operation to strike boats in the Pacific and the Caribbean, that dozens of operations have now killed more than 200 people. Have you been involved as Secretary of State or National Security Advisor in discussion about the targeting criteria that are used to decide which boats we should strike?
No, but not because I've avoided it, but because those are largely legal decisions, right?
But if you haven't been involved in discussion, as the National Security Advisor, are you aware of what the targeting criteria are?
Yeah, I mean, they go through it. So every strike has a legal officer on the deck that has to make a determination about whether the call is legal or not. And this is done by the Department of War, the way it's been done in other theaters around the world.
Here's what I want to ask you about. So you're generally aware of the targeting criteria. I'm not allowed, I know what the targeting criteria are because of briefings I've had in this committee and the Armed Services Committee. It's all been classified. And I'm not allowed to discuss the targeting criteria because they've only been
That's funny.
But I don't think I'm prohibited.
That's funny to look at. I went ahead and I was like looking at these races coming up today, and it's like Governor of California, Steyer, Democrat, Hilton, Republican, Los Angeles Mayor, Pratt, Independent, Bass, Independent.
I have been briefed on Southern Spear since the first operation on September 2, and most recently within the last couple of weeks, and I've asked them, have the targeting criteria changed? No, they have not. What are the criteria? Here's what
she ain't independent.
But the president.
She's a Democrat through and through.
Would you have any ability to explain? And the administration could have picked that as a targeting criteria. They chose items that were targets, that authorized the use of the U.S. military to sink boats and kill people, but they have not used the presence of narcotics on the boat as one of the targeting criteria. And I would suggest to my colleagues, if you go look at the individual files of all the strikes, and I've looked at the first 46, they are consistent with what I just said about something that's not on the list of targeting criteria. Why would the administration not include the presence of narcotics on the boat as a targeting criteria in Operation Southern Spear?
As you just outlined, I can't discuss the specifics of the targeting criteria, but I can tell you the one thing that is obvious is that the targeting criteria is not single source. In essence, there are multiple checks.
There are three elements to the targeting criteria. Right.
And
You know,
all
I
of it
can
informed
sign in
by
as
intelligence
Christ
collection.
prepper.
In essence, they have to have true links. I can tell you they do walk away from strikes. There are multiple times that I've been aware. I'm not aware of every strike because it's not reported on a regular basis, delegated. But there have been strikes that they've walked away from because it doesn't meet the criteria or because there's doubt.
I'm not saying that the strikes that I've reviewed don't meet the targeting criteria, but I'm saying how odd it is, especially since the administration
I'm
always
like
announced
digging
this is
through
against
my
narco-traffickers. We've attacked narco-traffickers. How
email
odd it is
archives,
that the
just
presence of
trying to
narcotics on the boat
find
is not one of the
something.
targeting criteria. And I would encourage my colleagues, get the same briefing I've gotten, take a look at the strike files. You'll be as surprised as I am. Here's the second question. Again, in your dual role, Secretary of State, National Security Advisor. The administration's Operation Southern Spear, we could agree with it or not, but the administration presented a legal opinion from the DOJ that we could review. Absolute resolve, the effort against Maduro. The administration presented a legal rationale that we could review. Now, we could review both in classified. They've not been made public. We're 92 days into a war against Iran, and the administration will not let Congress look at the OLC legal opinion justifying the war. Intel committee members, SFRC members, Armed Services Committee members, rank and file members, the administration will not make it available to us. Now, you can imagine, A, we're the Oversight Committee. B, you're here asking for a budget, and in the Armed Services Committee, they're asking for $1.5 trillion, an increase of 40% over last year's budget, but won't let us see the legal opinion. And Mr. Secretary, you know what kind of thinking we do. If you've showed us the legal rationale for 2 wars, and you won't show us the legal rationale for the third, is there something in the rationale they don't want us to see? Is there a dissenting opinion that says it's not legal? Are there conditions like you can't strike civilian infrastructure like schools and bridges? Are there factual assertions like the war will be over in 2 days or Iran will never close the Straits of Hormuz? By not sharing the legal opinion with the Article I Oversight Branch, you give us the opinion that there's something in there you don't want us to see. Could you use your influence as the President's Chief National Security Advisor, Secretary of State, NSA, to get the administration to share the Iran war legal opinion with Congress?
Well, look, first of all, obviously the Department of State does not develop the legal opinion. That's
But you're the
legal
national,
counsel.
you're the chief
So
national.
I think what you're asking is why haven't the Office of Legal Counsel provided it? They don't work for the National Security
I'm
Council.
actually
They don't work for
asking,
me.
will you use your influence as
Well, I will
President's
certainly
Chief
inquire as to
National
why.
Security
Here's what I'll do.
Advisor?
I can certainly inquire as to why it has not been available. I don't think there's a reason why. I am not aware that. In fact, my understanding is they have provided documentation to the committee and
Not the
as
opinion.
part of the war.
Not the opinion.
Well, that's different.
And you wouldn't accept that.
All right, well, let me take that back and
Sitting on
ask the
this
Office
side
of Legal Counsel. But it's certainly, they provided the legal rationale for the strike. You're asking for the actual written opinion the way
which,
it was
which
in
they
the other.
provided us
All
in
right,
Southern Spear and Absolute Resolve.
I'll
Thanks,
take
Mr.
that back.
Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Secretary Rubio, for being.
You look like Ricketts. I apologize. It's through the office.
Well, look, Bald is beautiful, and we can't help that. But thanks for all of your efforts. You are a very effective spokesperson for not only President Trump and the administration, but for the United States, and I'm grateful for that. I was wondering at the outset if you could talk to us a little bit about the fractured Iranian regime and how that might be making negotiations more difficult. One of the things I've wondered, for example, are whether the diplomatic Iranian channels are sort of crosswise, at odds with, or working hand in glove with the IRGC, which is itself causing a lot of these ceasefire violations, or is it all sort of coordinated chaos to try to undermine and tip the scales in favor of Iran in the negotiations?
That's a great question. Let me try to give this answer to you in a way that's not boring or wonky, because it's been a shift. Obviously, the original Supreme Leader, the one that was there, is no longer with us. His son takes over. Nobody hears from him for a month. By all reports, open source reporting. I think you've all seen it. He was severely injured in the same strike, and so forth.
Are you confident he's still alive, by the way?
Yeah, I think there's indications that, in fact, we've not heard from him publicly. We haven't seen him publicly, and I would imagine, given what's happened to multiple leaders in that system, being very public is probably not something that's recommended for them internally. But that said, I think there are indications out there that he is increasingly engaging at some level, although all of his communications have been in writing and through intermediaries. So the way to think about it is the following. You have the Supreme Leader, and understand that at the end of the day, the Supreme Leader in their system there really is no analogy to it in our system or anybody else's system. It is a theological office. It was the head of the Islamic Republic in the sense of the ultimate decision maker. And every major decision has to be run by them. They are advised by a council. It's not clear if it's 6 people or 8 people, but there is a council made up of both IRGC and other elements of the regime that surround that Supreme Leader. And ultimately, that council has to sign off on anything. And then there are the people you see on TV, like Arashi,
welcome to the pond, bitch mobile. Nice.
Playing a pretty prominent role. And they are the ones
Nice. Thank you for the follow.
It is our view of the system, as we understand it, as it's been expressed to us both by the intermediaries and by Iran directly.
Appreciate that.
What Arashi and Ghalibaf
Welcome.
bring take from us. They
Wonderful
enacted it
names.
council,
People choose
and
great
ultimately
names
guidance
these
from them.
days.
And that process oftentimes
I'm
takes
trying to
45
pay
days to get a
attention. I'm
response.
just
Now, some of it
sucking
is
at it.
logistical. They're operating probably using couriers and things of this nature. Part of it is internal fissures on exactly what they should agree to or not agree to. I think the second point that needs to be driven in this regard is that there is evidence that there are
To what?
communications issues within the regime as well. So, for example,
Everything that's going on.
it's pretty clear that at the outset of hostilities and conflict,
You're like, I'm
they
just
have
here?
delegated decision-making to field
Yeah.
and so oftentimes field commanders have delegated authority to act.
Did you hear the name that I
let's say, a
said?
pre-operational plan
Yep,
that already put in
Bitch
place.
Mobile.
And so unlike
Okay.
our system where perhaps you know that the president or the secretary of war is directly making
Okay,
decisions or the chairman of the joint
I mean,
Chiefs,
you're doing
their system,
fine.
a lot of decisions at the commander level, like which ships to hit and so forth, are being made at the commander level. So that's
Why from the outset it can look like fire-ready aim, but it's part of the design of the system, perhaps?
well, I think it was a design of the system in the sense of regime survival and the ability to
Sugar
operate
Bear.
against those decapitation strikes or people removed. But let's go back to the essence of the negotiations. What's complicated them is you ultimately are negotiating with people who then have to negotiate within their own system to see what they're allowed to give and what they're allowed to agree to. What is abundantly clear is that Iran is facing severe internal economic. All the problems Iran had before this conflict not only are still there, but they're worse. All the things that led to the protests, all of these are worse than they were before. And I think there's definitely elements within that regime that understand it, and then there are other elements of it that are more immune to it and perhaps more resistant to making agreements. And so what we are working through is in many cases, is delays in getting the responses to people. And this is why you see reporting about there might be a deal in the next few days, because internally it takes time to get responses from them, sometimes upward to 5 or 6 days.
Undoubtedly, they're using that to their advantage, sort of like the car dealer where the salesman has to go talk to his manager and make you wait, think about it for a while.
Even more complicated than that.
Even more complicated than that. One more question.
You would,
I think
you
one
would
of the
think
benefit,
that
from hearing
on the
from you
domain
about the need to zero out funding for global
cancel-hatred.com
entities, including the National Endowment for Democracy,
that I would have set up
tell us
an
about that.
account,
Well,
email account
Look, these programs,
for
I think,
Rumble.
have served a purpose in the past, and obviously there's
and
a congressional role to
attached
play
it,
here.
but
But I mean, at the end of the day, these programs have had, especially the National Endowment for Democracy, has had support in Congress in the past. And
no bueno.
look, I was here for 16 years. I understand that you're going to pass an appropriations bill, and the appropriations bill is going to have things in it that we don't have in ours. That's just the way it is. And we understand it. We'll make it work. But we are concerned, or have been concerned in the past, about organizations that sort of have lost their purpose in what they're advancing.
Sucks.
And at the end of the day, look, we have a lot of resources. The United States is the richest country in the world. We have the largest government budget in the world, but we don't have unlimited resources. We still have to be able to strategically spend our money. And the State Department, when I took over, a lot of people are like, well, that's a mess. State Department's not that big.
There's an email that I have out there.
We have,
An email account that I don't have access to.
Compared to some of these other agencies that are out there, we're not that large.
It's been
We have a global
like an old Gmail account.
I would say even
Yeah.
the Department of War, we're the only ones.
So I don't
that
have the
present
phone number
almost everywhere on the
anymore?
planet. So we have limited resources,
Oh.
and we have to be able to allocate those resources in ways that.
So I don't have the
are
phone
driven
number
by the
anymore
core
to
mission of advancing
recapture
national
it or
security.
whatever.
And oftentimes that will mean the things we have paid for in the
I've been
past,
fine
we
for
can't
the
continue to
longest
fund,
time.
because there are other things. It
My
might be good, but there might be
Xbox
something else
finally
that's more
forgot
important and even
its
better.
password
Other cases, we
for
may still
whatever
spend money on
reason.
topics, but we want to be driven not just by.
See,
we want to
that's
be
my
judged by how
problem
much
with
money we're
fucking
spending on
Chrome right
something. We also
here.
want outcomes for it.
Like,
We want to show outcomes. That's been the
forever
goal
it
behind these,
would
MOUs,
auto-populate
compacts
the
with certain
login
countries that we've entered into.
credentials.
We're not just trying to solve the disease
And
problem. Listen,
just
we're trying to build a
yesterday, it
local
stopped
capacity so that
doing
5
that
years from now,
for
they won't need aid
every
anymore.
single
These are local systems to
website.
handle it. I'm
And
saying
for
5
me
years, some
as a
countries might
web
take 10 years,
developer,
but nonetheless, that's
that
cool, and
is
it's been very well received.
extremely painful.
Right?
Because
You're like,
all-
I need this to just be.
all the test environments I have and everything with test username and passwords and all that, now I have to manually click and go through. It's like,
I won't repeat all that, but I want
if
to
it
note
ain't
that the
broke,
folks
don't
who
fix
study
it,
this
Google.
at the Schools of Public Health, Harvard Chin School, the Boston University
Bullshit.
School of Public Health.
You're like, oh,
estimate
people are
that
having
over
too much
500,000
good
children
time just letting
shut
things
down.
ride.
I want to kind of put a
Yeah.
note on that. If you were to walk across this country, you would see one dead child equivalent every roughly 30 feet. That's the level of carnage. I know you disagree with that, but many experts who are in this field, that is their estimate. And I hope you'll ponder that as we strive to rebuild our programs related to malaria, tuberculosis, AIDS, HIV, nutrition, and certainly infectious diseases like Ebola.
Wait a
I wanted to
minute.
turn, though, to Taiwan. It's an area that you and I worked on quite a bit together when you were here, including the Taiwan Relations Reinforcement Act and the Transnational Repression Policy Act, the Hong Kong Economic and Trade-offs Certification Act. And I'm very concerned about the President's comments
that ain't
on his
anything.
recent trip. He noted that arms sales to Taiwan are a, quote, very good negotiating chip. And when he was asked about how much he talked about arms sales with China, he said, we discussed arms sales, quote, in great detail. The 6 assurances
I
included that arms
wonder
sales to
if
Taiwan would never be a
Discord,
negotiating chip. My
because
concern
I know
is
I had to
that,
set up a
the
separate
President now has kind of accentuated
account for
the
that.
arms sales by not approving,
I think.
not putting the stamp of approval and
wonder if I
putting
use
arms
that
sale
email
Congress
address there.
has already funded. That this sets a stage for China to very much
Maybe not.
proceed to pursue more aggressively their effort to incorporate Taiwan into the broader framework of China, including extinguishing Taiwan's democracy. So I'd just like to hear your thoughts. Hopefully there's a path here that will re-accentuate our support for Taiwan's democracy.
Thank you. That's an important question. So let me first say on Taiwan, and I think I made this point myself, either on the trip in China or thereafter when we return. There's been no change the U.S. policy towards Taiwan. I think there's obviously the Chinese side would like to see a change in the verbiage, but no change has been made in that regard. The second point I would make is I believe in December, so I know in December of this year, we did approve an arms sales, I think $11 billion. I think it's the single largest arms sale ever. It was a huge sale to Taiwan. This was just last December. I think it's more than the totality of the 4 years under the Biden administration. And I would recall that there were a 6-year period of time under the Obama administration where there were no sales to Taiwan. There was a second pending sale, which I think is the one you're referring to. It's the $14 billion one, and that remains under review. And, but we just did one in December. So I don't think it's, and I'm not saying you're saying this, but I don't think it's fair to say that the U.S. is not providing. We just had a massive arms sales, and it was so big and so noticeable that the Chinese became very aggressive about it and some of the incursions they undertook as a result of it. And as I said, it was more in one sale than we did in the entirety of the Biden administration, if I'm correct, and I think I am on that point. So, but the most important thing to understand is we want to see the status quo preserved as is at this moment. That's our policy. That's what we've said. That's what we continue to say. It's a very, as you know, a very delicate relationship to balance. But our policy on Taiwan is not changing, and it did not change on this trip.
Another issue that you and I worked on was the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, and it's really been the most effective strategy for saying that products produced by slave labor will not be admitted into the United States. And we've turned down a lot of products from China, but then they're transshipped often just into Canada. It would be a far more effective policy if Mexico, Canada, and Europe were to join us. Is that an objective you can pursue in your role?
It is, and as you said, it's an enforcement challenge. I think the initial enforcement was easier because it was more straightforward. I think the transshipment issue makes it harder because it requires more paperwork, more due diligence, and frankly, in many cases, some of it is obscured. But I want to make this point. There's clearly a humanitarian aspect to it. There's clearly a humane aspect to forced labor, which is horrifying. Separate but related, there's an economic aspect to it. It is also, unfair competition for our companies to have to compete against someone who has free labor, basically compelled and forced labor. So we've made the argument on two fronts. Not just is this immoral, but it is and horrific, but it's also an enormous economic disadvantage, not just for us, but for companies all over the world. As you can imagine, depending on the country, some are more willing to lean in on these issues than others. I think just yesterday, last week, the foreign minister of China was visiting Canada, and where they sort of announced, or at least put out the prospect of how Canada can export more to China.
Looking through
what we don't know in those
emails that
Canada, I'm just saying in general, they do this all over the world. There's
thinking shouldn't be, but
I would imagine that China's putting. I know that they put tremendous amount of pressures on countries around the world not to comply with restrictions like the ones we put. I agree. If we got Canada and Mexico to agree, given our current trade arrangements, it would make it far more effective. To date, we have not been successful.
Sugar Bear, thank you for the repost.
Among other things, I think they
down. Thank you for the repost, the comment. Ribbit. Thank you for kicking it, licking it, and flicking it across the pond.
By talking about American leadership and American interests. And later this month, the G7 is going to be meeting in France, and then next month, NATO meeting in Turkey. Just overview, what are the priorities you're going to go into those meetings with?
G7?
G7 and NATO, coming up next month.
Well, NATO will be a fun meeting. Let's start with the G7 one. The G7 forum this year has largely been focused, obviously, because of the Straits. So when I went to the foreign ministers meeting in March, a lot of the conversations in April were about the Straits. And the one point we've made is, and what's interesting is a lot of the countries involved there, even though it's not a military forum per se, the UK and France are members of it.
I wish there was a way on Rumble that you could send me a message,
but they will do so
like
once
a
hostilities
private message, so that it would hit my inbox somewhere.
Why do you need naval escorts if no one's shooting at the ships?
You know.
That said, I don't diminish the utility of it because I would imagine the first few ships to go through are going to like to be escorted.
Right.
So I think that's going to be a key feature of that conversation. I think there's a shared interest in all these countries on rare earth minerals and supply chains generally. I think there is a growing global consensus, and we had a great, maybe a few of you had attended part of it, we had a great ministerial here earlier this year on rare earths and supply chains that brought in dozens of countries, and all the G7 countries were represented at it. And so I think that's going to be a feature here is how do we diversify the global supply chain on anything from rare earths to pharmaceuticals. There's growing consensus, so I think that point will be quite dominant. And then given the makeup of who's in the G7, the Russia-Ukraine conflict will always come up because obviously it directly impacts at least 3 or 4 of those members who are on
Y'all
the
go follow cancel.
So we will also, and I don't know,
he can't get in. Just to follow him
anyway.
Would a follow ping?
There's usually a couple other countries.
Do you get notified in your email?
But I think those issues will dominate depending on where we are with the Straits, and then clearly the critical minerals and supply chains.
No, I don't think so.
Actions. The last point is, I think there's been an interest.
I don't know what.
So, and I think Canada deserves credit for this. The Canadians have really taken.
I don't have any money to donate.
Highlighting places like Haiti.
No, it's okay.
Somebody go donate to him. To ping him through his email.
To the
the reason I mentioned NATO,
this
an article in the Hill,
painful.
unanimous consent. We put this in the record. It says Sweden is now America's most valuable tech ally. You're talking about working together with other countries. It goes on to say, this is just last week, Sweden joined NATO. They've now signed the bilateral defense cooperation agreement. They said in March, Sweden became the first European Union member state to sign the Pax Silica Declaration, Washington's flagship initiative to secure global AI and semiconductor supply chains, and now the technology prosperity deal. I wonder how you've accomplished so much, and is this a model for U.S. relationships going forward with NATO?
Yeah, the interesting thing about Sweden is because they, and Finland to
Someone
equal
give me a
extent, because they
follow
were not
or,
members of NATO
or
for many, many years.
something or
They had
a
a
like.
self-sufficiency in their
I
defenses.
don't know.
And so now that they've joined, they've actually added to the equation. I'm not here to beat up on any specific country, but generally speaking, the
Please and
countries that
thank
added to
you.
NATO were countries that needed from NATO. Sweden and Finland have actually contributed because they brought their own defense industry, their own advanced technologies. So they've been a great partner. They've been an extraordinary partner. We were just there because we had the NATO foreign ministers meeting in Sweden, and it was phenomenal. And I think that Sweden is a great ally and a country that we're continuing to find a lot of synergy and cooperation with, especially on the field of technology, but also on defense. I mean, they have their own defense industrial base, which is an impressive defense industrial base. I wish every country in NATO had what they have, but I understand why Sweden has it.
In a number of travels that a number of members have done in bipartisan ways, we found out as we go around Europe that most countries will say they've been too dependent on the United States for military, too dependent on Russia for energy, and too dependent on China for materials. This administration has really made these nations step up to do what they need to do in terms of putting the money forward in defense. So I want to know what the next concrete steps we can do in terms of making some of the pledges of moving from 2% to 5%, making sure that they deploy the military capabilities.
So on the one hand, these pledges that be on defense. That's the first thing. You can't say that pensions for former soldiers and sailors.
Too many
part of the
reset
5% of your
requests and allowed
That
time
can't happen.
period. Please
But the
try
bigger
again
challenge that
later.
much of Europe faces, many countries in NATO
Right.
faces, their economies are not
Right.
growing. And in order to spend more money on defense, they're going to either have to raise taxes
Hello?
or cut social programs. And part of the reality of NATO, whether we like to hear it or not, is that many of the countries in Europe were able to build these very robust
Hello?
social safety nets because they didn't have to spend it on defense because NATO and the United States were providing it for them.
Somebody
So they're
just
gonna have to
walked
deal with that
into my
reality.
door
The
and
second
then
point is,
walked
and this is
back
not an
out.
anti-NATO statement, but it is the reality. The United States has global obligations. At the same time as I'm in NATO, I have to speak to the Indo-Pacific countries who are also worried about what's our force posture they're going to be. We obviously are involved in the Middle East. We have counterterrorism issues with regards to Africa. But we have growing mill-to-mill cooperation in our own Western Hemisphere, especially taking on these transnational terrorist organizations and the like. So we don't have like unlimited military resources, even though we have a very large budget. They're not unlimited. And so we have to be able to allocate our resources and our personnel in ways that make sense, and it has to come at the expense of something. And so I think that's the reality that we have shared with our NATO partners from the very beginning of this administration and have been consulting every step along the way. But these countries will have to step up. They, at a minimum, have to be able to conventionally defend their own sovereign national territory for the most part.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Van Hollen, you next.
I can hear you.
Chairman, and welcome, Mr. Secretary. This is your first public hearing since President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu launched an illegal war against Iran. Netanyahu said he's been waiting 40 years to do this. Turns out he finally found a president who was both stupid and reckless enough to join him. The war has killed 14 American service members, wounded hundreds more, and killed thousands of civilians. It's driving up the price of gas, food, and much more. Trump obviously doesn't care. He called high gas prices peanuts and said, I don't think about Americans' financial situation. That's from the President of the United States. And all for what? The President told us 91 days ago that we had, quote, won the war in Iran. Last year, he told the country, Iran's key enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Was that false? Let's face it, Mr. Secretary, the Trump foreign policy has become a dumpster fire. This is the same president who's more interested in flattering Vladimir Putin than in protecting Ukrainian sovereignty. The president who lifted restrictions on the transfer of sophisticated U.S. chips to China, but came back from his trip there with nothing but ballroom envy. Tweeted about that the other day.
Raid? We've been raided.
Elon Musk to take a chainsaw
We've
to
been
Biden,
raided
which
by
has enabled
Gert
the
W.
Ebola outbreak in the DRC.
Thank you for the raid, Gert.
with the
Anybody
UAE
coming
family
doing
that
that
enriched the
raid,
family
make
at
sure
the
you
expense of
smash a
our security.
button.
We've seen an administration engage in extrajudicial killings in the Caribbean, hijack
Lick it,
Venezuelan
lick
oil,
it.
threaten
Looks
to
like a
invade Greenland,
thumb.
and weaken the
Thanks
NATO
for the
alliance.
raid.
Here at home, a
Gert.
Reagan
Get that
judge
button.
said that you and former Secretary Noem abused your powers when you locked up and still seek to deport students for protesting the destruction of Gaza. The Reagan-appointed judge said,
Oh,
you
yeah.
did that, quote,
I do
primarily
have
on
the
account of your
email
First Amendment protected
address
freedom of
now.
speech. Speaking of Gaza,
Right.
so-called border peace seems to
Because
be
I
run
was
around.
just gifted a
Meanwhile,
subscription
Senator
to
Rubio
Carolyn
must
the other
proclaim that the
day.
U.S. must, quote, work to ensure that
and
refugees who flee war, torture, and
account
persecution are
has
provided
that
safe environments to live
information.
and thrive in. Now, as Secretary of State in this administration, you have capped
But it
refugees
won't
at a
let me
record low
because I've
of
tried too many
17,500.
times now.
And white South Africans, Afrikaners,
Come
comprise
on.
roughly 99%.
It's like, no, not right now.
A race-based refugee system. At the same time, the president's preventing Cuban political refugees from entering the United States, even as you've opposed a near oil blockade of that oppressive regime. The stated goal
Why
is
is
to
this
change
not
the
even in
government
the
there,
list
but
of
the only real change
lists
is humanitarian crisis
that must
inflicted on
list the
people by members
list?
of the regime. And in that regard, Mr. Secretary, I have a question for you regarding the designation of Cuba as a state sponsor of terrorism. On the very first week, at least, of this administration, you reinstated, the administration reinstated that. And in a recent January 26th EO, you made statements suggesting connections to Hezbollah and Hamas. The previous administration did a thorough review with the intelligence community and concluded that there was no evidence that Cuba was engaged in ongoing state-sponsored terrorism.
Email
Do you find
client
new
crashed
evidence
by
to support that conclusion?
Well, first of all, let me just say that's your question, but you made this long statement of which I disagree with. Most of it, we won't have time to address every point that you made. So let's stick to Cuba specifically, because that's the question that you asked. Cuba has sponsored terrorism. It's supported groups. For example, virtually every left-wing, radical, violent terrorist group in the Western Hemisphere has at some point relied on support from Cuba. The ELN, the FARC dissidents, including them, have been involved there. We also know, for example, that Cuba continues to host a pretty substantial collection, intelligence sites on behalf of the Chinese and the Russians. But you look at the region and you look at all of these leftist Marxist terrorist organizations, all of them, in many cases,
Mr.
got
Secretary,
their
if I
money
can
from
move
Cuba.
on. I noticed you did not answer my question, because my question specifically related to whether there was new evidence to support that conclusion. I can just tell you.
Why would I need new evidence?
Because you're claiming that they're a state-sponsored terrorism, suggesting they're ongoingly involved in that. My final question to you, Mr. Secretary, relates to the El Asad Mosque complex. There have been reports that the United States is working with Israel to take away the Kingdom of Jordan's custodianship over the El Asad Mosque complex in East Jerusalem. Can you confirm today that there's no?
I'm not even aware of those reports.
There are reports, so I was hoping you could.
Is that like a media report, or?
There have been several media reports.
Ah, well, you know the media's always accurate.
No, they're not, and that's why I'm.
Yeah, no, I've never even heard that. That's the first time I even hear anybody discuss that.
All right, well, I'm glad to hear that, Mr.
We have a great relationship with Jordan. You know, we're very helpful. I've just never heard that before. You should. I don't know what article you're referring to. Just give it to me. I'll look.
I'm happy to.
Is it a credible website?
I'm glad to hear you say, Mr. Secretary, there's no truth.
I've never heard that discussed by anybody. You're up next. Oops, I'm sorry. Senator Daines was here earlier. I apologize. Senator Daines.
Chairman, thank you. Ranking Member Shaheen, good to see you as well. One of the underreported successes for your diplomacy and this administration is what's happened to the peace agreement, a landmark agreement.
Confirmed. I do have the email address. No, if Rumble will just play it long.
Recently, a major step forward for a region long beset by conflict. Nearly 40
All
years
this
of a
just
hot
so
war.
I could have a
And
Bitcoin
through your
wallet
leadership
that's
and President
not
Trump's
being.
leadership, you've brought true peace to an area of the world sandwiched in between Russia and Iran. It was creative thinking that led to the establishment of the Trump Group for International Peace and Prosperity.
If it wouldn't have been now, eventually everything else would have happened, and you would have had to do it later.
Promises to be a boon,
Would
not
have
only
been the
for
same deal.
Armenia and Azerbaijan, but also many neighboring countries. As Brzezinski once said, back on the Global Chessboard, his book, that Central Asia is the wine bottle and Azerbaijan's the cork. You uncork the wine bottle, suddenly you've got oil and gas and critical minerals flowing back towards the West instead of to Russia, to China, and to Iran. Mr. Secretary, can you tell us a little bit about how you plan to implement the TRIP framework agreements and deliver major economic benefit to both the United States in a very historically troubled region?
Thanks. Actually, as you said, I was there last week, or was it Tuesday maybe? We signed the TRIP agreement between the U.S. and Armenia, and this is, you described it as a corridor, which I know it's the anchor of a peace agreement with Armenia and Azerbaijan, and that's critical, but it's much more than just the anchor of a peace agreement. It really has the opportunity to revolutionize Armenia's strategic location and become a central hub for trade in the region. It solves the issue of access that Azerbaijan cared about and was an irritant in their relationship, but it does much more than that. It has the ability to transform the Armenian economy in a very powerful way. Here's the other thing that it's done. You know, for a long period of time, our relations with Armenia were quite stagnant, and in many cases, I would argue, almost non-existent. It has also reinvigorated that relationship between our two countries and allow us to explore opportunities in all sorts of other fields. So we're involved in that very heavily now. We literally just signed the agreement, and it will allow us to drive and hopefully incentivize U.S. private sector investment in this corridor to the benefit of American companies and American interests, but also to the benefit of Armenia, Azerbaijan, and other regional countries. I would also argue, by the way, and just to point out, and I don't mean this again, I think this is pretty well understood in the open source reporting, the Russians are less than happy about our engagement there. I think there's evidence that they would like the current president to lose his election as a result of this growing relationship with the United States. To be clear, we're not there to infringe on Armenian sovereignty. We're not asking them not to be friends with other countries. We just want to be able to have a relationship with them that's built not just on peace. Peace is important, but that's just the beginning. It's the economic opportunities that it provides. There are American companies and American workers that will benefit from it, but the Armenian people will be the ultimate beneficiaries of this corridor opening.
Just remarkable, and we were there together, in fact, last August at the White House when President Aliyev of Azerbaijan, Prime Minister Pashinyan of Armenia came to sign that agreement with President Trump's leadership. To think a Shiite Muslim country, Azerbaijan, and Armenia, one of the oldest Christian countries in the world, came together to sign a peace agreement was truly a breakthrough. And so it's an underreported story, in my opinion, Mr. Secretary, and we need to get the story out. This is a critical geopolitical problem that has been definitely remedied by the leadership of this
Yeah, I mean, the key, Senator Daines, is going to be execution. Like, you can sign an agreement, you can have the things in place. We now have to make sure we are focused on driving it and ensuring that to the extent American companies can contribute to the infrastructure, to the railway, to the highway, to everything that needs to happen in order for that corridor to open. And then the spin-off effect of it as well.
Rocky McCobb says that asshole sounds like even more of a liar sped up.
And by the way, partnering with Armenian companies in many cases, so it becomes mutually.
Yeah, they all do.
Right. As you well know, I've been spending a lot of time with
They all do. You can't help it. She starts speeding things up on us, and you're like, oh. You get to hear exactly what they're saying because you're trying to pay attention even more.
That being said, there is still a major hurdle to strengthen our ties. One of the key irritants to our friends in Azerbaijan and in Central Asia is infamous Jackson-Vanik trade restrictions. These are Soviet-era relic restrictions. In fact, Senator Murphy and I are the co-leads on the repeal
It's long past due that we get this changed. Mr. Secretary, is removing these restrictions a priority for you and your department? Will removing them have a significant impact on our relations with Central Asia?
Yeah, it's a detriment. We'd like to see it removed, and I think you should talk to the chairman and the ranking member about putting it on the agenda with you guys. They're right there. You can tell them. But...
It's finance.
Oh, it's finance. You don't have
Committee.
jurisdiction over that?
It is.
Oh, it's my job.
And Mr. Secretary,
Finance.
Well, that's good. That's what I do too. It's not my job. It's, you know,
and our encouragement from our friends over in the House will be helpful. We'll work with you on that, Mr. Secretary.
You should get it passed. I mean, look, it would be very helpful.
Yeah, it would be. Thank you.
Absolutely.
First of all, let me say that I absolutely concur with the Secretary and Senator Deans with you, and I've talked to the President about this, as you know, and I have actually talked to the Chairman of the Finance Committee, who I know relatively well, and we actually have a plan for going forward. You and I are going to meet on that here, Brick.
I'm glad I have friends in high places, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
But no, you're absolutely right on that. It's just in the queue. So with that, let us go to Senator Coons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, Mr. Secretary, National Security Advisor. Good to see you again. I know from our service here together that you agree that China is the greatest national security threat that we face. And one of the key reasons is their repeated threats to take control of Taiwan by force if necessary. And Taiwan, as we both know, is not just some faraway island. It produces 90% of the semiconductor chips critical to everything from F-35s to iPhones. And its geography makes it indispensable, both to global commerce and military power. Do you agree with that?
To Taiwan? Yeah, it's not just strategically important in terms of where it's located. It also is the message that it sends to the world if something were to happen to it.
Agreed. That's why for decades, really with leadership from the Senate in a bipartisan way, we've provided arms to deter the PRC's potential military aggression. In fact, you introduced the Taiwan Peace Through Strength Act of 2023. In January, Congress pre-approved a $14 billion arms package for Taiwan. It's been 6 months. We haven't received a notification. Have you advised President Trump to proceed with this?
Yeah, it's under consideration. I don't know if you were here a moment ago when I discussed. We just did $11 billion in December, which was, I think, the largest sale in history. Certainly, I think it was more than the cumulative amount under the Biden administration. And I recall during 6 years of the Obama administration, there was zero gone to Taiwan. So some way you would argue that we're trying to make up ground.
So why hold off on it now?
Well, so the other 14 is being reviewed. It's under review. It hasn't been, I think it's been noticed, but it hasn't been reviewed. I mean, it hasn't been approved yet. So it's under review under the White House.
Mr. Secretary, my concern is that President Trump has said publicly that arms sales to Taipei are a great negotiating chip with China. And my concern at a time when the PRC has been far more aggressive than they were in previous years, centerline crossing, circumnavigation of Australia, aiding Iran and Russia in their war goals and aims, frankly, literally helping Iranians target U.S. service members. I respect the importance of our having an open negotiation and relationship with the PRC, but in the meetings you were in Beijing, did the President offer to condition arms sales to Taiwan in order to placate Xi Jinping?
Well, look, I'm not going to discuss what was the President's words in a meeting or not. Suffice it to say that, that specific question you just asked, that's not the context in which the President has raised this in the past. When the President says it's a negotiation, he's really saying it's because China, as you know, always mentions this. Like, this is a top priority for them. They are constantly talking about Taiwan arms sales. But that in no way is what is
I've learned as a software developer, sometimes when you get into a pinch like that, it's got to stop and pause. You can't keep the motor running full blast because you'll just blow it up. Then where you at? Still in the same spot with a blown up motor.
For the administration with congressional support to continue providing robust military
or brain in
to
that
Taiwan,
case.
given that the PRC is more and more regionally aggressive. You also introduced and passed legislation in 23 prohibiting any president from unilaterally withdrawing from NATO. I assume this was because you recognize that our alliances are a key advantage against Russia, against China, against other adversaries. Do you still consider Article 5 an unconditional commitment?
Yeah, so let me address that holistically if it's okay, because I think we have time to do it. First of all, you're right. I have throughout my entire career in the Senate and through much of my time now in this administration been a supporter of NATO. I see its utility. The key, and I'm just being honest with you when we talk about this, one of the key arguments that I would always use on behalf of NATO is the fact that it allows basing rights that we could use in a contingency operation in a time of conflict and a time of need that we just have had. So when you have countries in this alliance, because understand at the end of the day we are providing basically the defense backbone of an entire continent of rich countries. These are not poor countries, these are rich countries.
When you're setting up your
and the utility of NATO for us is that it provides these
how
basic
did
rights.
you
Now we are living in a world in which some of these countries
did you do cloud backup or manual
backup
backup?
about how they've denied us the use of these bases.
I did a cloud one.
The core rationale for us
because I was having a problem with the manual.
Is the ability to use bases. And then we have members of that alliance that are basically denying the use of those bases in a contingency. It calls them to question the entire thing.
That's what locked me out the first time.
Is it not true that some of the challenges in our NATO relations have only come after?
Gee, imagine that Rumble locking someone out of something.
Territory from a trusted and reliable and contributing partner.
I don't think that's fair.
I think he publicly said both.
I know, but I don't
use tariffs to coerce Denmark into giving up Greenland.
Yeah, but just to tell you, look, if you go back and study the history of it, NATO tensions and debates within U.S. or whether we should be NATO. In the 1970s, it was the reverse. It was the administration trying to stay in NATO and Congress trying to get us out.
Yes.
I happened to see a speech. They were playing it after he passed away on C-SPAN. Jesse Jackson at the 1988 Democratic Convention calling for the United States to get out of NATO.
I was there.
Debates over NATO. You were at
that? Was Joe Biden.
Oh.
Joe Biden didn't support that position then, and I don't support that position.
But my point is
I want to do the cloud backup. It wants
There's about 1,100
vetted,
choose one of my
vetted Afghan
Gmail
allies
accounts
being
to
held at
do
Camp
that.
Al-Asliya in
It's
Qatar.
Google
And that
to do
includes
the
400
backup.
children and 150 family members of currently serving active duty U.S. service members. They've been stranded there for a year and a half. And there is talk of sending them either back to Afghanistan, into the waiting arms of the Taliban, or into war-torn and now Ebola-infected countries like the DRC. And these are people who they or their immediate family members served alongside U.S. soldiers at great risk. Can you commit to working with me and others in this body to support the relocation of these vetted individuals to the United States, especially those who are family members of currently serving U.S. soldiers?
Yeah, I can't. First of all, as you know, we're under an executive order now after the National Guard attack here, and so that happened last year. So we can't admit any Afghans at this point into the country. That said, you just pointed to them being sent back to Afghanistan. Our goal, we've worked on this, and we'll work with you on it, is we have talked to multiple countries. Now, I don't know of any single country that's going to take 1,000 people, but we've talked to multiple countries about taking several hundred of these people and allowing them to move to a safe location. As you know, we are operating under not just those restrictions, but broader restrictions about immigration into the United States after 25 million people entered this country illegally over a 4-year period leading up to this administration. But I'll work with you to find the right places for them to go. We want that to happen.
The president just raised the refugee cap exclusively to allow Afrikaners into our country. I would welcome a chance to work with you to find safe third countries for these Afghans. And I frankly think we ought to be revisiting our refugee policy, because the refugees who've come into our country in the past are the most vetted and often the highest contributing. As you know, my childhood church hosted a South Vietnamese family, and seeing the 5 of them become great Americans, entrepreneurs, contributors.
Gotcha, Gert.
It is refugees from oppression overseas, whether from Cuba or Venezuela, Vietnam or Afghanistan, who have long contributed to the United States. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Senator Paul. I'd like to revisit for a moment the boats that were blowing up in the Caribbean and the Pacific that referred to as drug boats. I think it's interesting that the 3 secret criteria we're using to blow up the boats doesn't include whether they have drugs on board. I would like to add that the statistics from the Coast Guard also say that when we interdict alleged drug boats in the historic way, the way we've always done it, about 1 in 4 don't have drugs. We make mistakes. We see something suspicious about the boat, we stop them, and they don't have drugs on board. I would also like to add that drugs is not a criteria for blowing up the boats that are called drug boats, but neither is arms. So in order to blow them up, we don't have to say that they're armed or have drugs. And I think a lot of people would have questions, which I still do. I am glad to hear today, though, that the administration and the negotiations are willing to trade sanctions relief for removal of enriched uranium. I've said for a long time and argued for a long time that sanctions in and of themselves rarely, if ever, are of any value. I've yet to see any Chinese behavior that's changed because of sanctions. I've yet to see any Russian behavior change because of sanctions. I've really yet to see any Iranian behavior change because of sanctions. However, sanctions do have some leverage and ability to exact change if you remove them. So the removal of sanctions might actually have some hope. So I support the administration in this. Now, there are many Republican critics who have been vocal on the airways recently saying, oh, no, we can never negotiate with them. These are terrible people. Well, you don't really negotiate with really friendly, good people. In a time of war, you have to negotiate with an adversary. So I do commend and supportive of the idea of this. And the other thing is it's very verifiable. You don't have to wait for verification. You could say the trade sanctions end as soon as we get the 440 kilograms of enriched uranium. That has to be dug, I guess, some of it from under a mountain of rubble, but at the same time be very verifiable. But what I would argue and what I would advise is that you really, why not offer everything? Offer all of the relief of virtually all of the sanctions if you get it. Now, you can wait if that's what you want, is the enriched uranium out and a promise. Now, the rabid hawks will argue, well, we're not going to negotiate with terrorists, we're not going to negotiate with bad people. Then they'll continue to have enriched uranium, they'll continue to enrich uranium. So I do think that the argument that there hasn't been a military solution to this is largely proven by the fact that even though we've militarily obliterated their military, all of that is true. It's as Fred Ickley wrote in Every War Must End, that military victory doesn't always translate or lead to political resolution or to things that you want done. What we really want done is no more enriched uranium, and you don't enrich uranium, you give up on these hopes. But I would say that as we are looking at trading sanctions, you say there's some you can do on your own, there's some that are congressional. I would be bringing in the leaders in the Congress who can give up on these sanctions and hopefully try to get their voice saying yes, if they will give up. Because if you give up a few piddling ones that
It's showing me that you're live now.
That the White House says you voted to do, and you still have all these congressional sanctions. If you're on the other side of that equation, you might say, we're not giving up the one thing we think is leverage, the enriched uranium, for maybe a little bit of sanctions relief.
What up, Robopop?
I would say really go all in on it because it would be verifiable. You don't have to wait and prove it. You would have to prove in the future whether they're enriching. But I think that is a good step forward. But it's also important for people to have a discussion of what
I guess I have to have
and
some money in here.
doesn't always have a bad name.
Right?
And frankly, I'm glad to hear that the administration is negotiating, and I wish you luck. And I'd love to hear your response in general.
Well, first of all, the president's made clear the priority is Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. And what do they need to have a nuclear weapon? They need a couple things. They need the ability to enrich, that has been substantially destroyed, but could always be rebuilt over time. And the second is the ability, and highly enriched uranium, it's 60%, that could quickly be enriched to 90% weapons grade. The second point you make is about sanctions. So that's the goal here. And the sanctions, first of all, there's a combination of sanctions. There's sanctions that block direct sort of activities that generate revenue, and that's problematic beyond the
You guys looking good? Thanks. Appreciate that.
To sponsor terrorism like Hezbollah.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I'm preoccupied over here with all
these are
kinds of
Iranian
crap.
assets that have been frozen that they don't have access to. So what I would argue, and again, I don't want to get ahead of myself.
Kind of listening to this sped up Rubio piece at the moment.
Why there are sanctions are because
He's got another
so they
like
comply
hour
with what
or
we're
something
demanding
or
on the nuclear
whatever.
side of it, zero enrichment.
get rid of the enriched uranium. If they're complying
waiting.
with these things, then I think that's the
And I
place
know
where
everybody's
focus
like,
has to be
really? You're
discussed. The
waiting
more
for
they give, the more they
Kornacki?
get.
Yeah, I'm
I
waiting
think
for
ultimately we will
Kornacki.
still
We're going to
face
listen to
other
that for the
challenges related to
midterm.
Iran, separate from the nuclear program, like what they use their money on, which is to
For the
sponsor
primary
Hezbollah,
election
sponsor
stuff,
Hamas,
because, you know,
sponsor
he'll
terrorism
continue
around the
to
world. But on the
move
nuclear
himself
question, which
around.
is what the president's
If
been
we can
focused
call
on
him
now,
out for
no
the
nuclear
Assad
weapon program, the sanctions that are directly related to the nuclear program, the more they give, theoretically, the more they should be willing to get. What they're not going to get it as a down payment. They're not going to get it as a signing bonus. And I would also point out that negotiations on nuclear matters are highly complex.
Is
highly
Tether
technical,
Gold,
and so it will take some time to work through that, as is sanctions, by the way, highly technical and in many cases multifaceted.
or
There are UN
Tether,
sanctions,
is
there are
that
US sanctions, there are US congressional
Rumble
sanctions. So there's a
related
lot to unravel.
crypto coin?
I'm not really sure which one's
benefit
which
from
on
the idea
that.
of, trading
Okay.
sanctions relief for activity. And if you don't ever trade them, if you just have them on the book, then I think they're a little value in changing behavior. Thank you.
Senator Booker. Thank you very much. Mr. Secretary, you and I talked a lot about Africa, and I raised concerns about a lot of the cuts. We're seeing globally an increase in tuberculosis, an increase in malaria cases. We see a continuing ongoing on the continent HIV crisis. And the United States has pulled back from a lot of its investments in those areas. Now with the crisis with Ebola, we see the challenges that have been brought about as a result of our surveillance, early detection, and the like. So I'm just very concerned about what the administration's strategy is, because we're clearly seeing here that what goes on in the continent of Africa directly affects our public health as well.
Well, first of all, I don't agree with that assessment. I mean, first of all, it's not about cutting back. The response here is not just how much money you spend, it's what results you're going to get. Now, let's talk about Ebola for a second. Ebola, the outbreak in Ebola was in
Barkley,
a
what
war-torn,
up?
isolated rural area in the DRC. That's where that began.
What's
Since
up?
that time, our response has been very quick, very rapid.
Well, so you're saying you did not cut early detection?
Came with
I'm saying that whatever you're going to
raid.
do as a cut is not the reason why
Nice.
there was an Ebola
I'm not
outbreak.
connecting the two. I'm simply saying.
Well, you are connecting them. You said that our cuts.
Senator Rubio, I'm not trying to get in an argument with you. I would really like to actually have my questions answered. So very quickly, we cut early detection when it comes to infectious diseases on the continent. Factually, this is not an opinion. We made those cuts. We cut early warning systems on the continent.
It had nothing to do with the Ebola outbreak.
So I don't need to tell you, Secretary Rubio, that we're living in a place where an infectious disease crisis anywhere is a threat to public health everywhere. The United States has made major reductions in these areas that have put us more at risk. If you're talking about this clearly Ebola crisis, there's other things and other cuts we've made, and you see it factually. Even our own State Department personnel that I
Yes, 20
are saying
after.
we're less
There's
prepared
cheers.
for a global outbreak than we were before. And my worry is specifically in a budget hearing is this budget makes even deeper cuts into the kind of things that can prevent the next outbreak, or as we've seen with unfortunately with COVID, have us more prepared.
Yeah, I don't agree with that assessment. I don't know who told you that at this
The
stage.
interesting, because it is what it is. We're at about 6 hour mark. I'm going to end this. I'll be right back in about 2.2 seconds. Watch it go.